The story opens with a torrential downpour. Rain lashed against a grand mansion, almost swallowed by the storm. Inside, a voice echoed, sharp and commanding. The deadline is 6 months. Within that time, without fail. The voice paused, a dramatic silence punctuated by the appearance of a pink-haired girl at the window. Confusion clouded her features. The voice resumed, its tone chilling, that you must kill your husband. The pink-haired girl stared blankly, utterly bewildered. The older woman, observing her stunned silence, pointed a sharp finger and barked, "Why aren't you answering me? Don't tell me you're incapable of speech." Lost in the swirling chaos of the moment, Hansi Yun, trapped within the pink-haired girl's body, thought, "What is this place?" The woman folded her arms, her face a mask of disdain. "Do you have any idea how much I've invested in your family? If you want to see your brother knighted, you'll behave yourself." Standing in the opulent room, the girl struggled to grasp her surroundings. Where am I? Who is this woman screaming at me? A sudden, sharp pain lanced through her head, forcing her to clutch her temples, the world tilting precariously. Fragments of memory flooded back. Her father, holding a crumpled piece of paper, his voice pleading, "Alice, you must help our family." Then the woman, a cruel smile twisting her lips, "Ah yes, you're Alice, aren't you?" Another voice cut through the haze of recollection, laced with impatience. "Are you going to remain silent indefinitely?" A flicker of recognition. "Wait, this person is." Before she could complete the thought, the woman's hand lashed out, stopping just short of her face. "Did you wait until after the wedding to finally acknowledge me as the Duchess?" The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. "This is Colleen Dyrett. Today, she's the stepmother of the man I married, the Grand Duchess of the Dyrett family." The absurdity of the situation threatened to overwhelm her. "My mother-in-law is telling me to kill my husband. What in the world is going on?" Bowing her head, she stammered, "I apologize. I've been so nervous. I keep making mistakes." Colleen placed a hand on her chin, her eyes narrowed. "Remember this well. You're not the Duchess. You're here because of me. You will listen and you will obey. You will not allow the Duke to live past 6 months. Do you understand?" Her voice dripped with menace. The girl whispered, a tremor in her voice, "Yes, mother." Colleen turned, a chilling smile playing on her lips. "Since it's your first night, attend to your husband here." The door slammed shut, leaving the girl slumped on the floor. What was that memory? What is this situation? Her gaze drifted down to her own body. Rising to her feet, she walked toward the mirror. "Well, let's take a look." The reflection, staring back, was breathtakingly beautiful. Pink hair framed a flawless face, her golden eyes shimmering. This form, a wave of vanity, washed over her. She touched her cheek, a small smile playing on her lips. "Cute. I'm quite pleased." Then, the chilling reality crashed back down. This isn't the time to be admiring myself. Panic swelled in her chest. This isn't me. Memories resurfaced, disjointed and confusing. I never learned to cook properly from the chef who trained me so diligently. I'm Hansi Yun, a kitchen assistant, working for less than minimum wage. She saw herself washing dishes, then a gas line, leaking. The last thing I saw, the line exploding beside me. The blinding flash of the gas igniting. She brought a hand to her chest, the realization dawning slowly. So, I died. She pinched her cheek, a sharp sting confirming her suspicions. Whatever the case, I'm no longer Hansi Yun. Now, I'm someone else entirely. I'm Elise. The fortunate thing is, the memories of this body are perfectly intact. Even though she was a noble, she wasn't wealthy. Happy memories from when I was very young, cradled in my mother's arms, are all I have. Overshadowed by my older brother, the heir, and my frail younger sister, I lived a life of quiet forbearance and patience. Then I was sent to the Duke's family, practically sold off. Alice propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought. But the name, Alice, it's so familiar. Suddenly, something clicked. "Come to think of it," she murmured, "isn't this like when you first arrive in a strange new land?" Alice flailed her hands, exclaiming, "Oh my God, this isn't right. Think straight, Hansu Yun." Then, her eyes widened. "Wait a minute," she said, "I remember. I read a novel like this in my past life," she realized. The story of a wife ordered by her mother-in-law to kill her husband. Though, in that romantic fantasy, the wife was just a minor character who appeared briefly in the beginning. And the wife's name in that novel was Alice. "It's me," she whispered, bewildered. Why did I get reincarnated into a novel character? It's better than being dead, I guess, but her mother-in-law is a madwoman who wants to kill her stepson. She pictured a frail, elderly man lying on his deathbed. My husband is just lying in bed, unconscious. Isn't he in a vegetative state? With that thought, she reached out and pulled back the curtains. The sight that greeted her was a breathtakingly handsome man sleeping peacefully, his shirt unbuttoned just enough to reveal his elegant collarbone. Stunned, Alice gasped. Huh. Her face flushed crimson as she clasped her hands together. He's handsome, she breathed, her eyes drinking in the sight of him. It's been over 6 months since his stroke, but he still looks so good. It must be because this is a novel. Her gaze, still filled with a newfound appreciation, lingered. I bet his chest is even more sculpted, she thought, then abruptly snapped back to reality. Mortified, she clenched her fists. A sick person, someone who's ill. Then, the chilling reality returned. Even if he's not her biological son, shouldn't she kill someone who's already dying? And I'm supposed to do it. Lost in thought, she slumped onto the bed, looking at him with pity. Why did I have to reincarnate as the wife who has to kill her husband? She wailed. Propping her chin on her hand again, she mused, but what happened to Alice in the novel? Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror as she remembered. Alice, the one who poisoned her husband, was hanged. Panic seized her. Wait, I'm gonna die too. A wave of frustration and fear washed over her. This is crazy. I already died once, and now I'm supposed to die again. Alice puffed out her cheeks, a spark of defiance igniting within her. Right? This is just a dream. She muttered fiercely. Wake up. You already died once. You can't die again. With that, she threw herself headfirst at the wall. The result was a painful bump on her forehead. Groaning, Alice clutched her head, her eyes wide with fear. He looks like a handsome Grim Reaper, she whispered, glancing down at her husband. She flopped down beside him on the bed, utterly dejected. I don't know. God, please help me get through this. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the mansion. Alice, dark circles under her eyes, lay in bed thinking. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure out how to survive. She turned to look at the sleeping man beside her and sighed again. She murmured, this handsome man dies, and I'm hanged. Alice fell back into her thoughts. But if he wakes up, will I live? What should I do? In a strange, pitch-black place, lit only by a scattering of star-like lights, Alice ran, her mind racing. It's so dark. Where am I? Hope flickered in her eyes. There's light over there, she cried. Suddenly, a mysterious hand reached out from behind her. It was the man who had been lying motionless on the bed. He embraced her from behind, startling her. He leaned close and whispered, "You can't run away." His voice faded as she jolted awake in her bed, shaken by the nightmare. What a dream, she thought. It felt so real. Then realizing something, she gasped. Without knowing it, in her sleep, she had embraced the man in the bed. Alice stared blankly for a moment at her own actions. Then, with a start, she sat upright, blushing furiously. Good heavens, she cried, mortified. Closing her eyes, she berated herself. Even after being reincarnated, my sleeping habits are still the same. She looked at the man beside her. This is the husband I have to kill, Galos Dyrot. Although he fell ill due to my stepmother, Callion's poison, he's a very talented duke. Alice frowned, recalling the words from the novel etched in her memory. In the end, Galos never opened his eyes until his death. Worry gnawed at her. What will happen to him if he just lies here waiting to die? Clutching the sheets, Alice questioned herself. I wonder if I'll end up the same way. What was that strange dream about? But if I help him? A voice interrupted her thoughts. Madam, are you awake? She jumped. The door slowly opened. Yes, Alice replied. I just woke up. A maid with a sullen expression, carrying a tray, entered. I'm Eris, she said. I've been ordered to attend to you, madam. I brought you water for washing. Looking at the maid, Alice couldn't help but be suspicious. She's probably Callion's spy. You have to keep an eye on me, she thought. Maris, seeing Alice lost in thought, spoke again. Madam. Alice hummed in acknowledgement. Maris gestured to the tray of water and a towel placed on the floor. I brought fresh water, as requested. Alice was unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Maris was inwardly sneering. Someone like you, sold off to another, expects good service. She thought, her tone curt. I need to report back to the Grand Duchess. Contrary to Maris's expectations, Alice offered a gentle smile. All right, she said. Alice's serene demeanor surprised Maris. She watched as Alice picked up the tray. Looking at her reflection in the water, Alice thought, this is nothing. In my past life, I had to endure hardship from a young age and fight for myself. Maris, taken aback by Alice's attitude, could only stand there speechless. Alice cheerfully wiped her face with the towel. The water is just the right temperature, she said. Thank you, Maris. Maris pushed her glasses up her nose, her annoyance evident. Then Maris snatched the towel from Alice's hands. Once you've finished washing your face, please change your clothes quickly, she said curtly. The madam is waiting. Alice, her face still dripping, simply replied, all right, and thought to herself, here we go. A short while later, they stood before a door in the hallway. Madam, Maris announced, Lady Alice has arrived. Callion's voice drifted out from within, enter. Alice's expression remained tense. The room radiated an unprecedented opulence. Callion sat elegantly on a sofa. Taken aback by the sheer magnificence of the room, Alice thought, wow, this is dazzling. Callion seemed to disapprove of Alice's openly awestruck expression. Oops, Alice thought I stared. I should probably greet her. With a polite smile, she dipped a curtsy, smoothing her skirts. Mother, she said, did you sleep well? Callion responded coldly. Now that the pleasantries are over, sit down. Alice bristled inwardly. I greeted her, and she still treats me like this. She doesn't seem to care about me at all. Callion turned to another maid. More importantly, she inquired, has the apothecary arrived yet? As Alice sat down on the sofa, she couldn't help but wonder, an apothecary. Why? A voice announced, Madam, Apothecary Helkin has arrived. Both women turned to see a distinguished-looking man standing with a polite smile. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, madam. Recognizing him, Alice thought, oh, I remember now. Apothecary Helkin, an eccentric genius in the field of poisons. He's the one who created the colorless, odorless poison on Callion's orders. And he's the one who poisoned Galos with it. You're late, Helkin, Callion stated. He bowed again. My apologies. I accidentally spilled a vial of my concoction. Then his eyes flicked to something, or rather someone else. So, this young lady is to be my associate, he asked, addressing Alice, who sat primly on the sofa. With an elegant bow, he continued, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Alice. I am Apothecary Helkin Spence. Alice smiled, a touch of sarcasm playing on her lips. Callion's lapdog is more like it, she thought, but perhaps this could present an opportunity. A plan began to form in her mind. The pleasure is all mine, Apothecary Helkin, she replied. I look forward to your assistance. Callion addressed Helkin. So, you're saying that if the Duke ingests this poison, he will die within 3 months. Helkin smiled, a sinister glint in his eyes. Precisely. He spoke as if Galos's fate were already sealed. Even a small dose of this poison will cause the body to decay from the inside out, leaving no trace. An autopsy would reveal nothing. Alice stared at her teacup, her brow furrowed. Internal decay. She thought, horrified. How could they be so cruel? Callion, pleased with this confirmation, let out a cruel laugh. A poison that induces a stroke. How ingenious. It seems my investment has finally proven useful, despite the considerable cost. Unable to contain her disgust, Alice glared at Helkin. Considerable cost. She thought angrily. It's not about the money, though I suppose it was expensive. Helkin, noticing her hostile gaze, shifted uncomfortably. I am eternally grateful to you both, he stammered. Callion suddenly asked, but if the internal organs are rotting, can he still feel the pain? Helkin chuckled. There won't be any pain. The Duke is in a deep sleep. Hearing this, her gaze dropped. A pity, she murmured. Alice, feigning nonchalance, took a sip of her tea. You find it a pity. Callion leaned back, her voice laced with a languid weariness. But 3 months is a bit difficult. Helkin looked bewildered. Callion's thoughts drifted to her young son. Eden must be at least 16 before His Majesty will approve of him inheriting the title. Her face became a mask of serious calculation. If things continue like this, with the excuse of Eden being too young, His Majesty might appoint someone else as successor. Helkin shifted uncomfortably. So, it's a matter of the young lord's age for him to be granted the title. Callion didn't deny it. First, I will succeed to the title and govern the dukedom until Eden comes of age. I will pass the ducal title to him then, and the family won't be able to object. Helkin offered a sycophantic smile. Don't you worry about that. With careful management of the poison, it can be extended to 6 months. Callion's voice was laced with surprise. The duration can be extended. Helkin quickly glanced at Alice, who was sipping her tea. Duchess, you administer the Duke's medicine. Simply adjust the dosage. Alice paused, then gently set her teacup down. She readily agreed. Yes, Mother, I will adjust the dosage. Callion's tone was pleased. It's fortunate you seem to understand. Just then, a servant arrived with an announcement. Grand Duchess, the young lord has sent a letter for you. Callion transformed at the news, her face softening. Really, I was worried whether he was doing well at the academy. Bring the letter to me quickly. Alice, sitting beside her, observed the sudden warmth radiating from Callion, her own expression hardening with disgust. What's this? She looks like a different person. She spoke, a touch of awkwardness in her voice. Mother, then I'll excuse myself. Callion, now completely engrossed in the news, waved her away. All right, you may leave. Outside the room, Alice turned to Helkin, her face serious. Apothecary, let's share the rest of our unfinished conversation somewhere more private. A moment later, in the hallway, Maris walked with her head bowed. She recalled Alice's dismissive tone from earlier. We're discussing important matters, so please wait outside. Maris clenched her fists in frustration. Meanwhile, inside the room, Alice surveyed Helkin's study as he retrieved something. The room was well insulated, a safe space for private conversations. Her gaze drifted to the bookshelf behind him. A voice interrupted her thoughts. Madam, Helkin approached the table, holding a vial. I'll explain the dosage of the poison I mentioned earlier. Before he could continue, Alice looked him directly in the eye and spoke, her words tumbling out in a rush. Apothecary Helkin, 35 years old, a learned medical expert. Your hobby is collecting poisonous herbs. Isn't that right? Helkin froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Madam, what are you doing? Alice smiled, a chillingly sweet smile. I know quite a lot about you. Helkin looked taken aback. I wasn't aware you took such an interest in me, madam. Alice, her face radiant with a sweet smile, addressed Helkin. You're the one my mother brought here personally, aren't you? She sighed dramatically. You didn't think I'd investigate and find out, did you? Helkin puffed up with a smug air. I have nothing to hide. If you treat me carelessly, the madam will certainly not stand for it. Alice responded with unwavering certainty. I know. My mother-in-law isn't merciful. Knowing that, why would you get involved with the Duke's assets? Helkin jumped. What are you talking about? Don't spout such nonsense and try to trap me with absurd accusations. Facing Helkin's rising fury, Alice calmly pointed in a specific direction. Even if I were to call someone here and have that bookshelf moved, she gestured towards the same bookshelf she had glanced at earlier. Could you still maintain your composure? Helkin's face paled. His eyes widened in dawning horror. No. Alice rose to her feet. She placed a hand calmly on his shoulder and turned towards the door. If that's what you wish. Panic flared in Helkin's eyes. He cautiously grabbed her hand, stopping her. No. How did you know? A small smile played on Alice's lips. How did I know? I simply read the novel. Behind that bookshelf, hidden in a secret compartment, lay Helkin's collection of rare and potent poisons. Poisons worth the price of a mansion. Helkin had taken advantage of the Duke's distraction after Kaelus's stroke to smuggle the Duke's heirlooms and traffic in poisonous herbs. Helkin trembled, fear gripping him. Alice savored his expression, thinking to herself, he may not be a good person, but I might as well exploit Helkin's obvious weakness. Her smile was innocent, but her words were ice. Helkin, if I were to tell my mother-in-law the truth, do you think you would survive? Helkin shuddered, his face ashen. His hand flew to his throat. I wouldn't escape death, he thought wildly. But whether it's poison or not, I'll slit the throat of that ungrateful wretch. Satisfied with his reaction, Alice sat back down. Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you. I just want to make a deal. Helkin blurted out, a deal? What kind of deal? Alice held up a single finger, her tone turning serious. I want just one thing. Later, back in her room, Alice encountered Adop, Kaelus's steward. He bowed respectfully. Lady Alice, I hear you'll be managing the Duke's medication from today. Alice silently assessed the man before her. This was Adop, the only remaining steward of Kaelus within the Duraz ducal family. Lady Corellian pretended to be devoted to the Duke, all for the sake of appearances. She had instructed the steward to administer medicine, but in reality, it was ineffective. Furthermore, she had separated the steward from Kaelus. To ensure her plans proceeded smoothly, she had assigned the task to Alice. When Alice didn't respond, Adopt spoke again. Lady Alice. Alice seemed to snap back to the present. Feigning nonchalance, she replied, "Ah, yes. I'll be in charge of the Duke's medication from now on, as the madam has ordered." Adopt immediately offered, "Then allow me to fetch the medicine." Alice held up the vial already in her hand. "No, Apothecary Helkin gave it to me directly just now. You may leave." Adopt's brow furrowed, his lips pressed into a thin line. Now alone in the room, Alice solemnly drew back the curtains. Looking at the vial in her hand, she murmured, "I never thought I'd have to do this." Her fingers tightened around the glass. Finally, she raised the vial, her eyes resolute. "I'm sorry, but I have to survive too." In her room, Alice sat by the bedside, gazing at the sculpted face of the sleeping Duke, Caelus. A flicker of unease crossed her features. Just then, the door burst rudely open. Alice startled, turning to ask, "Maris, what is it?" Maris, wearing a smug grin, replied, "The Duchess asked me to check if the young Duchess is properly carrying out her duties." She then affected an air of impatient urgency. "Let's get on with it, shall we?" Alice thought to herself, "Here we go again with this bothersome woman." With a sigh of resignation, she turned back towards the bed, her hand tightening around the vial. "It's best to do this convincingly," she told herself. "If Maris sees me doing this, then Duchess Colleen won't suspect anything." With that thought, Alice reached towards the sleeping Duke's face. Gently, she lifted his head and carefully poured the medicine into his mouth. Finally, she turned back with a bright smile. "There, are you satisfied?" Maris frowned, her displeasure evident. Alice inwardly assessed her. That look on her face, she's just itching to find fault and say I'm not doing it right. Offering the empty vial with a cheerful expression, she said, "If there's nothing else, I'd like to rest. You can take this." Maris, frustrated, muttered, "I'll be going then." As the door clicked shut, Alice's expression shifted. Gently, she wiped Caelus's mouth. "Don't worry," she murmured. "What I gave you isn't poison." She recalled the moment Helkin had handed her a different vial. The antidote, she had asked immediately. Helkin had responded with a troubled look. "I can't do that." Alice, puzzled, had pressed him. "Can't? Why not?" Then, a sly smile had spread across her face. "Which would be faster, you making an antidote, or me calling someone to clear out that bookcase of yours?" "I'm not joking." Helkin had flinched, a look of fear in his eyes. He stammered, "Why, yes, that's right. Why would I lie? The poison the Duke took, it's not a magical one." Alice, exasperated, asked, "So there's no way for the Duke to wake up?" Helkin, his head bowed in apparent remorse, replied, "No, absolutely not. In fact, even without the poison, he would have died within a year." He paused, then added, "The poison, it just speeds things up." Alice frowned, her gaze unwavering. "Helkin," she stated firmly, "I have no intention of poisoning the Duke." Helkin's face paled. "Huh." Then, Alice, her expression serious, began to lay out her plan. "From today onwards, you and I will pretend to give the Duke poison. We'll deceive my mother-in-law." Helkin had immediately produced another vial. Then, "How about a tonic?" Alice had asked, "Is this the best you have?" Now, she sighed regretfully. "I had intended to save him, but there's no way." In the quiet room, her thoughts echoed. They say he was young and incredibly capable, yet his stepmother's machinations left him bedridden. A surge of emotion welled up within her. "And so handsome, too," she murmured. "What a waste. Such a shame. If things continue like this, he'll die within a year. Even if I disappear from the dukedom, whether it's Duchess Colleen or a new duchess, they'll just kill Caelus." A shadow of sadness fell over her face. "What could I possibly do?" She stood, murmuring to herself, "Right? I shouldn't develop these useless feelings." The movement as she rose was too abrupt, causing Caelus's arm to fall from the bed. Alice quickly turned back, her hand already outstretched. Just as she was about to place it back under the covers, she froze. "Huh." Alice pulled up his sleeve, revealing a long, festering wound. Alice gasped in disbelief. "What is this wound?" Her eyes welled up. "His flesh is completely festering. He must be in so much pain, yet he doesn't react." Alice's hands hovered hesitantly, afraid to touch the gruesome wound. Wasn't poisoning him to death enough? Why would they neglect his wound like this? Or did even the steward not notice this? She gazed at the wound with a pang of sympathy. "Even though I can't save his life, I just want to heal this wound." With that, she unconsciously reached out and touched the wound. Suddenly, a light flared. Even Alice's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" She quickly looked at her palm in astonishment. "What was that? That light just now now from my hand. She froze, speechless for a moment. Once Alice was certain she wasn't dreaming, pure shock set in. There's no way, is there? She instinctively looked back at the wound and cried out, ah. The horrifying, festering wound was gone, replaced by a simple scar. She murmured, the wound, it's half healed. She began to speculate. A wound healed by light, could this be divine power? Drawing on Alice's memories and the fantasy novels she devoured in her previous life, she knew a thing or two about magic and divine power. Emitting white light without any specific incantation. This healing ability is clearly divine. But Alice didn't originally possess this ability. She stared at her hand in bewilderment. Could it be a function of this role-playing, this situation? Is that it? The thought took root, and she pressed her lips together, determined. Well then, she placed her hand on the wound once more. Again, she willed it. I hope this wound will heal. A brighter light emanated from her hand. She opened her eyes again. The wound was completely gone. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, wiping away a bead of sweat. Thank goodness, I can do it. She congratulated herself. That's right, in this unbelievable role-playing scenario, if the gods have any conscience, they should give me this kind of power. Despite everything, she gently patted his shoulder. Well then, I'll see you tomorrow, Kalis. With that, she stood and left. The sound of the closing door echoed in the room. The statue-like face on the bed seemed to stir. The hand that had been motionless suddenly twitched, finger by finger, then the whole hand. Eyes that seemed as if they would never open again now fluttered open with surprising ease. Kalis was awake. He gritted his teeth, sweat drenching his brow. Tendrils of dark energy constricted his body, causing him to writhe in agony. He struggled against them, but to no avail. The darkness only tightened its grip. He gasped for breath. It's getting harder to endure. Suddenly, a warm light shone on his face. He looked up in astonishment towards the source of the light. Like a beacon of hope in his torment, it shone. That light, he summoned all his remaining strength to fight against the encroaching darkness. He ran desperately towards that saving light. His hand, still tainted with dark energy, reached out to the radiant glow. It can't end like this, he thought. I have to go back. Kalis's eyes snapped open. He bolted upright, sweat drenching his face, his breath coming in ragged gasps. As he regained control of himself, he sat up fully. What happened? Kalis looked around the familiar opulence of his bedchamber. He frowned, running a hand through his hair. It seemed he'd just awakened from a terrible nightmare. Ever since he was a child, Kalis had been haunted by death. Not long after he was born, his mother had died tragically. Immediately after his mother's funeral, Duchess Callion's newborn child had also died. Some nameless nobles had supposedly misplaced the newborn. Everyone predicted Callion's expulsion, but she was fortunate. Not long after, the Duke suffered an accident that left him incapacitated. The servants whispered amongst themselves. They say he was injured while whoring and drinking in a tavern. Good heavens! With the Duke's reputation in tatters due to numerous scandals, the retainers had no choice but to entrust the dukedom's affairs to Duchess Callion. At the time, Kalis was only 2 years old. After the Duchess seized control of the dukedom, Kalis, as he grew, became an eyesore to her. She would watch him diligently practicing his swordsmanship from her study window, thinking, when that boy grows up, he'll take my dukedom. Therefore, Callion didn't hesitate to try to kill Kalis, naturally, with poisoned food. She even sent assassins. However, everything failed. Then, at the tender age of 12, Kalis was sent to the battlefield. Everyone thought he would die on the Kaloka battlefield. But contrary to their expectations, he returned, stronger and more formidable, hailed as a hero. Furthermore, due to his significant contributions to the war effort, Kalis rightfully inherited the dukedom at the age of 16. It was his perfect comeback, except for the fact that he'd gained a younger half-brother while he was at war. Kalis looked at Callion and her son, thinking, so, you finally got a son of your own. Then he gave the order, send Duchess Callion to a separate residence. Send all the current servants with her. I will rebuild the Dirate dukedom. Perhaps it was due to focusing on rebuilding the near-bankrupt dukedom for the past 10 years. Kalis, thirsty from his work, reached for the glass of water beside him. He had temporarily forgotten the existence of that woman living quietly in the separate villa. Back in the present, Kalis frowned. Indeed, that water was the problem. I'll try to clarify exactly how things happened. He rolled his shoulders. Just how long have I been lying here? I must have been out for a while. Kalis swung his legs off the bed, removing his shirt, revealing his toned chest. Then he looked around the room, puzzled. The dressing room is this way, isn't it? Huh. He suddenly realized something, his gaze snapping to his shoulder. I clearly had a wound here. He recalled the injury, thinking the scar from the dark magic I suffered during the war. Divine power and magical power had no effect, so it could never be healed. Then he looked at his other arm. He'd been lying there for so long. He'd expected the wound to fester, but what was this? He closed his eyes, lost in thought. Kalis walked towards the window. The important thing was that he was awake. A moment later, he effortlessly leaped onto the balcony of his study. Adolf, trembling with emotion, stammered, "Your Grace." Kalis smirked under the moonlight. "Are you well, Adolf?" Adolf frowned. "My lord, it is a blessing you have awakened." Kalis placed a hand on his shoulder. "We can exchange pleasantries later. Tell me of the state of the dukedom." Adolf wiped away the lingering tears. "As soon as your grace collapsed, the Duchess relocated from the manor to the main castle. And the reason I haven't received any support is because she dismissed the aides and the knight commander of the dukedom. The Knight Order has also been disbanded. The Black Lion Knight Order, victorious in the war." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "My proud and loyal men." To Duchess Colleen, their existence was like a thorn in her side. He glanced at Adolf. "How long have I been unconscious?" Adolf hesitated before answering. "It has been over 6 months, Your Grace." Kalis said, "Plenty of time for Duchess Colleen to seize control of the dukedom. Is there anything else I should know?" Adolf lowered his head. "The servants within the dukedom have become the Duchess's people. Helkin has become the dukedom's physician." Adolf spoke, sweating, and then, seeing his hesitation, Kalis felt a prickle of unease. "What is it? Speak. You are married, Your Grace." Kalis froze, as if struck by lightning. Then, in astonishment, he exclaimed, "What? Who is married?" 2 days later, Callion's voice rang out. "I hear you have been diligently performing your assigned duties, Alice." Alice, her face beaming, replied, "Yes, mother. I will continue to do my utmost to fulfill your wishes." Seeing her agreeable demeanor, Colleen was immensely pleased. "From now on, ensure you also attend to Kalis's every need." She paid no mind to the anxious expression on Helkin's face beside her. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. "Isn't that what a wife should naturally do?" Alice echoed, "Of course, mother." She thought to herself, "So, she wants me to keep a closer eye on the patient." Colleen nodded. "Very good." Helkin, beside them, fidgeted silently. He cautiously raised his eyes. Before him was Alice's chillingly dark expression, a silent warning. "If you do anything foolish, you will die." Helkin shuddered, slumping his shoulders further. Satisfied with his reaction, Alice thought, "All right, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. But I assure you, I have more than just your herbs." It was Helkin who participated in the black market dealings with the shop. It was so unique that I couldn't forget his name. No matter what, if the shop is robbed, the name Helkin will surface. And then, the player won't be able to escape. Reading up to that point, she couldn't help but feel intrigued. This name, what does it mean? Back in reality, Colleen Dyrett's commanding voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Come to think of it, Melton sent a letter saying she will be visiting the dukedom. Behave yourself accordingly. Alice was stunned. What? Why is she here? After returning to her room, Alice slumped by the window, lost in thought. She recalled Melton's words, the girl's declaration that she wanted to remain in the capital and learn more before making her public debut. Alice propped her chin in her hand, pondering. She was supposed to arrive after the Duke's death, but now she's already here. A startling realization dawned on her. This means the original storyline has been warped. The title of the novel I've been pulled into is I Shall Give You the Crown. Sienna Melton is the female protagonist. The story goes like this. Sienna Melton rushes to the capital after hearing of her cousin Kalis's death. Although his death was highly suspicious, Kalis's funeral was quickly carried out because Duchess Colleen was already under trial for poisoning the Duke. However, Melton, having witnessed the Duchess's constant denial of the accusations, grew suspicious of the truth behind the events. She suspected Duchess Colleen and began to follow her, only to be ensnared in the Duchess's own schemes. As a result of this dark conspiracy, the Dyrett family completely vanished from the empire. Enraged by the loss of the dukedom, Melton journeyed far and wide to gather the scattered vassals. Along the way, she stumbled upon the third prince and healed him. Melton and the prince fell in love, and their story had a happy ending. The problem is, it was only a happy ending for them. The main characters were blissful, but the supporting characters who helped them all died. The comment sections were in an uproar, filled with demands for justice and outrage on behalf of the unfortunate supporting characters. Snapping out of her reverie, Alice's face darkened. Melton and the supporting characters connected to the third prince all died, so she absolutely must not get involved with them. This is happening before the main events even begin. I'll try to escape the dukedom as soon as possible and live quietly. She pictured herself waving happily, saying, "Farewell, everyone. I'm off to find my own happiness." Alice cupped her face in her hands, tears welling in her eyes. That was the plan. Her demeanor abruptly shifted. Pointing a finger at the ceiling, she raged. "Is it even a crime to want to live? Just thinking about it makes me furious." She continued to fume. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the leaves. Alice, sitting and brushing her hair, asked to attend to the Duke. Maris confirmed yes. "Didn't Duchess Colleen order you to yesterday?" Alice turned away, feigning disgust, thinking, "That's right, the wicked Colleen." Maris's voice, laced with reproach, came from behind her. "Are you sure you didn't forget?" Alice immediately plastered a bright smile on her face. "Not at all. Let's go quickly." Meanwhile, in another room, sunlight filtered through the window slats. Kalis was diligently working on regaining his strength after days confined to his bed. He recalled sitting across from Adolf. Adolf had said, "The Duchess has arranged a wife to care for and assist you, assuming you wouldn't wake up. So you've been married." Kalis scoffed. "How ludicrous. I can't believe she's trying to wear me down like this." Adolf cringed. "The good news is it only happened 2 days ago." Kalis, intrigued, echoed, 2 days ago. He then called out coldly, "Adolf, keep my awakening a secret for now." He asked, somewhat surprised, "Yes." Kalis continued, "The dukedom is currently in Duchess Callion's hands. I need time to bring my vassals back to my side. If I move too quickly, I'll end up as her puppet again." Adolf softly replied, "Yes, I understand." Kalis went on, "And tell me everything about the woman who has become the Duchess." Back in the present, he mused to himself, Alice Cutery, eldest daughter of Count Budori, a child abandoned by her family. He muttered under his breath, "I can't fathom being married to someone I haven't even met. She'll probably try to kill me." Just then, a noise startled him. Moments later, small feet padded into the room, their owner pausing to look towards the bed. It was Alice. Entering, she quipped, "Goodness, it's dark in here." Luckily, Kalis had just enough time to slip back into bed and feign unconsciousness. How dangerous, he thought. Alice then flung open the curtains, letting the warm sunlight flood the room. "Even though I hate you, I still need to survive," she grumbled. "That woman is hateful, taking even the sunlight away." Then, she smiled at the man lying on the bed. "Good morning, Kalis. You look much better today." He swallowed, wondering, what is this woman doing? Before he could finish the thought, she continued brightly, "If I were to sculpt a god, I bet he'd look just like this, wouldn't he? What is she doing?" He continued to think. Kalis tried his best to appear asleep, but he couldn't shake the feeling of bewilderment. "She's talking to me like I'm a corpse. What in the world is going on?" The door opened. Alice, still in the room, noticed the movement and schooled her features into an indifferent expression. The newcomer was Maris, carrying a wash basin as she did every morning. "What's that?" Alice asked immediately. Maris presented it. "This." Alice, still processing, stared blankly. Maris replied succinctly, "This is water and a towel to wash the Duke." Alice gasped. "These are the small tasks," she mentioned. She exclaimed, internally screaming, "Good heavens, wash him." Kalis, too, couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Alice was frozen, practically petrified. Maris, confused, called out, "My lady." Maris sighed inwardly. "Humph, doing his servant's work. What's so shocking?" Contrary to expectations, Alice's face flushed crimson. "Oh, she want me to wash a grown man's body." She shrieked internally. Alice stiffly turned away, her face still burning. How could I possibly do that? Before her lay the handsome, finely sculpted face of the sleeping Duke, his shirt unbuttoned, revealing a broad, powerful chest. Alice bit her lip, a look of determination slowly hardening her gaze. She clasped her hands together, whispering a prayer. "Oh, Lord, why are you giving me such a difficult trial? I'm only a fiancé in name." Maris, growing impatient, held out the towel. "My lady," she prompted. Alice startled, her mind still reeling. Maris continued, "Hurry up. It's almost time for dinner." With that, she turned and left. Alice, left behind, trembled as she gripped the towel. "I want to run away," she thought. Despite this, she slowly approached the bed, trying to reassure herself. "But if I do, the small bit of trust I've built will shatter." Maris suddenly reached for Kalis's neck. Alice flinched, her eyes flashing with disapproval. She grabbed Maris's wrist, lifting it away. "Hey, what are you doing?" Maris looked up, startled. "Huh," she said innocently. "How am I supposed to bathe the Duke without undressing him?" Alice's lips pressed into a thin line. She couldn't argue with that. Alice's mind raced. Is it okay to do this to Duchess Callion's personal maid? What is she planning? Finally, she released Maris's wrist and turned away. "You can leave. I'll do it myself." Maris looked shocked. "Huh, you want to do it?" Alice turned back, her face bright with a forced cheerfulness. "Yes, Mother asked me to do this. I want to do it myself." Maris seemed to accept this as reasonable. "All right." Kalis, throughout all of this, maintained the pretense of being fast asleep. Alice looked at him with a mixture of pity and apprehension. She clutched the washcloth tightly. No one else is responsible for this, so it wouldn't matter if I lied and said I did it. Despite this thought, her gaze hardened with resolve. "But if I do, his skin will suffer. He's still alive, so I can't just half-heartedly do this." Alice imagined herself as a sculptor meticulously cleaning a statue of Kalis. "Just think of it as cleaning a statue," she told herself again. A statue. Having settled her mind, she reached for Kalis's shirt. Her expression became serious, as if to lessen her guilt. With a burst of false bravado, she declared, "I'll wash you very gently." She began her task, first unbuttoning his shirt, then carefully wiping his skin. Despite her determined front, her face flushed crimson, and her eyes kept darting towards Kalis's face. It remained still and peaceful. As she continued, Alice repeated a mantra in her head. "Focus, focus." By the time she reached his arms, sweat beaded on her forehead. "I'm cleaning a statue," she reminded herself. She was so meticulous that she even turned Kalis over to wash his back, still muttering, "Stone statue." Meanwhile, Kalis, lying there with his face pressed into the bed, thought helplessly, "What is going on?" Alice sat back on the bed, letting out a sigh of relief. She looked at her handiwork with pride. "Look at that, sparkling clean." Kalis, still bewildered, thought, "Sparkling clean." With a determined but slightly strained expression, Alice reached for Kalis's trousers. Might as well finish the job. Despite her attempts to appear nonchalant, Alice finally crumbled. She clutched her head and wailed, "How am I supposed to finish this?" Her cries echoed in the room. What am I going to do? How can I possibly wash there?" Sweat poured down her face. She grasped at a comforting thought. "Okay, that's enough for today. I'll do the rest tomorrow." She convinced herself that her future self would be able to handle it. Then, as if summoned by her thoughts, the Alice of tomorrow asked, "But will you really be able to take off his pants tomorrow?" Alice froze, utterly petrified. Tears welled in her eyes. "Damn you, Duchess Callion. I hope you stub your little toe on the corner of a table." But then, she forced herself to think positively. "I'm going to be taking care of him, so I can't just wash his upper body." With newfound resolve, she turned back to the figure on the bed. "I have to finish this." Kalis lay in bed, feigning sleep, seemingly indifferent to the world. Alice resolutely placed her hand on his belt buckle. Just then, Adolphe rushed in, calling out, "My lady." Alice's hand froze on Kalis's belt. She turned her head stiffly. A blush crept up her neck, staining her cheeks crimson. Adolphe, equally embarrassed, stood speechless. The air crackled with awkwardness. Alice's hands, slick with perspiration, slowly retreated. "Damn it," she thought. In the hallway, Adolphe walked, eyes glued to a piece of paper. He passed two maidservants and overheard their whispers. "The lady is attending to the Duke, isn't she?" "Indeed. I hear she's even bathing him." Adolphe stopped short, bathing the Duke. Without hesitation, he turned and ran back towards Kalis's room. The Duke never allows anyone to touch him, not even his closest attendants, he thought anxiously. What if he's awake? He reached the door. Maris, seeing him, raised a hand to stop him. "Steward, wait." Ignoring her, Adolphe burst in. "My lady, He found himself facing a scene of excruciating awkwardness. Alice, pale as a sheet, stammered, "I thought I haven't done anything yet." She bit her lip, mortified. "Calm down. If I panic, they'll be even more suspicious." Thinking this, she straightened up abruptly. "Steward." Adolf fell silent. Alice put on a mask of displeasure. "How dare you barge in without knocking? What appalling manners." Adolf, realizing his blunder, bowed his head. "My apologies, my lady." Alice maintained her angry facade, inwardly triumphant. Caught him red-handed. Just then, Maris stepped between them, equally indignant. "That's right. Even if you're the steward, you can't just burst in like that." Alice's expression flickered. She's quite feisty, but she was worried for both of them. More importantly, Duchess Colleen is watching the steward. I can't give her any ammunition. She coughed delicately. Of course, this was a grave breach of etiquette. However, I'm sure the steward had his reasons. Adolf played along, sighing. "I was simply surprised to find the lady performing the duties of a servant. I couldn't just stand by and watch." Alice beamed. "I see. A momentary lapse in judgment brought on by surprise. I understand." But Maris persisted. "Still, this can't be overlooked. I'll inform the Duchess immediately." With one sentence, Alice's carefully constructed facade crumbled. She rushed forward, adopting a thoughtful expression. "Maris, do you really think that's wise? I wouldn't want to upset Mother." Maris hesitated. Adolf, caught in the middle, watched the exchange anxiously. Seeing her words having an effect, Alice continued, her voice soft and reasonable. "Besides, the steward hasn't committed any truly egregious offense to trouble Mother with such a trivial matter." Maris pouted. "If you feel that way, then I won't say anything." Alice turned to Adolf. "Were you about to leave?" Adolf, halfway to the door, paused. "Yes, my lady." Alice smiled, but inside, she felt like weeping. "I still have to bathe the Duke." Seeing her silence, Adolf stammered, My lady." He bowed his head. "Allow me to finish the task. You couldn't even pray for it." "Alice, could you?" Adolf chuckled, though his words held a gentle teasing. "Even so, this task was assigned to me by the Duchess." Alice feigned a troubled expression. "But this is a duty the Duchess gave me." Adolf offered a conciliatory smile. "Even then, the Duchess wouldn't expect you to do absolutely everything yourself. I'm not suggesting you hand over all of the Duke's care to me. Just I'd like to lend a hand, seeing how burdened you are." Alice gaped at him. Adolf, noticing a telling detail, continued, "Your forehead is covered in sweat, madam." A small, almost involuntary "oh" escaped Alice's lips. Inwardly, her thoughts raced. Well, if Duchess Colleen insisted I do it myself, Maris wouldn't dare help. But if the steward— A surge of excitement coursed through her. "Is here to help," she finished her thought, "then I won't have to wash the Duke's lower half." The thought brought a bright smile to her face. "Very well, I'll leave the rest to you." Still relishing her performance, Alice added with a touch of theatrical reluctance, "The Duke, that might be more comfortable with you attending to him." Adolf, taking the cloth, looked bewildered. "You're leaving already, madam." Alice, quick as a wisp, was already at the door. "I've thoroughly washed the Duke's upper body. I'm no longer needed here. Bye-bye." Adolf thought to himself. It must have been quite a task for the young madam. A sudden thought struck him. Did she just outrun? Or am I imagining things? Turning back, he placed the cloth on the bedside table and addressed the Duke respectfully. "Your Grace, everyone has departed." Caelus's eyes snapped open. He sat up, running a hand languidly through his hair. "I am utterly exhausted." Adolf inquired with concern. "Are you injured, Your Grace?" A flicker of guilt crossed Adolph's features. "I apologize for not arriving sooner." Caelus waved away his concern. "It's all right. It wasn't your fault." Unbidden, Alice's words echoed in his mind. "I'm quite good at cleaning." He reflected on the statement, the underlying sentiment being that he felt like some soiled object. Adolf offered him a fresh shirt. "Here you are, Your Grace." As Caelus dressed, his thoughts continued to revolve around Alice. Furthermore, she seems remarkably timid and compliant. She accepted being married off like a possession, spending each day trying to please Duchess Colleen. Images from earlier flashed through his mind. Alice's innocent chatter, spoken to him while fully aware he remained unconscious. "Good morning, Caelus. You look even more handsome today. Are you the model for sculpted god?" Finally, Caelus arrived at a conclusion. "She's entirely different from what I imagined. I need to observe this girl very carefully." Slipping his feet into his shoes, he asked, "Did you send the letter to Baron Melton?" "Yes, Your Grace," Adolf confirmed. "I sent a letter requesting he bring Lady Sienna Melton here, and I informed the Duchess yesterday that Lady Sienna Melton would soon be arriving in the capital. Once Sienna, my magic-wielding attendant, arrives, Callion's attention will be diverted. We'll be able to gain more support from her." Kalis nodded in satisfaction. "Good. When Sienna gets here, we'll begin to act in earnest. Until then, remember to remain silent." Adolf hesitated. "Your Grace, there's something I wish to ask you." Kalis gave him leave to speak. "What is it?" Adolf confessed. "After you fell into a coma, the Duchess instructed me to administer your medicine. But yesterday, the young madam took over that responsibility, so I haven't been able to retrieve those medicines." Kalis regarded his reflection in the nearby mirror. "You don't trust the physician assigned to me, do you? It sounds like this physician, Helkin, is also one of Callion's people." At this, Adolf's voice rose with agitation. "The other servants say he's highly knowledgeable about poisons, so it's possible he—" A ruthless glint flashed in Kalis's eyes. His voice hardened. "Adolf, bring Helkin to me. I need to speak with him myself." At the main gate of the mansion, a herald's voice rang out, announcing the arrival of the Melton family carriage. Those considered important within the Duke's household stood waiting. The carriage door opened, revealing Sienna Melton, radiant in her beauty. Her red hair, like a sunset's fiery glow, framed a face adorned with emerald green eyes. Alice stared, mesmerized. "Wow," she thought, "she's even more beautiful than described in the novel." Colion, however, quickly stepped forward with a warm greeting. "Welcome, Lady Sienna Melton." Sienna completely ignored her, walking directly to Alice with a sweet smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you," she said. "My name is Sienna Melton." Colion stared at Alice in disbelief. Alice herself was stunned, receiving Colion's death glare while thinking, "Oh dear," she stepped right into a hornet's nest. She clenched her hands. "I have to smooth this over." Clutching her skirt, Alice exclaimed, "Lady Melton, you've mistaken the order of greetings. You should greet the eldest first." With a satisfied glance at Colion, she added, "Does the lady of Baron Melton not know this basic etiquette?" Sienna flinched, a look of disbelief crossing her features. Alice inwardly wailed, "Please don't hate me, Lady Melton." Sienna, without a word, turned and bowed to Colion. "My apologies, Duchess Colion. I was mistaken about the order. I assumed that in the Duke's absence, his wife would manage the household." She continued, "I've caused offense, and I apologize." Alice, forcing a smile, thought she apologized so sincerely. "Everything should be all right now, right?" Colion, her face contorted in a strained smile, replied, "No, I'm quite all right, Lady Melton." Quickly changing the subject, she said, "You must be tired after your long journey. You should go inside and rest." Later, in Kalis's room, Alice sat by his bedside, talking to herself. "We've met twice today. I think this will be the norm from now on." She recalled innocently, once while bathing you and once while giving you medicine. Helkin suddenly cleared his throat, his face blank. "Madam," he said, "the Duke is in a deep sleep, so he cannot hear you." Alice replied naively, "I know, but I still have to greet him whenever I see him, right?" Helkin, as if facing someone with a mental affliction, turned away. "Yes, if you say so." Alice, still radiant in her own little world with Kalis, continued, "His face is so bright now. It's because I cleaned him so carefully, isn't it?" Helkin's voice, suddenly serious, shattered her reverie. "That's not possible, madam. The Duke's condition will only worsen. While he may not die immediately, the sleeping draught is still a poison. The toxins will slowly destroy his body, so his complexion cannot improve." Alice, skeptical, leaned closer to the man's polished face. Really?" Suddenly, her eyes flickered with a thought. "Could it be because of the divine power I used?" she asked, almost unconsciously. "Helkin, you said before that the Duke's body was beyond saving, but if I were to use divine power to ease his pain or heal his wounds, that would still be possible, right?" Helkin's face became serious. "Not possible, madam. The Duke is in a state where he will never awaken, so no treatment will be effective." Alice's gaze drifted unconsciously to the injury on Kalis's arm. "Then how was I able to heal that wound on his arm?" she thought. "I saw it heal with my own eyes." Helkin asked suspiciously, "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Alice blinked. "Huh." She thought to herself, "I shouldn't let Helkin know about my divine power." With that decided, she said aloud, "No, I was just suddenly curious." Helkin looked at her with suspicion and confusion. A moment later, Alice lifted Kalis's head and gave him his medicine as usual. Halfway through the bottle, she remembered something. Oh, right. She offered the bottle to Helkin and commanded without hesitation, "You drink the rest." Helkin was astonished. What? Alice remained calm. I can't examine a medicine properly because Maris is around, so I can't be sure if this is a tonic or poison. What if you made poison and then told me it was a tonic? Who would believe you? Helkin's face went blank, then darkened. Without another word, he snatched the bottle and, without hesitation, tipped his head back and drank. Emptying it, he held it out. How could I betray the Duchess, who holds my weakness in her hand? Alice stood up. I'm glad you understand. She turned back to Kalis and reached out a hand towards him. I'll be going now, Duke. I'll see you tomorrow. Helkin watched her go, thinking scornfully, what a strange woman. He couldn't help but recall her harmless smile as she delivered those threats, especially when threatening him. But can she even survive? She even talks to the Duke, who's nothing more than a corpse. Whatever, he thought. I don't want to get involved. Lost in thought, he ran into Adolf. Oh, Adolf said with a slight nod. There you are. He smiled gently. I've been looking everywhere for you. The two men walked side by side down the hallway and stopped in front of a door. Helkin looked puzzled. This is the Duke's room. I was just here to give him his medicine. Adolf said nothing, simply opened the door. Upon entering, he bowed respectfully. Your Grace, I have brought physician Helkin as requested. Helkin's eyes widened in horror. Now, he turned back to the bed, utterly disbelieving. His pupils contracted in fear. The man he had just considered a corpse was now sitting up effortlessly, like any normal person. Helkin flinched, letting out a cry. His legs trembled with terror, and he finally collapsed to his knees. No, impossible. Kalis rose to his feet and took a step towards him. Helkin scrambled back, his fear palpable. Stay away from me. Stop. Kalis, his eyes cruel, held a sword in his hand. His voice was a low growl. I haven't done anything yet, and you're already this terrified. Perhaps I should just send you to meet your maker now. With that, he drew the blade, its sharp edge resting against Helkin's throat. Helkin didn't dare breathe, his face still a mask of shock. He finally stammered a plea. Please, Your Grace, spare my worthless life. Kalis's voice dripped with menace. Spare you. After you concocted the poison that killed me. Helkin was speechless. Kalis's eyes narrowed. Don't deny it. I heard you with my own ears, talking about making the poison. Helkin confessed everything without hesitation. It was the Duchess's orders. At the time, I didn't even know who her target was. If I had known it was you, Your Grace, I wouldn't have dared, not even if I had 10 lives. A glint flashed in Kalis's eyes. He was like a tiger roused to fury. Perhaps, but the fact remains that I was poisoned, and you are Dorian's man. That is undeniable. Helkin's face contorted in fear. Spare me, Your Grace. I swear I will be loyal to you. I am useful. I have vast knowledge of thousands of herbs. As if afraid Kalis would refuse, he added, later, after you expose the Duchess's poisoning attempt, won't you need me as a witness? Just then, Adolf approached and whispered in Kalis's ear, Your Grace. Adolf spoke logically. He created the poison, and you don't know the antidote. Do you intend to just leave it at that? Kalis grunted thoughtfully. Finally, he sheathed his sword. I will spare your life. Helkin kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Your Grace. Still in disbelief, Helkin thought to himself, what in the world just happened? His eyes darted to Kalis, sitting casually and looking healthy in his chair. He was clearly poisoned just moments ago. Kalis suddenly spoke. When did you and my wife start giving me the medicine? Helkin stammered. For days ago, Your Grace. Kalis murmured. I also regained consciousness around that time. Was it truly a tonic? Unable to meet Kalis's gaze, Helkin confessed, yes, it was a tonic. There were no special ingredients. I made it as the Duchess requested. She ordered me to switch the poison for a tonic. Kalis's thoughts drifted to Alice. Wasn't she the one Baroness Dorian chose to become the Duchess? Why would she betray her? Alice, what are you really planning? Kalis thought to himself, everything I've been taking was a tonic, and it certainly wasn't what brought me back. He asked sternly, your name is Helkin. Helkin, startled, stammered, why yes, Your Grace. Kalis ordered, since you made the poison, you understand it best. Examine my physical condition immediately. Helkin gaped, speechless. Why yes, of course, Your Grace. Kalis gripped his sword, his voice laced with menace. And it would be best if you didn't try anything foolish. Fear gripping him, Helkin agreed. Of course, Your Grace. I understand. He took his stethoscope and gently placed it on Kalis's chest. After a moment of examination, Helkin was dumbfounded. If it's not a miracle, how could this be possible? Sweating, he reported, Your Grace, your body hasn't fully recovered, but there's nothing to be concerned about now. Kalis then asked, You said you were useful. Can you create an antidote? Helkin agreed immediately. Of course, Your Grace. I can create it in just a week. Kalis added a warning. As for my awakening, keep it a secret, not only from Baroness Dorian, but also from the Duchess. Continue to follow her requests, as usual. His face darkened. Kalis delivered a chilling threat. If you dare breathe a word of this to Baroness Dorian, I will consider it treason and turn your head into a football. You will die in one piece. Terror seized Helkin, and he trembled as he agreed. I will engrave your words in my heart, Your Grace. Kalis dismissed him. Now leave. Once Helkin was gone, Kalis addressed Adolf. Adolf, take a look at this arm. Examining Kalis's arm, Adolf exclaimed in surprise. Oh, the wound is gone, Your Grace. There wasn't a trace of the injury left. Kalis pondered aloud. When I regained consciousness, the wound had already faded. Did you see any scratches on me 4 days ago? Adolf replied, Yes, Your Grace. There was definitely a large wound on your other arm. He continued, The only person who was with you at the time was the Duchess. Kalis muttered to himself, I see. The Earl's daughter. Adolf, confused, questioned, Your Grace. Kalis rubbed his head wearily. She doesn't seem to be involved in this. She may be my wife, but we know nothing about each other. Still, she was the only one who visited me at that time. A question arose in his mind. Could she be connected to my recovery? Elsewhere, during the meal, Dorian inquired, Would you care to take a stroll around the manor with me? Melton replied, Yes, this is my first time visiting the Duke's residence since I've grown up. She continued graciously, I'd like to chat more with the Duchess and tour the grounds. Hearing this, Dorian forced a smile and said, Alice, why don't you show Lady Melton around? Although Alice seemed reluctant, she agreed to her mother-in-law's request. Yes, mother. Inwardly, she thought, I'll just give her a quick tour and then escape back to my room. But the thought lingered, why me? Why did she choose me to escort her? She felt like crying a river. After the meal, the two women strolled through the manor. As they walked, Melton asked, I hear the Duchess is from the Bowdory County in the west. Alice replied, Yes, that's right. Then Melton took Alice's hand, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. The weather is lovely today. Would you take me to the flower garden? Just the two of us. But Alice was more preoccupied with Maris's irritated stare directed at them. Maris's look is terrifying. It seems like she has something she desperately wants to say to me. After a while, Melton said cheerfully, I'm so glad to know you're also from the West. I was worried I wouldn't have any friends in the capital. It's wonderful to meet someone from my homeland. Alice forced a smile in return. That's nice. Melton smiled gently and asked, If it's all right, I'd like us to become closer friends. Am I being too forward? Alice replied frankly, Not at all. Inwardly, she knew exactly what Melton wanted. Her intentions aren't what they seem. Sienna Melton is fair and gentle, but only to those who are on her side. On the other hand, she's incredibly ruthless to her enemies. Especially to me, someone on Dorian's side. She definitely doesn't like me one bit. However, she'll pretend to be kind just to extract information about Dorian from me. I'll become the bait for her trap. Mother, try some of this cake. These thoughts further troubled her. Should I continue to act like the traditional, easily flustered, and naive Alice? Or should I show her that I'm not foolish? After a moment, Alice feigned excitement at Melton's offer of friendship. I'm so happy to hear you say that. Actually, I felt I was too harsh with you yesterday, and it's been weighing on my mind. Melton was taken aback, her expression stunned. She quickly waved away Alice's apology. Oh no, I was the one being a bit impolite yesterday. Alice still hesitated, but Melton encouraged her. The Duchess is a kind person. I hope we can become closer in the future. Hearing this, Alice smiled, pleased. Pass the test. To her, feigning ignorance about Colian was preferable to attracting the female lead's attention. Alice then excused herself. I must go now. It's time to visit the Duke. As soon as she returned to her room, she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. I didn't expect Lady Melton to be so direct. She thought to herself, just yesterday, she was giving Colian the cold shoulder, and today, she's trying to get close to me. I have to leave before the real battle begins. She clenched her hands together in prayer. While contemplating how to escape the Duke's manor, she suddenly remembered, I possess divine power. This is my unique ability. I found books mentioning it in the temple. In this empire, there's a special law that no one, not even nobles, can touch a priest under the temple's protection. Only the Pope has the authority to judge them. Alice's eyes lit up as she traced the words in the book. Yes, that's it. I must become a priestess. Then, Lady Colian won't be able to harm me. Her elation was short-lived, however, as she read the next line. What? She breathed. However, a priestess cannot be with another person, and only the purest of heart are recognized. The words struck her like a bolt of lightning. But I'm married. That's the problem, she murmured, her thoughts racing. Even though nothing happened on our wedding night, I'm certainly considered not a virgin. The standards for becoming a priestess are so vague. Perhaps going to the temple and asking them about the process would be more practical. But Colian won't let me leave so easily, she realized, a wave of helplessness washing over her. Then, with renewed determination, she clenched her fists. No, I must find a way to the temple. A knock echoed from the door. Alice, her resolve hardening, turned towards it. Enter, she commanded. She was surprised to see Hawkins step inside. What are you doing here? She asked. He recalled Steward Edop's request. Please take this to the Duke's room, my lady, he said, then stammered a hasty explanation. The steward is busy with the guests, so I came in his stead. Alice seemed displeased with this answer. There are no other servants available. She pressed. Hawkins, flustered, looked at her, trying to explain further. All the servants in a manor are busy welcoming the guests, so I had no choice but to come myself. I am the Duke's physician, after all. Alice eyed him skeptically. Is that so? She finally relented, then delegated the task. What you need to do is wipe down the Duke. I'll do the upper body, and you can do the rest. Hawkins, sweating, repeated her words. Wipe down the Duke. It took a moment for the implication to sink in, and then he exclaimed, What? Alice, taken aback by his outburst, froze. Why so surprised? She asked, bewildered. It's a normal task for a servant. Hawkins forced a strained smile, his voice trembling. Yes, of course. I've just never done it before, so I was surprised. Hawkins's strange reaction left Alice staring at him in confusion. How peculiar, she muttered. Ignoring the awkwardness, Hawkins gazed at the figure in the bed, his thoughts churning. Duke Kalis Dyret, the youngest duke, and a fierce warrior who swept through every battle. Even someone like me, who dwells in the shadows, has heard endless praise for him. They say a single, sharp glance from the Duke is enough to destroy his opponents. Hawkins watched Alice tending to Duke Dyret, a strange thought taking root in his mind. But now, he looked up at the woman who continued to care for the Duke with such tenderness. He has a woman by his side, caring for him, touching him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Hawkins whispered to Alice, My lady, do you intend to continue this task indefinitely? Contrary to Hawkins' anxiety, she replied calmly, Indeed, this is my duty. Hearing Alice's response, Hawkins could only gasp in astonishment. Huh. Noticing something strange in Hawkins' reaction to her words, Alice immediately asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Hawkins hastily explained, Oh, I'm just worried because I'm not used to this, but I'll try my best. Alice immediately adopted the air of a skilled artisan, confidently imparting her expertise to Hawkins. Don't worry, just do as I do. Treat him like a precious statue that needs cleaning. This is my masterpiece. She spoke as she gently took Dyret's hand and continued to meticulously wipe each finger. Then, she looked at Dyret with an affectionate gaze. I will not lose my passion and inspiration. Witnessing this unsettling scene, Hawkins felt faint. He clutched his chest, coughing violently. Seeing this, Alice asked with feigned concern, Are you all right? Sit down and have some water. Hawkins hurriedly took the glass of water and drank in large gulps, unaware that behind his back, Alice shot him an intensely irritated look. When he looked up, he met Alice's gaze and froze for a few seconds. Meanwhile, she spoke to Hawkins with a serious tone. Then, Hawkins looked towards Dyret and try to speak, that is. But suddenly, at that moment, Dyrett's eyes opened wide. The instant Hawkins saw Dyrett's eyes open, he cried out. Alice was no different. She couldn't control her emotions and shrieked. What? What is it? But it seemed Dyrett hadn't truly awakened. Hawkins and Alice exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if what they had just witnessed was merely a hallucination. Whether real or imagined, Hawkins was trembling. He stammered, "Please forgive me, my lady. My mind has been unsettled lately, so I'm not hiding anything from you, my lady." Fearing she had been mistaken, Alice turned to Hawkins and asked, "Is there something here that's making you?" But before she could finish her sentence, she saw Hawkins' terrified expression. Alice asked with feigned concern, "You've gone completely pale. Do you need anything?" Hawkins quickly replied, "I'm fine. Please don't mind me." Seeing this, Alice commanded, "All right, let's continue." But the chilling sensation from earlier still clung to Hawkins. He tried to stop her. Aren't you going to leave?" Alice firmly refused his suggestion. "Absolutely not. How could I possibly trust leaving the Duke alone with you? But I'll stand further away." Just then, a voice called from outside the door, my lady. Hearing someone call for her, Alice replied, "Yes, I'm here." The person who entered was Steward Edop. He bowed respectfully and announced, "Thankfully, I've finished my tasks and have come to assist you with attending to the Duke, my lady." As soon as Edop finished speaking, Hawkins shot him a meaningful glance. Finally, Edop understood the signal and replied with his own look. "Good work." Seeing Edop's timely arrival, Alice said cheerfully, "You've arrived at the perfect moment. I've finished the upper body. Now, the physician and I will be leaving." Hearing her say this, Hawkins couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, "I didn't see that coming." The two of them quickly made their exit. Before leaving, Alice couldn't resist adding, "Well then, goodbye. I'll see you later, Duke." Edop bowed respectfully as she departed. A moment later, Kalis finally found his voice, breathing a sigh of relief. "You arrived just in time." Edop was somewhat surprised by the Duke's unusual demeanor. Kalis abruptly sat up, his voice strained. His movements were clumsy and agitated. "I won't let that physician get away with this." Edop, still bewildered, asked, "What's wrong, Your Grace?" But Kalis's face had darkened, and he offered no further explanation. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "It's infuriating." Kalis recalled Alice's confident declaration to Hawkins, "I won't lose this passion and inspiration." The mere thought of it gnawed at him, a persistent irritant. "I can't figure out what she wants." His hand unconsciously clenched around his leg, trembling slightly. Kalis's gaze became distant, lost in thought. He couldn't stop the relentless churn of his mind. "That woman, she's like a thorn in my throat, visiting every day, occasionally muttering cryptic nonsense. I'm wary of her disobedience in switching my medicine. It's difficult to discern her motive for not poisoning me. Outwardly, she plays the part perfectly. If she can fool Lady Colian, she can certainly fool me." At this thought, Kalis couldn't help but clutch his head and sigh. "She's more clever than I anticipated. It's hard to be certain. If I get too close, I'll end up poisoned one day." Kalis slapped his forehead, searching for a solution. "I must carefully consider my next steps." Seeing his unusual behavior, Edop rushed forward with concern. "Your Grace, are you all right?" Kalis quickly regained his composure. "It's nothing. How is Sienna?" Edop responded with pride, "We've attended to her every need, Your Grace." Suddenly, Kalis's voice dropped. "And how is she, personally?" He thought of his young cousin Sienna, a wave of fondness washing over him. "I haven't seen her in 10 years. He remembered a gentler time, gazing at her, stroking her small, delicate head. She was always so bright, so quick-witted. As if echoing his thoughts, Edop spoke with evident pride. "She's remarkably strong and intelligent, Your Grace." She showed no fear or hesitation when she met the Grand Duchess. A smile touched Kalis's lips. "I'm glad she's still the same. Bring her to me tomorrow at dawn." The next day, before the sky had fully lightened, inside the manor, a cloaked figure hurried down the hallway, approaching a door with cautious steps. A hand reached out and knocked sharply. As the figure entered the room, Kalis spoke. "You've arrived." He turned slowly, his gaze softening with affection as he looked at the newcomer. "It's been too long, Sienna." The figure carefully lowered her hood, revealing a cascade of vibrant red hair. Sienna beamed at Kalis. "Greetings, Your Grace." "It's me, Sienna Melton." Kalis approached her, his voice gentle. Why so formal? Just call me Kalis, as you always have. Overcome with emotion, Sienna's eyes filled with tears. After regaining her composure, Sienna returned to her usual, lively demeanor. She looked excitedly at Kalis, her cousin. I'm so glad I finally got to see you again. Seeing Sienna's joy, Kalis responded happily, yes, me too. Then, his expression turning serious, he made a request. It's truly a miracle that I've awakened. I need your help in the future, Sienna. Will you give it? Without hesitation, Sienna replied, of course. I'll do anything for you. Seeing the passionate fire burning within Sienna, Kalis was momentarily speechless. The large block of ice in his heart felt as though it were being warmed by the gentle rays of the summer sun. Finally, he thought, someone I can trust. Aloud, he said, then let's sit down and talk more. After enjoying a fragrant cup of tea, Sienna carefully placed it back on the table. Sitting upright, she addressed Kalis with a serious air. What's your goal? Are you trying to find the culprit? Kalis didn't hesitate to admit the truth. Yes, all of my aides have been dismissed, and the night squad has been disbanded. My hands are tied. As Kalis finished speaking, a brilliant light emanated from Sienna. With brimming confidence, she declared, so that's why you call me here. I'm currently making my debut in society, so the Pope has allowed me to travel, but I'm not supposed to use magic. Witnessing her power, Kalis couldn't help but exclaim, you truly live up to your reputation as a talented mage. Sienna, pleased by the compliment, became even more enthusiastic. It's nothing. What do you need me to do? Seeing Sienna's eagerness, Kalis immediately laid out his plan. First, you need to go to the temple. Time passed quickly, and the sun began to illuminate the entire manor. A table laden with various fruits and pastries was set up in the garden. Lady Colleen, Alice, and Sienna were chatting cheerfully. Lady Colleen, with a smile, addressed Sienna. Miss Melton, you've lived in the countryside all this time. Have you gotten used to life in the imperial city? Sienna, not to be outdone, responded with a radiant smile of her own. Oh, madam, wherever did you hear that? The village I live in interacts with the capital frequently. Lady Colleen retorted, since when? Sienna promptly replied, regardless, thank you for your concern. Though they exchanged pleasantries with smiles, a palpable tension hung in the air between them. Poor Alice, caught in the middle, felt incredibly awkward. Please stop, she pleaded internally. After a while, unable to halt their veiled barbs, Alice could only sigh. The tea party started with them trying to one-up each other, and the result is Miss Melton has won. Seeing Sienna's triumphant expression, Lady Colleen gritted her teeth, shooting her a hostile glare. Witnessing this power struggle, Alice remained powerless to intervene. Lady Colleen, please restrain yourself, she thought, as expected of the female lead. I'm just an observer, admiring the flowers. Looking at the beautiful blooms before her, Alice mused, this red flower resembles Sienna's hair color, but it looks so fragile. Suddenly, she contradicted herself. What am I even thinking? She sighed in exasperation. The biggest problem here is that I still haven't figured out how to get to the temple. What should I do? Suddenly, Lady Colleen's voice snapped her back to reality. Is there anywhere special you'd like to go? Sienna responded calmly, yes. Her eyes then hardened with resolve as she softly declared, I want to go to the temple. Sienna's desire to visit the temple stemmed from her conversation with Kalis. With a puzzled look, she had asked him the temple. Why? Kalis had carefully instructed her, you need to go there first. If we can find a suitable reason, no one will be able to stop you. He then continued to outline his plan. After that, when you reach Roy Street, that you'll find an inn called Morning Star. Kalis produced a slip of paper and handed it to Sienna. Go inside and give this to the staff. They'll understand. Sienna took the paper, but not before asking, what about your nights? Understanding her concern, Kalis explained, find someone first, then deal with the other matters later. Hearing this, Sienna immediately replied, understood. Back at the tea party, Sienna was trying to find a way to persuade Lady Colleen. Feigning distress, she said, I came here to visit the Duke. I am indebted to him and wish to offer heartfelt prayers for his well-being at the temple. I want to pray for the Duke's health and peace. Upon hearing Sienna's words, Lady Colleen's expression darkened. She stammered, my lady. But just then, Alice interjected, Grand Duchess, you should understand the young lady's feelings and grant her request. Lady Colleen, momentarily surprised by Alice's words, quickly retorted, that's not it. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed as a thought crossed her mind. This girl must be scheming something, mustn't she? Looking at Alice, sincerely pleading on Sienna's behalf, she suggested, perhaps I should accompany her to the temple. Lady Colleen's previous thoughts vanished. Yes, that's right. But wait, is it? She froze, stammering, huh? Inwardly, she was screaming, how can I allow this? After a moment of deliberation, Lady Colleen finally spoke. Lady Melton, I apologize, but may I have a few words with my daughter-in-law? I have something I need to discuss with her. Sienna politely bowed. Certainly. Please understand my concern for my cousin. With your permission. With that, Sienna promptly departed the tea party, leaving a silence between Alice and Lady Colleen. As soon as Sienna left, Lady Colleen slammed her teacup down on the table in anger. She berated Alice. What are you doing? We have to stop her from going out. Who do you think you're talking to? Alice stood silently, enduring Lady Colleen's scolding. Faced with her fury, Alice couldn't help but think, great-grandmother is certainly furious. Lady Colleen pointed a finger at her angrily, shouting, don't you dare reveal anything. But then Alice calmly interrupted Mother. Waiting until Lady Colleen had calmed down slightly, she began to explain, that's why I didn't want to go with her. This way, we can keep an eye on her. Lady Colleen was stunned into silence. Alice continued, if we refuse, she'll think we're plotting something. The situation seemed to be tilting in Alice's favor. She silently cheered herself on. Good, keep it going. Alice pressed on, what if she sends a letter to her family? The Baron himself might come here to investigate. Her meaning was clear. The secret of Duke Dyar's would be exposed. Looking anxiously at Lady Colleen, she added, we have to prevent that at all costs. Lady Colleen's face grew even more tense. Observing her anxiety, Alice thought to herself, I must protect the Duke until my son is old enough. If rumors of the Duke's illness spread, all the family and relatives will interfere. After a moment of contemplation, Lady Colleen finally agreed. She turned to Alice. This isn't a bad idea. Can you keep an eye on her? Alice, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, of course, Mother. Alice clasped her hands together in delight. You can count on me. Sienna, equally elated, thought to herself, success. Now I can go to the temple. Meanwhile, in Kaelus's room, he asked pensively, Sienna is going out with the young lady. Edolf, while tidying up, replied, yes. Lady Colleen said she wants to go to the temple to pray for blessings with Sienna. This news filled Kaelus with unease. After speaking with Kaelus, Sienna rose and softly said, I'll ask Lady Colleen for permission to go out. Kaelus, concerned, cautioned her, all right, be careful not to be discovered. His gaze darkened with worry. And be careful of the young lady. Seeing his anxiety, Sienna offered reassurance. I don't think she's cause for concern. I spoke with her, and she seems naive and gullible. Kaelus was taken aback by Sienna's words. What? Sienna immediately described Alice's appearance. Pink hair, golden eyes, and a petite frame. She's like a little puppy trying to get its owner's attention. Through Sienna's description, a vaguely pathetic image of a small pink dog formed in Kaelus's mind, a vision he couldn't quite believe. He wondered to himself, naive and gullible. She deceived Lady Colleen and threatened Helkin. She's definitely hiding her true nature from Sienna. While Kaelus was lost in thought, Sienna called out, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Kaelus calmly replied, nothing. Still worried for Sienna, he couldn't help but add, even if she's naive, you should still be careful. Sienna cheerfully replied, yes, don't worry. Only after Sienna left did Kaelus regretfully think, I should have told Sienna the whole truth, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. Why? Because I'm worried the young lady will get into trouble. As soon as these strange thoughts surfaced, Kaelus immediately dismissed them. Absolutely not. He chided himself. My judgment is always flawed when it comes to her. What is she thinking? Why is she hiding her true nature? After much deliberation, Kaelus finally made an important decision. He turned to his steward, Edolf. I have a task for you. Edolf promptly replied, yes, sir. The scene shifted to Alice, who appeared remarkably radiant. Seeing the person before her, she let out a small gasp. Edolf bowed respectfully to Alice. Though slightly surprised by his presence, Alice quickly greeted him. You're here early, steward. Edolf approached Alice. Young lady, I just finished attending to the Duke. Alice seemed surprised. Really? Edolf continued. I was wondering, do you find it difficult to care for the Duke every day? Alice hesitated, taken aback by the question. But Mother entrusted me with this task. Edolf chuckled softly before making a suggestion. Don't worry, I won't let the Grand Duchess find out. Why don't you let me take care of it while you're away? Adis replier calmement, Alheit. I'll leave it to you then. Receiving her consent, Edolf respectfully responded, yes, I'll excuse myself now. Please rest well. After leaving the room, Edith carefully closed the door. Now, only Alice and Carlos remained inside. She glanced at him, thinking to herself, I had no reason to refuse, so I agreed. A thoughtful expression flickered across Alice's face. On the surface, it seems like he wants to help me, but in reality, he wants me to stay away from the Duke. After all, I still belong to Lady Colleen. Reaching this conclusion, Alice sighed. Perhaps I'm still not good enough. She gently stroked the hair on Carlos's forehead, whispering to him, there's a boundary between us now. It's painful to think about. Alice gazed at Carlos with lingering affection, confessing her feelings. I shouldn't desire to be close to you, but it seems to keep growing stronger. Could I truly remain indifferent upon hearing news of your death? It's better to create some distance. There's nothing more I can do for you, because I'll be leaving the Duke's household soon. Just the thought of it made Alice feel restless and uneasy. Sitting beside Carlos's bed, she silently made up her mind. So, I'll try to stop thinking about you from now on. After Alice left, Carlos slowly opened his eyes. An uncomfortable feeling settled in his chest. She said she wants to leave. He thought, I told Edith to give us time alone so I could understand her better, but I didn't expect her to reveal her true feelings like this. Carlos clenched his fist in frustration, a thought suddenly striking him. Was the reason she disobeyed Lady Colleen because she wanted to leave this place from the very beginning? The image of Alice quietly leaving replayed in his mind. Carlos held his forehead in exasperation at his own thoughts. Alice wants to leave the Duke's household. The next day, a luxurious carriage traveled along the bustling streets. Alice, practically glued to the window, eagerly took in the sights outside. Her sparkling eyes betrayed her excitement. This is my first time riding in a carriage. I'm so excited. Sienna, sitting beside her, couldn't help but comment, Young lady, you seem to be in a particularly good mood today. With a radiant face, Alice cheerfully replied, Perhaps it's because I haven't been out in a while. Sienna responded in surprise. I heard you rarely went out, even back in your hometown. And now, even after marriage, you still haven't had the chance. Alice sighed, answering, that's because our family's finances were tight back then. Leaning closer to Sienna, Alice continued excitedly. That's why I asked Mother to let me accompany you. Mississippi, seeing her enthusiasm, Sienna said with a touch of exasperation, I understand. Alice glanced at Sienna, a little embarrassed, thinking to herself, her expression darkened. Do I not look like a wife praying for her husband's recovery? I really am acting like a carefree girl who just wants to have fun. After some time, the carriage finally arrived at its destination. The driver announced, Young lady, Miss, we have arrived at the temple. The grand doors of the temple slowly opened. Stepping inside, Alice was awestruck by the magnificent sight before her. Wow, this is the temple. Such a vast and solemn temple. A priest quickly approached and bowed to Alice, welcoming the Duke's daughter. Seeing him, Alice couldn't help but think, he really did come all the way here to greet me. She recalled from the novel that the temple warmly welcomed nobles. With a cheerful smile, Alice greeted the priest, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. He replied, Our temple has a dedicated prayer room for nobles. Allow me to escort you both there. Alice thought to herself, unlike commoners, nobles donate a substantial amount to the temple, so of course, they receive a higher level of service. At that moment, Sienna interrupted, Excuse me, but could we use a private prayer room? I wish to truly focus my heart on prayer. Hearing this, a thought crossed Alice's mind. Perhaps she has some sort of secret. She remembered Lady Colleen's instructions to keep a close eye on Sienna. But then, Alice cheerfully agreed, of course. I think using a private prayer room would be more comfortable. Upon receiving her consent, Sienna said, Thank you for your understanding, lady. I'll see you later. Alice replied brightly, Certainly. Inwardly, she was just as excited, eager to escape Lady Colleen's watchful eye. A short while later, Alice arrived at the private prayer room. Carefully observing her surroundings, she couldn't help but exclaim, This private prayer room is huge. This is the place she mentioned. Looking at the statue before her, Alice suddenly thought of Carlos. As beautiful as Carlos, she mused. Then, realizing the strangeness of her thought, she blushed and muttered to herself, Oh dear, Carlos has become my standard of beauty. While examining the bookshelf, Alice said, Come to think of it, why would the Duke bother with me? How silly of me. Suddenly, a book caught her attention. This is a book about holy power. Carefully turning the pages, Alice noted, This book was written by Natro Fields, the Pope. The first line that struck her I read, Show me reverence before reading. Alice froze, then thought with a sigh, I'll just skip the introduction. Written by Natro Fields, the first pope. Remember to show me reverence before reading. Just seeing that line again made Alice sigh and snap the book shut. She wavered. Should I read something else? But another thought persisted. If it's written by the first pope, the information must be incredibly useful. Finally, she decided to continue reading. Alice carefully scanned each line. Holy power is a blessing from God. However, not everyone possesses the same kind. Similar to the diverse magic circles of mages, the holy power wielded by priests varies according to their will. Those who can warm the body and heal minor wounds are considered trainees, having only mastered a meager amount of their abilities. Those who can heal serious wounds are called high priests. On the other hand, those who can heal injuries instantly or treat internal injuries are granted the title of supreme priest. The most exceptional naturally stand out among the high priests. At the very least, reaching a level comparable to mine would be worthy of the title. Having read this, Alice was utterly astonished. Being able to heal major wounds already qualifies one as a high priest, right? Alice mused, recalling how she'd healed the Duke's wound. What likely awaited her was a mountain of work and responsibilities. She imagined herself constantly bombarded with calls of chief, chief. Then there were the noble interactions, navigating a complex web of social rituals. Just the thought of it made Alice's small frame slump. No, she thought, I don't want any responsibilities. In a moment of desperation, she made a bold decision. All right, I'll hide it and live modestly. Who needs to know what I can do? Looking at the statue before her, she asked with a touch of suspicion, You're not going to suddenly give me some prophecy, are you? The statue remained silent. Alice continued to stare at it, offering no further words. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Duchess Dyrot. Alice cried out in fright. It spoke, but a noise from outside caught her attention. From beyond the door came the voice of a priest. Madam, are you all right? The chief priest sent me. Hearing the priest's voice, Alice breathed a sigh of relief. It's the priest, she thought. I thought the god answered me. What a scare. She sank back onto the bench, then replied, Yes, come in. It was Violet who entered, carrying a cup of tea. Greetings, madam, she said, then carefully explained, The high priest sent you this tea. It's brewed from herbs grown in our temple gardens, so it has a wonderful flavor. Looking at the priestess before her, Alice thought to herself, She's a low-ranking priestess, isn't she? This is the ideal image of a priestess I had in mind. Suddenly, Alice spoke. Excuse me, I have a question for you. Violet eagerly replied, Yes, what is it? Alice voiced the question that had been on her mind. To become a priestess, one must be a virgin, correct? Violet innocently replied, Yes, that's right. Alice felt a twinge of tension. She looked directly into Violet's eyes with anticipation. Among those I know, there's someone who is married, but due to circumstances, remains a virgin. Could such a person become a priestess? Violet pondered for a moment before answering. Well, there's no precedent for that. Just then, she exclaimed, as if something had just occurred to her. There was a woman who suddenly developed holy power and became a priestess. Those who suddenly receive holy power, regardless of any standards, can become priestesses, even if they haven't undergone the blessing ceremony while studying at the temple. Hearing this, Alice felt a surge of excitement. So as long as you have holy power, even if you're married, it's all right. Violet cheerfully confirmed, Yes, because that means you're favored by God. Alice looked gratefully towards the statue. Even though I have no enemies, I sincerely thank you. I apologize for misunderstanding your intentions. I take back what I said. At that moment, Violet spoke up. Since I manage the application records, I can assist your friend. Alice asked in surprise, registration records. As she spoke, Violet offered a piece of paper to Alice. It was an application to become a priestess. Alice took the form and carefully read its contents. Apparently, to become a priestess, one had to submit an application. Step 1, Violet explained, please write that you possess holy power in the special information section. Step 2, we will then hold a separate holy power examination at the temple. Step 3, once your holy power is approved, the induction process begins. Alice put the application away and turned to Violet. Thank you for this detailed information, she said, inwardly pleased. She mentally commended Violet's efficiency in handling everything from registration to the paperwork itself. Hearing this, Violet replied, Of course, we must do our utmost to help in this matter. Your friend will soon become a member of the family under God's hand. Violet's innocent words struck Alice's heart. Guilt pricked at her as she thought, Actually, that's me. Suddenly, Alice asked, what was your name again? Violet, a little shyly, introduced herself. My name is Violet. Violet, Alice said brightly. What a lovely name. Silently, she offered a heartfelt thanks to the sweet priestess. I'll repay your kindness soon. Violet, she thought. Time passed quickly, and the sky began to darken. As soon as Alice and Sienna arrived back at the mansion, Lady Colleen spoke sternly. You're late. Alice forced a smile. We're back. Mother, she said. Lady Colleen looked at her and said softly, yes, go upstairs and rest. You've had to endure enough because of my ill-fated son. Suddenly, Sienna spoke up. The Duke's territory relies on him, yet his health is so poor. He must be terribly weary. I apologize for any past shortcomings. Has the Duke not yet recovered the prestige of his title since taking over? Lady Colleen felt a surge of irritation at these words, but managed a strained, polite smile. Thank you for your concern, Miss Sienna. Sienna, seemingly uninterested in pursuing the conversation further, quickly replied, since Madam must attend to him, I'll excuse myself and go upstairs. Lady Colleen watched Sienna's retreating figure, muttering, that cunning vixen. Alice stood by, watching her helplessly. Your intelligence is no match for hers, she thought. Lady Colleen turned to Alice, her irritation flaring. Why were you so late? Did you go somewhere else? Alice quickly explained, no, I was just praying in the temple. Miss Sienna was rather suspicious, requesting a private prayer room to focus on her prayers. The priest monitoring the hallway told me she didn't leave the room. Alice continued. Hearing this, Lady Colleen's annoyance subsided somewhat, but she still cautioned, even so, be careful. The first day might be quiet. Alice immediately replied, yes, I understand. Suddenly, Lady Colleen's face turned sly. Now, go upstairs and give your husband his medicine. Alice quickly responded, yes, mother. Outwardly obedient, she inwardly scoffed. Yes, yes, I'm going to give my husband his tonic, she thought sarcastically. A short while later, Alice had given Salus his medicine. Sitting beside him, she sighed inwardly. Looking at their faces really dampens my mood, she thought. Suddenly, the paper from her pocket fell out. Alice gently grasped Salus's hand, thinking, so warm. Then, sadly, she whispered, I can't. After Alice left, Salus slowly opened his eyes. Then gradually he lifted his hand. He gazed thoughtfully at the hand that had just held his. You can't do anything. Salus lay in bed, unable to close his eyes, his mind a whirlwind of troubled thoughts. You still come to greet me as usual. He worried, thinking, wasn't I supposed to be leaving? But why is there a hint of sadness in her voice? Salus bit his lip in frustration. He couldn't understand his own feelings, only that he couldn't forget the moment Alice had taken his hand, her beautiful face bowed low, her expression unreadable. Early the next morning, Helkin the apothecary respectfully presented the antidote to Salus. Salus grunted, his face impassive as he accepted the strange, unsettling-looking bottle. Suddenly, Helkin snatched the bottle back. What's the meaning of this? Salus growled, his voice icy, his face hardening. Helkin stammered nervously, Your Grace, this because it's a strong dose. He spoke loudly, but did nothing to mask the fear in his eyes as he faced Salus's cold, handsome features. Salus simply asked, so it's poison. Are you saying if I drink this, I'll die? Helkin, even more frightened than Salus, cowered slightly, still stammering. That's not what I meant, Your Grace. It's just that the detoxification process will be very painful. Before Salus's assembled attendants, he grew even more anxious, rushing to explain, I've added a painkiller to the tonic you usually take, but it won't do much. He didn't get it finished before Salus snatched the bottle, clearly not wanting to waste any more time. I understand. Just give me the antidote, he interrupted. Ignoring the worried looks of his attendants, Salus gripped the bottle tightly. The important thing isn't how much pain it will cause, he thought tensely. It's that I don't want to be trapped in that darkness again. He thought of his previous moments of despair, the feeling of being swallowed by the deep sea, the crushing pressure of the salty water, leaving him with nothing to do but count down the suffocating seconds to his death. Lost in thought, he heard a soft knock at the door, followed by a timid voice. It's Sienna, Your Grace. Come in, Salus said. The door quickly opened, revealing Sienna, a vision of loveliness with fiery red hair and emerald green eyes, as beautiful as the finest jewels. Come here, Salus said flatly. Yes, right away, Sienna replied, her voice sweet as honey. Helkin's face flushed crimson. I'd heard that the young lady from Baron Melton's house was coming, he thought, but seeing her today, she truly is stunning. He was staring when something suddenly struck his head. Before he could react, the gentle lady from a moment ago turned icy, pointing a finger directly at him. Staring is rude, she said bluntly. It seems you haven't learned even the most basic manners. Mage, Helkin stuttered, surprised. She has magic. He assessed her silently. Unbelievable. She can manipulate magic without casting a spell. She must be a high-level mage. Thinking this, Helkin bowed low, nervously whispering, I apologize. He's a smart man. He knows that since the Duke has awakened, it means she isn't here simply for a social debut. Helkin glanced nervously at the two figures before him, like two interacting icebergs. How is your health? Sienna inquired. I'm well, Salus replied. Observing the scene, Helkin decided it wasn't the time to speak. He was assessing the situation when he was startled by a sharp physician. Salus's voice. Yes, your grace, Helkin stammered, flustered like a young maiden. Yes, your grace. If there's nothing else, you may leave, Salus stated icily. The beautiful woman beside him also gave Helkin a less than warm look. Helkin, obedient as a puppy, could only internally lament and obey. Yes, your grace, he said, respectfully backing out of the room. With a newfound privacy, Sienna began, I went to the inn you mentioned and met with Jim. She recounted delivering the letter to Jim, describing his speechless shock at seeing the symbols. Tomorrow, I'll meet with Sir Tay Sirius at the inn, she informed Salus of her plans. Were you seen sneaking out of the church? He asked. No, no one noticed. I used illusion magic in the prayer room, Sienna explained, revealing she had cast the spell from within the room itself. A faint smile touched Salus's lips as he pictured her there, silently praising her skill. Illusion magic, impressive, he murmured. Then, abruptly, he asked, has Lady Alice been acting strangely? Lady Alice. Sienna echoed, habitual query. She considered for a moment. I haven't noticed anything unusual. I use a private prayer room, so I haven't been with her, Sienna admitted honestly. Besides, today she was like an excited puppy. She recalled Alice's rosy cheeks and the cheerful humming as she walked. Is that so? Salus's expression, whenever Alice was mentioned, shifted in ways Sienna hadn't anticipated. Now, it was one of puzzlement. Seeing his reaction, Sienna asked, should I continue observing her? Salus regained his composure. No need, he said. Focus on gathering the knights for me. Sienna responded with a confident smile. Yes, she affirmed. I look forward to meeting Sir Tay Sirius. Night fell, leaving only Salus and Adolphe in the cold study. Without hesitation, Salus retrieved the suspicious vial, unstopping it as Adolphe's anxious voice filled the air. Your Grace, are you sure about this? Salus acted with his usual decisiveness, tipping the contents into his mouth. A grimace twisted his features. The taste is appalling, he stated bluntly. Adolphe, however, fussed like a mother hen. I'll stay by your side all night, he offered eagerly. There's no need. You can go. Salus dismissed the well-meaning offer. But Adolphe began, still worried, but ultimately unable to argue with his resolute master. He yielded. Gazing at the bright moonlight through the window, Salus mused, the night won't be that long. Elsewhere, Alice's slippers shuffled through the darkness. A flickering oil lamp in her hand cast a dim glow on her small, anxious face. Panic flared as she couldn't find the application form. But I'm sure I left it here, she thought, her mind racing. Alice had considered every possibility. If Lady Colleen had found the form, there would have been an uproar, but all remained quiet. She glanced nervously towards the Duke's room. If that's the case, there's only one possibility, the Duke's room. Finally, I'm in. Alice stood frozen, a knot of anxiety tightening in her chest. Then, remembering her purpose, she searched frantically, a gasp of relief escaping her lips as her eyes landed on a piece of paper beneath the bed. There it is. So that's where it was. She breathed, bending to retrieve it. A sudden noise made her jump. Spinning around, she shone her lamp towards the source of the sound, muttering, what was that? What's on the bed? Before she could finish her question, the lamplight illuminated the figure on the bed. To her astonishment, it was Salus. He was clearly in agony, though he seemed to be stifling his cries. His face, flushed crimson with fever, betrayed his suffering. Panic flared in Alice's eyes. She rushed to his side, shaking him gently. Your Grace, what's wrong? She cried. He remained unresponsive, lost in a feverish delirium. It was clear he was seriously ill. Alice continued to shake him, her words a mixture of reassurance to him and to herself. "Salis, please wake up." She gazed at him with growing alarm. His body was drenched in sweat, a stark indication of the danger he was in. "What's happened to you?" she whispered. Quickly setting the paper and lamp aside, she declared, "He's more important right now. I'll get a doctor." She dashed out of the room, flinging open the door and shouting, "Helkin." Startled by her sudden appearance, Helkin stammered, "My lady, come quickly. Something's wrong with the Duke," Alice urged, grabbing his collar and practically dragging him along. Helkin, caught off guard, could only manage a bewildered what. Looking at Salis, still unconscious, his eyes tightly shut, Helkin sighed inwardly. "It seems the antidote is taking effect," he thought. Alice, clutching Salis's hand, anxiously asked, "What should we do?" Helkin, nervously glancing at her, stammered, "Well, I believe the medicine is spreading." Alice's eyes widened. "What? You didn't poison him, did you?" Fearful of being misunderstood, Helkin waved his hands frantically. "Of course not. The antidote I made is supposed to cause this reaction." Alice eyed him suspiciously. This was a matter of life and death. She couldn't afford to take any chances. "Please, trust me," Helkin pleaded. With a sigh of resignation, Alice conceded. "So, there's nothing we can do but watch him suffer." Placing the lamp on the table, Alice addressed Helkin. "All right, since there's nothing you can do here, you can go back to your room." Helkin added a warning before leaving. His Grace's mind might be disoriented for a day or two. The antidote is quite potent. Alice clenched her fists, attempting to summon her holy energy. She stared at her hands in bewilderment. "What's wrong with my holy power?" Subconsciously, she tried to explain herself to the god Helios. "It's not that I sympathize with him or anything. I just can't stand by and do nothing." She stood beside Salis's bed, lost in thought. Perhaps this is the only way to ease his pain, but what then? Suddenly, Salis cried out in pain. Alice gasped, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Taking his hand, she whispered, "Please, just hold on a little longer." Alice began to channel her holy energy, praying as she held his hand. "Please, ease his pain." Salis's body began to absorb the holy energy flowing from her. Her voice echoed in his ears so that he doesn't have to endure this agony. Moments later, the holy light illuminated Salis's room. Still holding his hand, Alice felt a surge of life within him, a flicker of hope rising in her chest. Seeing Salis's complexion improve, Alice breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness," she murmured. The holy energy worked. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she added, "But how did you get like this in the first place?" A moment later, silence fell over the room. Salis drifted into a dreamscape, his body sinking deep into a vast ocean. He sank further and further down. "The pain is gone," he thought to himself. Then, unconsciously, his eyes fluttered open. A brilliant light pierced his vision. "What is that?" he wondered, staring at it with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He brought a hand to his head, bewildered. "I'm seeing that light again," he thought, a flicker of recognition in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a heavy weight pressing down on him. He saw Alice asleep on his bed. He tilted his head, confusion clouding his features. "Why is someone here?" Unconsciously, his hand reached out and brushed against her hair. Silk nightclothes, a fine shawl, pink hair, he observed, taking in her appearance. Then, recognition dawned. "Alice Botery," he breathed. Sienna's voice echoed in his memory. Pink hair, golden eyes, and a petite frame. "She's like Lady Colleen's little puppy, don't you think?" Salis realized Sienna's words rang true. "Indeed," he murmured in agreement. Looking around his closed-off room, a question formed in his mind. "But why is she here?" He swung his legs off the bed, surprised by the newfound ease of movement. "My body feels lighter, too," he noted. He recalled the moment of delirium, sinking into the vast ocean. "The light that shone upon me in the darkness," he whispered. The pain vanished. "It's a familiar feeling, like something I've experienced recently." Adolph's voice echoed in his mind. "The only person who visited you was the young lady. She was the only one." He looked at Alice, sleeping peacefully on his bed. "So, it was you," he concluded. "There's no such thing as a coincidence happening twice." "You saved me," he said, certainty filling his voice. He gently gathered her into his arms. Holding her close, he whispered, "Holy energy," a warmth entirely different from magic, and the ability to heal so quickly. I think only the Pope could do that. Recognizing her sacrifice for him, a resolve hardened within him. "I won't lose you," he vowed silently. "I need your power." He would rely on her to break free from the chains of his suffering. I don't want to be locked in that darkness again, he murmured, gently laying her back down on the bed, his touch filled with a newfound tenderness. As he pulled the covers over her, a brightly lit lamp on the table caught his eye. Where did this night lamp come from? He wondered aloud. Beside the lamp lay a letter. He picked it up. A new registration form, he realized. Suddenly, his hand tightened around the letter. What is the meaning of this? He demanded, his voice sharp with suspicion. He sat beside her, watching her sleep. For the first time, I feel warmth, he thought. I can't lose it. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Alice's eyes snapped open. Seeing Salis lying next to her, she grabbed her hair in frustration. I'm insane, she cried, the events of the previous night flooding back. After using holy energy on Salis, I fell asleep right next to him. The image of herself lying beside him played over and over in her mind. Alice sighed, patting her head. She should have thought more carefully before healing Salis. She hadn't forgotten to check on him, though. Placing a hand on his forehead, she murmured, Salis is much better. I'm glad I came. Smiling softly, Alice continued, it's just too hard to turn a blind eye to someone suffering. I'll do my best to take care of him before I leave. She gently stroked his hair. So you won't feel any more pain in the rain, she whispered. It's been 3 days since I went to the temple with a young lady. I also took the ideal number during that time. Mrs. Colian and Miss Meaton bickered constantly, and as usual, her anger was directed at me. Lost in thought, Alice's mind wandered to what the next meal might be, even as she was being scolded. Clenching her fists, she reassured herself, it's a common occurrence. What worries me is that my application to become a priestess will vanish without a trace. Considering Mrs. Colian's relative silence, it seems no one in the mansion has discovered the document. However, its whereabouts don't matter anymore. Searching for it would be too risky. The door opened. Alice gracefully stepped down from the carriage, taking the guard's hand. Please be careful, my lady. Hearing this, she couldn't help but look at the guard quizzically. She thought, does the guard's voice always sound so pleasant? Even as he moved away, her curiosity lingered. He's the guard I usually see. Just then, Sienna approached and asked, my lady, is something the matter? Alice quickly changed the subject in response to Sienna's question. It's nothing. It's such a beautiful day. I'm just happy. Sienna simply replied, I see. Then, she glanced back, as if signaling something to the guard from earlier. In a certain room, Alice exclaimed, if one cultivates holy energy like magic, it could have many uses beyond healing. It could be developed into defensive spells. Therefore, if the holy energy is strong enough, it could be used for attacking, Alice mused. Then she pondered, perhaps I could train to that level. At that moment, a voice called from outside the door, Violet here. The voice caught her attention. Violet peeked her head in from the doorway, her face bright. Are you going out today, too? Alice felt a surge of joy. She came at just the right time. The two women walked together down the hallway. Outside, the marketplace bustled with people coming and going, trading and chatting. As for the two women, the temple opens periodically to care for the poor by providing food and healing. Not long ago, I started volunteering at this poor relief center. Alice greeted someone, hello, high priest. Because of this person, Brian turned to look at her. My lady, are you here to help again today? Brian, a priest from a poor background, had earned certifications to compensate for his origins and was on his way to becoming the future pope. Described in the novel as possessing powerful holy energy and a cold personality, Alice had discovered new information beyond what was written in the plot. Reading a book, she turned to Violet, who was beside Brian. My mother-in-law and I don't have a good relationship, do we? She inquired. Violet softly replied, yes, that's right. When Lady Colleen came to pray, she had a run-in with a poor person here. A thin boy, running too fast, bumped into her. Without a word, she pointed a finger straight at his face and unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse. It was an affront to the nobility. Her words alone robbed that man of his life. Priest Adolphe was furious, but they say the court sided with the nobles. This isn't just common in religious circles, but in many social spheres. The rumors of their discord, these rumors are useful to me, even without them. The moment I submit my application to become a priestess, Lady Colleen will find out and crush it before I can act. Alice sighed, holding the application in her hand. I have it, but I know her secret, so she won't just sit idly by and watch me become a priestess. Worst case scenario, I'll be eliminated. Furthermore, after carefully studying the temple law, I found a clause stating that no one can force someone possessing holy energy to become a priest. It's clearly stated, so not every holy energy wielder becomes a priest. In conclusion, instead of submitting the application directly, it would be better to try and make Brian an ally and ask for his support. Back in the present, Brian smiled radiantly. Thank you, Lady Collian, for coming here every day. Unlike what he thought, Alice was still immersed in her perfect plan. Because she was Lady Collian's daughter-in-law, when they first met, he hadn't even bothered to smile. He just stood there and greeted her. In her mind, she needed someone more famous and powerful than Lady Collian. Someone with an unwavering attitude, unyielding to the temple's pressure. Brian spoke. Well then, I'll see you later. Alice replied cheerfully, yes. Then, she resolved in her mind, yes, I need you by my side. At the same time, in Roystager Street, Sienna was walking with her guard. She pointed in a direction. It should be around here, at a modest house. Sienna pushed open the door and entered. She stood solemnly at the entrance. The people inside jumped to their feet. No way, one exclaimed. Another said, is it really? Seeing their agitation, Sienna remained unfazed and looked towards her guard. Please remove your ring. The guard obeyed, removing the ring. A purple magical aura enveloped him. Gradually, within the magical light, a familiar man appeared. It was Salis Diaraz. He smiled. Long time no see. Tesseri, David. The man with long brown hair was Tesseri, his aide. He greeted Salis Diaraz cheerfully. Duke, are you well? Then a voice cried out, Duke. The voice belonged to a burly man, built like a bear. He wept openly like a child. It was David, the Knight Commander. Kill me. I'm a wretch for failing to protect my lord or the knights. He sobbed so uncontrollably that Tesseri could only say helplessly, Get up, David. He continued to cry tears of joy. I'm so glad you're back. Sienna, meanwhile, was utterly shocked. In her mind, she pictured a ferocious bear. This was the man known as the Invincible Gray Bear. Caelus exclaimed, I'm all right. But David continued to weep profusely. Oh God, Sienna was speechless. Tesseri clasped his hands together. We're so grateful to God for this miracle. Indeed, Salis murmured, but his thoughts drifted to the image of Alice sleeping beside him. Then he gestured towards a nearby table. Sit down first. Once everyone had settled into their seats, he began, I know everyone is working diligently in their respective positions, but we need to accelerate our plan somewhat. His expression grew serious as he spoke. Tesseri anxiously inquired, Do you intend to alter the schedule, Your Grace? Sienna, seated beside her, remained silent. Salis turned to the Knight Commander. David, he asked, how many men have you assembled? David looked at him confidently. Most of them are gathered, Your Grace. They await your recovery. A pleased smile touched Salis's lips. Well done, he commended. He then addressed Sienna and Tesseri. And what of the investigation into Lady Collian? Tesseri immediately reported. She has recently been involved in some unsavory activities, specifically with Marquis Woken, the man notorious for currying the Emperor's favor. She has been consistently bribing him. As a result, Eden has successfully maintained his top position at the Academy without suspicion. Salis nodded slowly. Good, he murmured. This evidence will be instrumental in discrediting Lady Collian. Salis's eyes turned glacial. The attempted poisoning alone is enough to ruin her, he thought, but there's a complication. It involves the current emperor of the Pentagon Empire. The decline of a dynasty is often attributed to the weakening power of the emperor, Salis recalled. In other words, the emperor is wary of my reputation on the battlefield. My prowess, surpassing even the royal knights, poses a significant threat to his authority. The royal family's only hope lies with the crown prince, but he remains comatose. And now, the future rival is the second prince, notorious for his debauchery. For that reason, I've clashed with the emperor numerous times. He resents my refusal to support the second prince. The emperor has always been ruthless, so even the downfall of the head of the ducal house wouldn't particularly move him. The thought of the unfortunate Alice stirred a fresh wave of anger within him. He even allowed an unfavored daughter of the Podori family to assume the position of duchess without proper vetting. Salis's long fingers lifted a chess piece and moved it across the board. It seems the emperor anticipates my demise as much as Lady Collian does. He'll shield and protect her because she's my enemy. I need to gather as much evidence as possible to prevent him from resorting to force. Tesseri, holding a small book, carefully reviewed the plan. Until the evidence gathering is complete, we will discuss with Miss Meaden. The plan is to hold a ceremony at the ducal residence. Her voice hesitated slightly. By accelerating the schedule, do you mean revealing that you have awakened? Salis considered her words thoughtfully. Yes, he finally replied. The sooner, the better. Tesseri's face brightened with immediate obedience. I will diligently carry out your orders. Meanwhile, at a beautiful, sprawling mansion, the warm sunlight bathed the structure in a dazzling glow. Salus took Sienna's hand and gradually materialized. Adjusting his hat, he expressed his admiration. Your translocation magic and disguise ring are truly remarkable, Sienna. Sienna, stroking her chin with a touch of pride, replied, "This is nothing, really." Suddenly, Salus inquired, "By the way, Sienna, do you have any important information regarding Lady Collian?" Sienna pondered for a moment before answering, "Lady Collian. As far as I know, she's currently volunteering at a relief camp for the poor." A flicker of surprise crossed Salus's face. "A relief camp," he murmured. At the relief camp, a small ladle of soup was poured into a bowl. Alice smiled gently. "Eat up," she said. The child, accepting the bowl, quickly replied, "Thank you." Alice's heart swelled with a quiet joy. "I'm so happy here," she thought. But glancing at Brian, who was playing with the other children, a pang of regret touched her. She sighed softly. There's just no opportunity to talk to him. A wry expression flickered across Alice's face. It would probably be faster to wait in line for a medical examination, she mused. Just then, a clear voice broke through her thoughts. "Excuse me." Looking up, Alice saw two adorable children. "Do you need some bread?" she asked. The older child looked at her shyly. "Yes, but could we have some soup too? My little brother can't eat bread." Without hesitation, Alice ladled a small portion of soup into a bowl and crouched down, offering it to the child. "Of course. Here you go, both of you. Eat up." The children responded cheerfully, "Thank you." The younger brother stepped forward eagerly, reaching for the bowl. "Thank you, miss." Sensing the potential danger, Alice quickly warned, "Careful, it's hot." But it was too late. The freshly ladled soup spilled onto the ground. The little boy cried out in fear. "Ow, it's hot." Alice immediately called for assistance. "Help! I need help over here." But everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, oblivious to her plea. Disheartened, Alice murmured, "Everyone's so busy." Finally, she gently drew the child towards her. "Come here," she said softly. Placing her hand over the boy's small one, she began to heal the burn, reassuring him, "It's all right. I'll heal your brother's burn." The two children stared at her with wide, awestruck eyes. The boy, his burn now soothed, suddenly asked, "Are you a priestess?" Alice put a finger to her lips. "Not yet," she whispered, "but I hope to be. So let's keep this our little secret, okay?" Both children, their eyes shining with excitement, replied, "Yes, of course." Alice smiled. "Next time, I'll bring you more food," she promised. As the children turned to leave, she waved goodbye cheerfully. Suddenly, a voice, both strange and familiar, spoke from behind her. "Were you just using divine power?" Alice whirled around in surprise. "Brian, I was going to explain everything," she thought, flustered, "but now I've been caught red-handed." I just know a little bit," she stammered. Brian's smile was radiant, almost saintly. "May God bless your kind heart," he said gently. "Thank you for healing that little boy." Alice stared, speechless at his dazzling smile. "That's the most beautiful smile I've ever seen," she thought. She seized the opportunity, her gaze steady on Brian. "There's something I want to discuss. It's a bit of a long story, but may I speak first?" Brian didn't reply, but instead led her to a more secluded spot. Alice walked beside him, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in her surroundings. "This place," she murmured. Seeing her bewildered expression, Brian spoke with a touch of embarrassment. "I apologize, but I couldn't bring you to the reception room." He stopped and turned to face her. "There are many watchful eyes at the temple, and it wouldn't be good for rumors about the Duchess to spread. This street is frequented by commoners, so you can speak freely here." Alice's heart leaped with joy at his words. "He's being considerate of me," she thought. Outwardly, however, she maintained a composed demeanor, managing a small, "Oh, that's very thoughtful of you." After a moment of silence, she began to explain. "Actually, I deeply desire to become a priestess. To do so, I need the support of the high priest." Brian looked at her in surprise. "Oh, my support? Well, it's because of my marriage," Alice continued. "One can serve God as long as they possess holy power, regardless of their marital status." Alice's voice trembled slightly as she admitted, "I know, but I'm worried that my mother-in-law and Lady Collian won't allow me to become a priestess." Brian paused, the name sounding vaguely familiar. "Ah, Lady Collian." Alice thought triumphantly, "Yes. he reacted, clasping her hands together in a gesture of supplication. She continued, "In truth, I'm a daughter cast aside by my own family. It was only through a complicated relationship between my family and my mother-in-law that I became the Duchess Dyrot. Because of these circumstances, it's very difficult for me to pursue my calling to the priesthood. You see, my husband hasn't even awakened yet." She looked at Brian with pleading eyes. "For someone with such an uncertain future like myself, you, a servant of God, are a beacon of hope. Could you help me turn over a new leaf in my life?" After listening to her story, Brian slowly responded, "If that's the case." Alice held her breath, her gaze fixed expectantly on him. Brian placed a hand on his chest and softly said, "I understand. I will gladly offer you my sincerest assistance." Overjoyed, Alice exclaimed, "Really?" In her excitement, she impulsively grasped Brian's hand. "Thank you so much, High Priest." Brian, taken aback by her sudden action, stammered, "You're welcome. But your hand." Realizing her impropriety, Alice quickly withdrew her hand. "Oh, I apologize." Brian maintained his gentle smile. "It's all right. So, shall we discuss how to persuade Lady Colleen tomorrow?" Alice beamed. "Yes, let's leave it at that for today." Neither of them noticed the figure lurking nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. Footsteps slowly emerged from the shadows, and Salus stepped out, his face a mask of displeasure. "So, you'll be receiving assistance from High Priest Brian." Sienna's words echoed in his mind. "Serve him well." Salus couldn't help but ponder. "I keep thinking about what Sienna said. The truth is, there's no other motive behind it." He recalled the clash between Brian and Lady Colleen. If the High Priest supports Alice, even if Lady Colleen applies pressure, the temple won't abandon her. Considering the animosity between him and Lady Colleen, a confrontation is inevitable. After Alice and Brian departed, Salus continued to watch them go, a thought flickering through his mind. She must have found the perfect candidate. A shadow of sadness crossed his features. Considering the hardships Alice had endured, clinging to her, despite the challenges, felt right. The thought tightened his hand into a fist. He remembered the gentle pressure of his lips against her hand. "I don't want to let go of that light." A wave of unease washed over him. "I have to keep her, no matter the cost." A new day dawned over the opulent and imposing palace. The early morning sun found the servants already bustling about their duties, sweeping and preparing. From within her chambers, Alice parted the curtains and gazed out at the activity below. They were readying for the arrival of an important visitor. Turning back, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes, she saw Salus still sound asleep in his bed. "It's been several days since High Priest Brian agreed to help me," she mused. 3 days, to be exact, until the representative priest arrives at the mansion to treat Salus at Lady Colleen's request. The memory of her meeting with Lady Colleen surfaced. Alice had lifted her teacup, listening to the older woman's sharp instructions. "Don't do anything foolish, and remember to keep quiet." Not long after, the priests had gathered, and Salus's treatment had begun. Although their holy power has no effect on Salus's recovery, Lady Colleen, his caretaker, insists on summoning the high priests every month. They received a substantial stipend from her, so they never refused the summons. The next day, I relayed this information to Brian. Alice recalled her own eagerness as she'd rushed to tell him. Upon hearing her words, Brian had considered the situation. "This seems like a good opportunity. I'll use these regular visits as a pretext to come to the Duke's mansion." Alice had been wholeheartedly supportive. Then, with a sudden smile, he'd asked, and then, on that day, the Duchess announces her desire to become a priestess. "What do you think?" Alice couldn't help but agree. It was the perfect plan. Finally, the day had arrived. Standing before Salus's bed, Alice bowed her head and sighed. "I always said I wanted to leave, but..." Her hand reached out, wanting to touch his hair. "The day I can leave this place has come, but why does it feel so strange?" Before her fingers made contact, she unconsciously withdrew her hand. She tapped her head lightly, a self-rebuke. "I can't afford to have second thoughts." From beyond the door, a servant's voice called out, "Duchess, the high priest is about to arrive." Alice nodded in response. "All right, I'll be right down." She turned to leave, a knot of complex emotions tightening in her chest. Suddenly, her steps faltered. Gazing at Salus's handsome face, her eyes began to well up. "I'm sorry for leaving you behind." Oblivious to her inner turmoil, Salus remained fast asleep. The door closed softly behind her. Descending the stairs, Alice met Sienna. A voice rang out, "Everyone has arrived." Both women looked up in surprise. Lady Colleen resplendent in a beautiful gown, descended the grand staircase. Alice couldn't help but wonder why the woman always felt the need to dress so elaborately for receiving guests. Then Lady Colleen spoke. As you know, the priests representing the temple have come today to treat Salis. Therefore, I ask that you young ladies refrain from unnecessary chatter. Sienna's face twisted with displeasure at her words. Lady Colleen continued, I expect you to remain silent throughout their visit. From the moment Lady Colleen arrived, a gloomy pall had settled over the mansion. Alice thought, desperately wishing for the oppressive atmosphere to lift, I just want this tension to end. Sienna replied meekly, Please rest assured, madam. Alice nearly choked, clapping a hand over her mouth to stifle a surprised sound. Did she swallow something wrong? She wondered, bewildered by the sudden shift in Sienna's demeanor. Lady Colleen, meanwhile, simply glowered in silence. An announcement rang out. The temple procession has arrived. A stately line of carriages rolled into view, coming to a halt a short time later. The priests began to disembark. Finally, a familiar foot descended slowly to the ground. Lady Colleen gasped at the sight of the priest. No, she exclaimed. In stark contrast to her shock, Alice's face lit up with joy, bathing them in his radiant presence. The high priest's arrival prompted murmurs of astonishment from everyone around. Why is High Priest Brian here? The temple delegation approached Lady Colleen, Alice, and Sienna, bowing respectfully. Lady Colleen, they greeted, How has your health been lately? Lady Colleen, struggling to maintain her composure, replied, I've been well, thank you. But it seems we have an unexpected guest among you. Brian stepped forward. It has been a while, Lady Colleen. You seem to be in good health. Lady Colleen, playing along, responded to Brian's pleasantries with a barbed question. Does my well-being disappoint you? Brian smiled gently, denying her implication. Not at all. I heard that your son's condition hasn't improved. Yet, you don't seem particularly worried. Brian's pointed remark caused Lady Colleen's expression to darken considerably. Are you implying I'm a cold-hearted mother who doesn't care about her son's life? She snapped. Brian quickly countered, Oh, I know you're not like that. After all, you make generous donations to the temple every month to support Salis's care. Ignoring Lady Colleen, who was now grinding her teeth in frustration, Brian continued, I will do my utmost to ensure your maternal devotion reaches the Duke. Alice thought to herself, wow, I thought he was just a kind and gentle soul, but he managed to silence Lady Colleen with just a pleasant smile. Having verbally sparred with Lady Colleen, Brian turned to Alice with a warm smile. Now, if you'll excuse me, Duchess, he said, his smile unwavering. Please lead me to the Duke's chambers. A voice called out, All right, let's begin. The priests began to cast their brilliant light magic. Alice gazed at the priests with admiration. Their holy energy is so bright and warm, she thought. After a while, the priests began to show signs of fatigue. An older priest stepped forward. We have finished, Lady Colleen, he announced. Alice, observing the expressions of those around her, thought to herself, I'd heard that healing with divine power is incredibly draining, and it seems to be true. Even I collapsed right beside the Duke. Her eyes widened as she watched Salis stir. A sudden realization struck her. She glanced towards Brian, appraising him silently. And yet, Brian seems completely unaffected. He truly is a strong candidate for the next pope. Brian, sensing her gaze, turned to meet her eyes. Alice held his gaze for a moment. Lady Colleen murmured to the priest, Thank you. I'll send support later. The priest smiled pleasantly. Yes, we'll take our leave then. Brian, standing nearby, spoke up. Wait, I still have unfinished business. His words startled the priest. Struggling to contain his irritation, the priest asked, What do you mean? Alice pressed her lips together, thinking, It's time to go. Farewell, Salis. Brian spoke with a serious tone. The reason I came here was to find a new priest. The older priest looked at him in surprise. A new priest. Alice took a small step forward and declared confidently, Yes, I wish to become a priestess. Her words sent a shock wave through the room. My lady, someone exclaimed. Alice continued undeterred. I possess divine power. Today, I wish to have my abilities assessed and to live in the temple. Mother, she added, her voice softening, I will become a priestess for my ailing husband. In that capacity, I will pray for the Duke and for you for the rest of my life. A heavy silence fell over the room. Lady Colleen's hand clenched into a fist. How dare you? She roared, pointing at Alice. What nonsense are you spouting? You will never be permitted to become a priestess. Where did you even get such an idea? She raised her hand to strike Alice. I knew she'd be angry, Alice thought, startled, but I didn't expect this level of fury. Just as Lady Colleen's hand was about to connect with Alice's face, Brian stepped forward, shielding her. Brian, Alice thought, astonished. Lady Colleen continued to rage. Move aside. Don't you dare interfere. He looked down at her, his gaze sharp and cold. It is my duty to support the Duchess in her desire to become a priestess. Undaunted, Lady Colleen continued to shout. She's my daughter-in-law. You're giving orders in my house. How can I stand idly by and let this happen? Behind Brian, Alice thought, if this continues, Brian will have to take responsibility for all of this. With that thought, she stepped forward to face Lady Colleen. I asked for his assistance, so please forgive me. She clasped her hands together earnestly. Didn't you say that I wasn't suited to be the Duchess? And since I arrived, the Duke hasn't awakened. Her words only fueled Lady Colleen's anger. So you want to become a priestess and pray for his well-being. She raised her hand again. You dare defy me. Suddenly, a stirring sound echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention. They all turned towards the source, the Duke's bed. A priest cried out, and everyone in the room froze. The Duke, Salus, was sitting up. The room erupted in joyous cries of relief. He's awake. He's finally awake. Your Grace, it's me, Edolf. Do you recognize me? But in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere, Lady Colleen stood frozen, speechless. Someone cried out, it's a miracle. Even Alice, stunned, thought he's awake. Another voice chimed in. The Duchess's love must have reached him. Alice, hearing this, froze. This is surreal. How can this be happening? Salus's gaze, cold and sharp, landed on her. Duchess. Alice was captivated by his eyes. They're exactly as described in the novel, deep like the endless night. Why is he looking at me like that? His gaze remained fixed, unwavering. She is the Duchess. Lady Colleen's face drained of color. Trembling, she stammered that. Salus's expression hardened, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Strange. I don't recall being married. Mother, what is the meaning of this? His question ignited a flurry of whispers throughout the room. Lady Colleen gritted her teeth. She slowly approached him. It's your fault. Feigning maternal concern, she continued, I suddenly had to manage the duchy after you fell into a coma. Unable to handle all the internal affairs alone, I brought in a wife to help care for you and manage the household. Tears welled in her eyes. I never expected you to wake up. It's truly a miracle for our family. Salus responded to her rambling with a cold snort. His voice, dark and ominous, cut through the air. This wife you brought in, explain. The words hung heavy with unspoken threat. Brian, unfazed, stepped forward, shielding Alice. His voice was calm and steady. Forgive me, Your Grace. The Duchess wishes to become a priestess. Lady Colleen bristled with indignation. Did I agree to this? Another priest, sweating nervously, attempted to mediate the escalating situation. High Priest Brian, I don't think we should discuss this now. The maids began to whisper amongst themselves. I bet the Duchess isn't happy the Duke is awake. The priest continued his desperate attempt at damage control. The Duchess said she would become a priestess for the Duke. Now that he's awake, I believe it's unnecessary. Alice gaped, thinking, that's not what I meant at all. Salus ran a hand through his hair. Return in 15 days. Everything is too chaotic, and I'm still not feeling well. Once things have settled, I will inform you of the Duchess's decision. Brian started to protest, but the other priest urged him away. We should go. Brian, his voice laced with worry, looked back at Alice. Duchess, are you all right? Tears streamed down her face as she silently answered, no. At least the Duke doesn't seem opposed to me going to the temple. If I insist on becoming a priestess now, it will arouse suspicion. Thinking this, she mumbled, yes, let's go. The sound of the door closing echoed through the room. All the priests were gone. A heavy silence descended. Alice wept silently. They're gone. I thought I could convince them. She recalled Brian's whispered words. If anything happens, let me know. Clasping her hands together, she thought, that precious opportunity gone. But I'm glad he still wants to help me. Salus sat up on the edge of the bed. Mother, everyone else leave. Sienna, Edolf, you too. A smirk played on his lips. As for my wife's day, we have a mess to unravel. Hearing Salus's words, Alice was stunned. Husband and wife. She felt faint. What was happening? She cast a pleading glance at Lady Colleen, thinking there's no way out. I won't defy you anymore, Mother. Please, just get me out of here. To her surprise, Lady Colleen agreed. Very well, I shall take my leave. Alice's eyes welled, though no tears fell. Don't go. The door finally closed, leaving a heavy silence. Alice slowly turned, anxiety churning in her stomach. The Duke probably didn't see that argument. He must think I'm some meek little bride his mother brought home. Salas unexpectedly stood up. He started walking towards her, and Alice instinctively took a step back. I didn't want any of this to happen. What do I do? Suddenly, an idea struck her. That's it. Alice dropped to her knees, feigning distress. I'm not one of Lady Collion's people. Please, save me. She bowed her head, forcing out the words. She told me to assassinate you, but I refused. I have a witness, Dr. Woken. Suddenly, a hand extended towards her. Salas knelt before her, offering his hand. It's all right, he said gently. I know. As she stared at him, dumbfounded, he added, the floor is cold. Get up. Alice immediately asked, aren't you going to do anything? Salas looked at her with a puzzled expression. Despite her confusion, she placed her hand in his. Salas gently pulled her to her feet, and she found herself staring at his face, a strange warmth spreading through her. So close. Salas's voice filled the quiet room. Let's sit down and talk. Moments later, they sat facing each other. Salas folded his arms and spoke first. From the very beginning, I've sensed a great misunderstanding between us. He stated firmly, I have no intention of harming you. Alice gasped. What? Salas's expression remained unchanged. I'm feeling much better, thanks to your divine power. Alice felt a bead of sweat trickle down her temple. My divine power. Salas gestured with his hand. I know everything, so there's no need to hide it. Alice's face went blank. He's right, she stammered. I've been using my divine power on you for a long time. Have you been aware since then? She mentally calculated. I've been healing his arm for about a month. Salas didn't deny it, instead asking, is there a problem? Alice's internal scream echoed. Yes, a multitude of problems. She cringed, remembering all the times she'd cheerfully praised Salas like a lovesick fool. I can't believe this is the man who makes my heart flutter, and the biggest reason for her anxiety. The mess she cleaned up. And then there were the times she'd cursed Lady Collion in front of him. Just you wait, Lady Collion. Lord Salas will overthrow you. Alice cringed with embarrassment. He probably didn't hear any of that. Gossiping is never a good idea. Meanwhile, Salas was worried. Revealing the truth now wouldn't help. He said, when you used your power on me, I was only partially conscious. I only fully regained awareness this morning. Alice felt a wave of relief wash over her. But she remembered Salas's cold demeanor when he'd questioned Lady Collion about her. But you pretended not to know anything, she challenged. Salas answered frankly, because of you. He continued, someone suddenly having the ability to heal others with divine power is highly unusual. Only High Priest Brian possesses such an ability. Speaking of which, Salas said, his face creasing in thought, imagine this. Suddenly someone like you appears, competing with the sole candidate for Pope. Do you think the other priests would just stand idly by? Alice gave a strained laugh, utterly unable to argue. Even within the temple, there are differences among the priests. There will be those who support me and those who oppose. A power struggle is inevitable, and I would naturally be at the forefront of all. While she was lost in thought, Salas suddenly spoke. Alice, there's something I want to say to you. He placed a hand on his chest, a gesture of sincerity, his gaze tender. Please, don't become a priest. Stay by my side. Alice responded without hesitation. I don't want to. Salas immediately began to list the benefits. I won't ask you to stay for nothing. I'll give you anything you desire, power or wealth. Alice waved her hand dismissively. Truly, there's no need. She wondered to herself, I could very well die at the hands of a stepmother. Why does he want me to stay? Salas suddenly rose to his feet. If you don't want money or power. He stepped closer, his gaze open and unguarded. Then what about me? I will give you myself. Alice swallowed hard. Your Grace, this, she stammered, bewildered. Have you gone mad? Salas paused, considering her words. I've never been mad. Despite his words, a smile played on his lips. His hand still rested on his chest as he continued, my mind is clearer than ever after this coma. Alice's internal monologue was a whirlwind of self-recrimination. I almost fell for that. No, I have to stand firm. She spoke, feigning embarrassment. Forgive me, I can't stay by your side. Lady Collion wouldn't allow it. Salas spoke as if stating the obvious. Don't worry, she'll be expelled from the duchy soon. Alice was taken aback. Then there's no value in me staying here, since she was the one who brought me. Her eyes lit up as she continued. Wasn't I your savior? Please, just let me become a priest. Salas's tone was obstinate. Never. Alice fumed inwardly. I just want to leave. Why is he so stubborn? She stood up, confronting him directly. You're awake now, so you don't need me anymore, right? Salis suddenly adopted a pitiful tone. I'm not fully recovered yet. You were the one who pulled me from the darkness. Take responsibility. Alice looked up at him. Finally, she brought a hand to her forehead in resignation. If I stay for 15 days, will you let me delve deeper into understanding my powers? Salis took her hand, his gaze sincere and direct. I promise you, as the Duke, you will be kept safe. Just then, a voice called from outside the door. Your Grace, it's Edith. May I enter? Alice groaned inwardly. If you're done, I'll be going now. From behind her, Salis spoke, Until tomorrow, Alice. Alice froze. It was the phrase she often used with him when leaving his chambers. She quickly dismissed the thought. No, it's a common saying. Later that evening, Alice entered a room, lamp in hand. Perfect. No one's here. She stepped inside, her mind racing. I can't leave things like this. I have to spend the next 15 days in the duchy. I need to see Woken to check on the Duke's health. She worried. He said he'd kick his stepmother out, but she'll be back if he gets sick again. Despite her concerns, a flicker of disdain crossed her mind. She's remarkably composed, about to be expelled, and yet she acts as if nothing's wrong. Suspicious. Reaching the end of the hallway, she was surprised to find the door already open. Alice stepped into the room. Before her lay a scene of utter chaos, amidst which Woken was attempting to restore some semblance of order. What is all this mess? She exclaimed, stunned. Woken, his lip bruised, shot her a pained look as he carefully pushed his spectacles back up his nose. Seeing his condition, Alice began to piece together the scene. Lady Colleen, in a fit of rage, had taken her frustrations out on the doctor. How could she? Alice thought, a wave of disgust washing over her. This must be my mother's doing. Woken straightened up, brushing dust from his coat with a forced smile. Thankfully, I'm still in one piece. Alice stared at him, sighing inwardly. He hadn't betrayed her plan to Lady Colleen, the plan that involved not poisoning Salis. Perhaps he wasn't so bad after all. Woken, looking bewildered, asked, Is something the matter? Alice, her expression serious, stated her purpose plainly. I'm here to inquire about the Duke's health. Has he made a full recovery? Woken's face paled further. He still requires rest, but he'll be well soon. At least, he won't collapse again after regaining consciousness like before. He thought to himself, my life hangs by such a precarious thread. Seeing his reaction, Alice knew Salis hadn't lied. Despite this confirmation, a knot of anxiety tightened in her chest. This is so awkward, she thought. Staying for 2 weeks is fine, but what if I'm not allowed to leave after that? An uncomfortable silence settled between them. Woken broke the silence. Madam, I'm quite exhausted. Do you have any further questions? Alice responded immediately. No, your services are no longer required. Her tone grew serious. If you want to live, abandon my mother's side and reveal the entire truth. Then, leave the duchy. Considering our past acquaintance, I offer you this sincere advice. Woken remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on Alice. Finally, he spoke. Thank you for the warning. Satisfied that he understood, Alice turned to leave. Rest well. Woken rubbed his hands together, muttering to himself. I can't tell if her words were a blessing or a curse. It sounded almost like a threat. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the clock, and his face went white. I must get to the Duke. Meanwhile, in Salis's room, Sienna was in a state of disbelief. Wait, you're saying Madame's prayers saved you? Salis, arms crossed, replied seriously yes. I heard her voice with my own ears. He thought to himself, it's best to keep her divine powers a secret. He reiterated to Sienna, she saved my life. Sienna, recalling Alice's innocent and cheerful demeanor, frowned. Goodness, you misjudged her. You called her a scheming little rabbit. Salis sighed. She's just a very good actress. Sienna posed a crucial question. So, she has nothing to do with your stepmother, then? Salis replied. Perhaps she's been defying her from the start. I've noticed she doesn't like taking orders from anyone. Sienna's eyes widened in surprise. Salis continued. Sienna, from now on, I'll take care of Alice. You just focus on what I've told you to do. Sienna, understanding that he wanted her to stop concerning herself with Alice, obediently nodded. Yes, Your Grace. Edith suddenly spoke up. Your Grace, do you intend to return to your duties? Salis responded, you would object to me feigning illness indefinitely. I'll return when everyone expects it. For now, I need to go to the palace. He paused, then asked, "By the way, did you tell my mother what I instructed you to?" Edolf replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Grace. The priest will arrive in 15 days. I told her not to spread any further rumors about Madame." He observed Salus's thoughtful expression and thought to himself, "I understand why he's remained silent until now." Lady Colleen didn't object to anything except taking away Madame's maid. That maid is no longer of any use to her. Salus wore a small smile, his mind preoccupied. "I'll keep quiet," he thought. "I want to see Alice's reaction. It'll be quite entertaining." He pictured her indignant expression and chuckled inwardly. "Find a new, trustworthy maid," he ordered. "The Duchess must not be left unattended." Edolf bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Grace. I understand." Salus turned to Sienna. "It's late, Sienna. You should retire for the night." Sienna dipped her head. "Yes, Your Grace. You should rest as well." A while later, within the confines of his chambers, Heakin knelt, his face a mask of apprehension. Salus's voice cut through the silence. "You're late," Heakin stammered, fear lacing his words. I was speaking with the Duchess." Salus's gaze sharpened. "About what?" Heakin offered a nervous smile. She was concerned for my well-being and offered me some advice." He thought to himself, "It's remarkable that she worries about others, despite being so young herself." From Salus's perspective, Heakin seemed to be boasting, as if he's proud to announce he's just had a conversation with Alice, that she cares enough to visit him. Salus's expression darkened. "Is that so? You seem rather close to her." Heakin blinked, bewildered. "My lord." A flicker of anger ignited within Salus. "I didn't realize he was that important to her." Heakin hastily backpedaled, waving his hands in a frantic attempt to explain. "It's not like that, Your Grace. The Duchess was reprimanding me for my incompetence. In truth, she's deeply concerned for Your Grace's health. She inquired about your condition." Salus turned away, a subtle sigh escaping his lips. "You should have said that from the beginning. You made me think foolish things." Heakin remained speechless. Salus's voice took on a serious tone. "We will travel to the royal palace within the week. I intend to investigate the poison further." Heakin swallowed hard, a chilling thought gripping him. The first victim of this poison within the royal family was the crown prince. He's remained unconscious all these years. Salus abruptly turned to Edolf, extending his hand. "One more thing. Lady Colleen is attempting to kill me again." A small stone materialized in his palm. He offered it to Heakin. "It would be too risky to involve anyone else, so I will use you for this plan. Pretend to obey her and record everything she says using this stone." Heakin's mind raced, seizing upon a possibility. "If I can cure the crown prince and gather evidence against Lady Colleen, the Duke might spare my life." He spoke with newfound resolve. "Don't worry, Your Grace. I will complete the mission." Elsewhere, Alice stood on the balcony, breathing deeply, enjoying the fresh air. A sudden surge of irritation coursed through her. "The morning sun is blinding. If I catch whoever dared to open the curtains, I'll boil them alive and make soup out of their bones." A voice called out from within the room. "Duchess, you're awake." Alice startled. "Come in," she replied, the voice unfamiliar. A maid with a friendly demeanor entered. "Greetings, Duchess. My name is Aileen. I'll be attending to your needs from now on. The Duke requested my presence." Alice's face lit up, anticipating Eileen's next words. "I've brought your washing water, and here's a towel." Aileen inquired politely, "What would you like for breakfast, Duchess?" Tears welled up in Alice's eyes. "She's so adorable. She didn't even flinch at my appearance." She asked, "Isn't my mother joining me for breakfast?" Aileen replied, "The Lady Colleen has already dined in her chambers." Alice nodded. "Good, let's go." Mistress and maid proceeded down the hallway, one following the other. They encountered Sienna, who greeted them cheerfully. "Good morning, Duchess." Before Alice could respond, Sienna spoke seriously. "I want to tell you something." Alice waited for her to continue. Just then, Lady Colleen's voice cut in from the top of the stairs. "There you are," she called down, her tone laced with sarcasm. "You said you wanted to become a priestess, yet you're always wandering around the mansion, stirring up trouble. Utterly lawless." Alice thought to herself, "What is this? I better keep quiet and try to change the subject." Sienna, her face carefully neutral, spoke up. "What do you mean, madam? Isn't the Duchess simply trying to become a priestess for the Duke's sake? Moreover, thanks to her, the Duke has awakened. It seems the people of La Paume aren't pleased with this, are they?" Lady Colleen, sweating, was speechless with rage. Alice, Lady Colin, pointing a finger, she commanded, "How dare you disregard me and act on your own accord? Kneel before I change my mind." Alice was stunned into silence, while Aileen trembled. Lady Colleen's voice echoed, "Kneel this instant before I change my mind." Aileen shook with fear. Alice, bewildered, thought, didn't Lady Colleen already give permission for Aileen to serve me? Regardless, she stepped in front of Aileen. "Don't touch her." Alice worried. "She'll be beaten if this continues." Infuriated, she raised her hand towards Alice again, shouting, "You're making my blood boil. Let me teach you some manners." Something shocking happened. Both Alice and Lady Colleen were stunned. Sienna, without hesitation, had stepped in front of Alice, taking the blow. Alice couldn't believe it. Miss Meltine, Sienna, her face now cold after receiving the slap, said, "No matter how angry you are, you shouldn't raise your hand like that. It's unbecoming of a noblewoman, madam." Lady Colleen recoiled, but still retorted, "How dare you lecture me?" Just then, Adolphe appeared. "Madam, is something the matter?" Lady Colleen's tone immediately softened. "I'm simply restoring order and discipline in this house. I'll let this go for now, to avoid further disruption. But remember the consequences you'll face if you dare to overstep your bounds again." Alice looked at Sienna with concern. With that, Lady Colleen turned and swept upstairs with her servants. Alice thought scornfully, "Look at how she cowers before the butler. Does she think I'm so gullible as to let her throw a tantrum and get away with it?" However, her immediate concern was for Sienna. "Miss," she asked anxiously, "are you all right?" Sienna turned back, a dazed expression on her face. "Not really," she admitted frankly. "My cheek is throbbing." Alice fussed, "Oh, your handsome face. You must be in so much pain. Oh dear, it's all swollen. She hit you so hard. She must have been furious." Sienna stared at her. Finally, she burst out laughing. "Lady Colleen is just frustrated. She's been bottling it up for a long time." After a pause, Sienna sighed dramatically. "I was so worried Lady Alice would faint dead away if that slap had connected. She looked so small and fragile." Alice bristled inwardly, thinking, small and fragile where? "I was about to heal you with divine power, you know." Despite her thoughts, she gestured down the hall. "There are too many people here. Let's go somewhere else for a moment." A little later, Alice gently cupped Sienna's cheek and channeled her healing power. The redness quickly faded, and Sienna beamed. "Thank you, Lady Alice. You've been a great help to both me and the Duke." Alice felt a pang of guilt. "You were hurt because of me?" Suddenly curious, she asked, "Oh, did the Duke say I saved him?" Sienna nodded immediately. "Yes, he said he was able to wake up thanks to your prayers." Alice recalled Salus's earnest expression. "Prayers. He kept my divine power a secret." She finally came to a conclusion. "He doesn't want to put me in danger." Sienna unexpectedly confessed, "I've misunderstood you, Lady Alice. When we first met, I thought you wouldn't be of any use to the duchy." Alice waved her hand dismissively with a strained laugh. "Haha, it's all right." Sienna then spoke shyly. "I didn't know you were so kind. I hope we can be good friends in the future." Alice froze, thinking to herself, it seems her circle of friends is quite small. Just then, from inside a room, Lady Colleen's furious voice rang out. "Damn it, she dared to defy me." She bit her nails in frustration. "It's all because Salus woke up." At that moment, Rhonda, the head maid, spoke up. "My lady, please calm down." Lady Colleen lashed out. "Are you stupid? Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. I want to chop all their heads off. Don't you see Salus and Meltine are protecting Alice?" Rhonda responded coolly, "My lady, it was the Duchess's prayers that saved the Duke." Facing Lady Colleen's grimace, she added, "So I suspect he won't be wary of her. Or perhaps he's protecting her to extract information from us." Finally, she concluded, "Don't forget, we know her weakness." Lady Colleen's eyes widened, as if just remembering. "That's right, her weakness. Baroness Podori. According to Alice's father, she always kept quiet, even willingly getting into the carriage that day without resistance." Thinking about it, a sinister smile spread across Lady Colleen's face. "Perhaps I should try sending a letter to her father. Something like, 'Father, I want to see you again.'" A week later, Alice was strolling through the garden when she overheard the servants gossiping. "The atmosphere has been heavy lately, hasn't it?" They didn't notice Alice hidden nearby as they continued their work and chatter. "Isn't the Duke supposed to expel his stepmother once he regains control? It's been over a week and nothing's happened. Neither he nor his stepmother has left their rooms. Still, there's no telling what will happen." Hearing this, Alice let out a soft hum and slipped away. As she walked, she pondered with her head bowed. Lady Colleen is still performing her duties at the mansion, but the servants are all speculating whether she'll be expelled from the duchy. Her quietness worries me. However, her biggest worry of the moment was, is Salas all right? Is he exhausted? Images of him flashed through her mind, along with his sincere words, I haven't fully recovered yet. Take responsibility. Alice sighed inwardly. Knowing that, I should have used more divine power on him. Suddenly, she waved her hand dismissively, embarrassed by how this handsome face kept intruding on her thoughts. Just then, someone called out, Madam Duchess. Aileen rushed towards her, panting heavily. Alice approached and asked with concern, Aileen, what's wrong? Aileen responded, I think you should hurry inside. When she regained her composure, Aileen looked up and said, Madam Duchess, your family has arrived. Alice gasped in surprise. What did she say? Moments later, a reproachful voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, echoed from the drawing room. I did everything to get you married to the Duke, and look at the mess you've made. The portly man before her was Alice's father, Count Rocky Podori. Having put on considerable weight, Rocky demanded, You arbitrarily decided to become a priestess. Alice's mother, Countess Podori, also arrived, weeping theatrically. Have you forgotten how Lady Colleen has supported us? How dare you repay kindness with such malice? Alice's brother, Eric Podori, sat beside them, his chin held high in anger. Alice sat opposite them, speechless. She was certain Lady Colleen had orchestrated this. She's probably threatening to cut off their allowance, Alice thought grimly. Rocky continued his tirade. Get down on your knees and thank Lady Colleen. Alice gave a wry, sarcastic smile. Why should I? Seeing her defiance, Rocky became even more enraged. Hey, how dare you disobey your father? Oh, idare, Alice retorted silently. I put up with you people for years, and I'm not even the real Alice. She stood up. The kindness you speak of. Alice's tone shifted, becoming sharp. Haven't I repaid it by agreeing to marry the Duke? Rocky and her mother were stunned into silence. Alice continued to express her resentment. Knowing what Lady Colleen would do, you still heartlessly threw me into the Duke's family. Rocky remained unrepentant. Shut your mouth. If the Duke hears about this, we're all dead. You included. Alice turned away with a sneer. In that case, let's go our separate ways. This is annoying. Rocky suddenly grabbed her arm. Your only option is to obey Lady Colleen's every command. You wouldn't abandon your family, would you? Alice coldly shook him off. I'm sorry, but I didn't start this. After the Duke woke up, I no longer intend to obey Lady Colleen. Facing the shocked expressions of both her parents, Alice continued mercilessly, so don't bother coming here and making a scene. It's a waste of everyone's time. Then, she offered a sweet smile. Now that that's settled, I'll be going. I hope we never see each other again. With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by an angry voice. You! He grabbed Alice's shoulder. Eric roared, How dare you insult our family like that? Apologize now. A flashback of Eric as a child, grabbing Alice's hair and berating her, flashed through Alice's mind. She snapped back, her eyes blazing with anger. These are Alice's memories. Seeing her silence, Eric sneered. Come to your senses, have you? Remember, you always have to listen to us if you don't want to get beaten. Beg Lady Colleen for forgiveness now. Alice retorted, Right? I've come to my senses. I've deceived you long enough. Eric's face went blank. What? Alice said with a disarming smile. Don't waste your money writing letters of apology for what I've done. Why not use your brain and find another solution? Eric remained confused. Alice frowned impatiently. Like father, like son. With just one sentence that struck at Eric's pride, he shamefully roared Alice's name, Alice Podori. His voice strained. Who do you think you are? Alice, equally defiant, placed her hands on her hips and retorted, My name is Alice Diran. You're the ones who brought me here. Eric's face flushed crimson. He raised his hand. How dare you talk back to me? The sharp crack of a staff hitting the floor echoed through the room. Eric froze, his hands still raised, and looked towards the source of the sound. Both Count Rocky and his wife looked on in stunned silence. Before them stood Salas, the Duke, his sword at his hip, a picture of valiant composure. He tilted his head lazily and said, It seems I've interrupted something. Alice stared, astonished. Why is he here? She wondered. Eric's hand had dropped to his side without him realizing it, his body trembling involuntarily. Salas continued his approach. He positioned himself directly in front of Alice, his voice gentle as he spoke to her. You seem to find yourself in these situations quite often. I see nothing wrong with my wife's behavior, but But as he lifted his head to address the others, a familiar ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Though it seems the room is rather full of trash today, Salas stepped closer to Eric, his voice low and menacing. You dare raise your hand to the Duchess. Eric's body shook uncontrollably. Salas's eyes narrowed. How dare someone without a title even think of harming the wife of Duke Dairan? Eric collapsed onto the floor. No, I wouldn't. Salas's hand instinctively moved towards the sword at his hip. Alice realized the danger. He needs to calm down now. She spoke quickly, attempting to change the subject. Your Grace, what brings you here? Count and Countess Podori seized the opportunity to rush to their precious son's side. Eric, darling, are you all right? Salas, turning his head at Alice's question, answered with a deceptively amiable expression, placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of sincerity. It was you, my dear. I heard your family was visiting and thought I'd come to offer greetings. Alice thought to herself, is this actually happening? Salas smiled, but the warmth didn't reach his eyes. But it seems you're having a bit of trouble. Is there anything I can do to help? His and Alice's gazes fell upon the Podori family, who trembled and whispered amongst themselves. Eric, Alice's thoughts churned. What a truly shameless, rotten family. They sold their daughter off without a single apology. Should I take revenge for this body? Finally, she spoke with resolute clarity. Please have my family removed from the premises and ensure they never return. Salas's expression remained unchanged as he replied without hesitation, as you wish, my love. His voice turned cold as he gave the order, remove them. Rocky, restrained by two servants, looked on in disbelief. Alice, how dare you? Then Eric's voice, pleading, Alice, sister, Alice. Silence quickly descended upon the room, leaving only Alice and Salas. Alice coughed lightly, breaking the awkward silence. Thank you for your assistance, Your Grace. I didn't intend for things to escalate like this, but I'm grateful for your timely arrival. I hope I won't be expected to repay you. She thought like by staying in this duchy. Salas smiled gently at her. Don't worry, he said. I didn't help you expecting anything in return. But then, with a touch of naivete, he asked, but you're still going to refuse my offer. My body, my power. Alice, flustered, replied, yes, Your Grace. I must decline. Salas sighed, a playful melancholy in his voice. Think it over carefully in the time you have left, my dear wife. Alice, her skin prickling with discomfort, forced a laugh. Ha ha ha. Why do you keep calling me your wife? Salas responded casually. Didn't you just declare your name to be Alice Dairan? So what's wrong with me calling you my wife? Alice, flushing, avoided his intense gaze. But we're not a normal married couple. We're not even that close. Salas's lips curved into a smirk. All right, Alice. Alice, her face burning, thought, does he find teasing me this amusing? Salas's expression turned serious. Are you satisfied with having your family thrown out? If you wish, I'll have them brought to their knees. Alice flinched, quickly responding, no, having them expelled is enough. Salas nodded decisively. Very well. Alice breathed a sigh of relief. I'll return to my room to rest. Suddenly, Salas caught her hand. I won't kill them, he said, gently kissing the back of her hand. He didn't stop there. After the kiss, he tilted his head, a devilish smile playing on his lips. Alice was completely frozen, her face crimson. Salas, his expression brightening, added, take care of yourself, Alice. Flustered, Alice pulled her hand back. Yes. Distracted and shaken, she stumbled away. Salas watched her hasty retreat. Just then, Adolphe appeared, bowing respectfully. Your Grace, I have completed the task you assigned. When Salas didn't respond, Adolphe straightened and stepped closer. Your Grace. Salas continued to stare at his own hand, lost in thought. His palms seemed to glow. I felt the warmth of her hand, he thought. Finally, he clenched his hand, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Quite adorable, the way she pretends not to care about my presence. The moment of levity passed, and Salas's voice turned cold. Instruct the chef to prepare the Duchess's dinner with the utmost care. Don't forget her favorite dessert, and keep a close watch on the Podori family. Adolphe, speechless, managed a strained smile. Salas's face darkened with a sudden surge of anger. I'll get rid of everything that's unsuitable for the Duchess. Adolphe spoke up hesitantly. Your Grace, there's something I wish to ask. He asked directly, are you developing feelings for the Duchess? Salas froze, startled by the question. He frowned. Feelings. Adolphe was surprised by his reaction. Your attitude towards the Duchess seems unusual, which is why I inquired. Salas scoffed. You think I'm in love with the Duchess? Do I look like a fool who believes in such trivial emotions? My mother's life was shattered by love. My father, in the name of that same sentiment, ruined countless lives. I've witnessed fools sacrifice their very existence for such an intoxicating emotion. It's a fleeting, hollow feeling. So, I swore I would never love anyone. I will never believe in it. Selah smiled, offering a plausible explanation. Alice is my benefactor. Who do you take me for? Someone incapable of even expressing gratitude to the person who saved me. Adolf bowed. I apologize for my unnecessary words, Your Grace. Selah said nothing, turning to leave. Unbidden, a question surfaced in his mind. But why does my heart feel so restless? Could it be because this is the first time I felt something like this for someone? The image of Alice's beautiful, shy face flashed before him, and he paused. Selah gazed out the window, his thoughts a tangled mess. Perhaps it was the fear of Alice losing her divine power that truly gnawed at him. The following afternoon, Colleen erupted in a furious outburst. The Duke has already gone to see the Emperor. Maris dodged the objects hurled at her as she replied, Yes, he left the mansion before you awoke. Colleen shrieked, Why are you only telling me this now? Maris, terrified, fell to her knees. Madam, I made a mistake. Please, spare me. Colleen's tirade continued mercilessly. You useless wretch. I ordered you to watch the Duke and that steward closely. Now news of his recovery has spread throughout the entire country. Gnashing her teeth, Colleen fumed inwardly. Count Podari has been dismissed. My plan to manipulate Alice is in ruins, and at this rate, I'll soon lose everything. Just then, Donner spoke up. Madam, Colleen snapped, What? Don't you still have a few useful pawns? Donner said softly. Colleen paused, a flicker of thought crossing her face. Elsewhere, Alice leisurely enjoyed her pastries. The Duke is at the Imperial Palace. She inquired. Alice set down her plate as Ellen replied with a gentle nod. Yes, he departed quite early this morning. Ellen continued, her eyes shining. The servants say the Duke went to inform the Emperor, so he'll regain his authority very soon. Alice nodded slowly. I see. Since the Emperor holds the Duke in high regard, and he has overcome so many hardships, Ellen added, the Dyran family's power is sure to increase. Alice was taken aback. Even the Emperor respects the Duke. She mused to herself, this isn't like the book at all. Shouldn't he be wary of the Duke's growing power? Can Salus really stand against the final villain? If he succeeds, I'll be able to live peacefully as a priestess. The thought brought a happy smile to her face, but then a wave of anxiety washed over her. What if Salus doesn't suspect the final boss yet? What if I die before he deals with him? Overwhelmed, she slumped back in her chair. The protagonist in the original story only realized the villain's plot at the very end. It's probably best if I just stay in the temple. Ellen, noticing her distress, asked, Madam, are you all right? Alice forced a smile. Yes, I'm fine. Ellen, unconvinced by her strained expression, quickly moved the pastries closer. Please enjoy the breakfast the Duke prepared for you, she coaxed. Alice blinked, bewildered. Who prepared it for whom? Ellen, flustered, explained, the Duke specifically instructed us to prepare your meals with utmost care. He believes you're feeling down because of yesterday's family matters. Alice stared blankly, thinking my diet has certainly improved drastically. She recalled his expression from the previous day. He had looked incredibly dashing coming to her defense. The memory of his kiss on her hand sent a blush creeping up her cheeks. She began eating more quickly. Come on, Alice, don't get lost in his handsome face. Finally, she sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. I need to calm down. You may go and rest now. Ellen curtsied. Yes, madam. A carriage came to a halt. Salus stepped out, his expression impassive. The steward bowed respectfully. We have arrived at the Imperial Palace, Your Grace. Gazing at the magnificent structure, Salus thought to himself, the Sun Palace, where the Emperor resides, is as majestic as ever. He addressed Hyakin, who was disguised as a steward. Doctor, wait here quietly. Hyakin, startled, quickly responded, Yes, Your Grace. Inside the palace, the Emperor sat upon his throne in the main hall, an aura of authority surrounding him. Salus had barely entered when he knelt, bowing low. Your Majesty, I present myself before the great and divine son of the Pentium Empire. The Emperor responded with a hint of apprehension. Rise, Duke Salus. Seeing you recovered so fully brings me great joy. Salus offered no reply, his expression unreadable. At that moment, Vetchin leaned in to whisper in the Emperor's ear. News of the Duke's recovery is spreading quickly. Salus inwardly assessed the man. The emperor's close advisor and grand inquisitor, Woken, a man skilled in whispering honeyed words and clouding the emperor's judgment. After listening to Woken, the emperor's apprehension seemed to deepen. Salus's lips curled slightly as he thought. It seems the emperor has lost his former sharpness. Now, just an obedient puppy to that sycophant. Aloud, he said, "Thank you, your majesty." Then, his tone turning serious, he continued, "Thanks to your majesty's gracious approval of my marriage and the simplification of the ceremonies, along with the duchess's devoted care, I have recovered swiftly." The emperor stammered about that and turned a blind eye while Colion seized control of the duchy. The emperor, guilt-ridden, couldn't meet Salus's gaze. He had treated the Diran family, one of the most important noble families in the land, disgracefully, all because he fears I will usurp his power. He will remain wary until the day I die. This will never end until either I am gone or a new emperor takes the throne. Salus placed a hand over his heart. Therefore, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to your majesty and the empire. I humbly request that your majesty appoint me to the position of commander of the army, as previously discussed. The emperor exclaimed, "What?" Salus smiled calmly. The emperor's confusion was evident. "But that position is currently held by Baron Vale. How can I suddenly reassign it? It's not that the duke is unqualified, of course." Salus looked at him, thinking he is utterly unfit to be a monarch. He spoke. "Then, your majesty, how about we continue this discussion during the regular assembly next month?" The emperor brightened considerably. "Yes, that's a good idea." Salus smiled. "Furthermore, I wish to have an audience with the crown prince." Elsewhere, Alice, looking listless, muttered to herself, "My head is spinning from thinking about Salus. Did I eat too much? My stomach feels all churned up." Suddenly, something caught her eye. Before her stood a dilapidated house, overgrown with climbing vines. Alice frowned. There's a place like this behind a mansion." She placed a hand on her hip, a smug look on her face. "It's obvious no one's living there. A wise person wouldn't go into a place like that." Just as she finished speaking, a sudden noise startled her. Alice whirled around to see a figure. "Someone's coming." Recognizing the person, she gasped. "Maris, is she with Colion?" Alice's mind raced. "If I run into them here, she'll definitely pull my hair out." Without hesitation, she turned and fled. Reaching the inside of the dilapidated house, she looked around nervously. "I'll hide here for now." Alice peered anxiously from beside the low window of the small, secret house she'd initially been too afraid to enter. She was startled to hear a hushed voice outside, calling the name of Colion's maid, Maris. Alice's heart skipped a beat. "Maris." Maris appeared alongside a male servant. Alice overheard her address him as Tom. They seemed to be furtively engaged in something clandestine, their hushed tones and secretive air making it hard for Alice not to be suspicious. "Colion isn't here, is she?" Alice thought. This whole hiding without a reason thing suddenly feels very strange. But to who? Maris and Tom were still oblivious to Alice's presence. She'd slipped into the dilapidated, long-abandoned house before they arrived. Maris spoke to Tom in a low, urgent voice. "This is very important. We absolutely cannot fail." Alice listened intently, noting the anxiety in Maris's tone. Tom seemed to have other ideas. Gesturing towards the dilapidated house, he suggested, "If it's so important, let's go inside that house and talk." Hearing this, Alice's blood ran cold. She frantically looked around for a better hiding spot, her legs itching to run. "They want to come in here." However, just moments later, Maris vehemently shook her head. Alice heard her scolding Tom, her tone like a mother cat reprimanding a foolish kitten. Maris was clearly against the idea. "No, that house is where the former Duchess died, even though she only lived there a short time. Do you know how terrifying it is inside?" Maris's voice trembled. There was even a maid who swore she saw a ghost wandering around in there. "I absolutely refuse to go in." Hearing this, Alice slumped to the floor in relief. Taking in her surroundings, she realized the house wasn't as dreadful as its reputation suggested. It was dark and carried a chilling air, but the furnishings were surprisingly neat and orderly. So, this is a villa, and if she was the former Duchess, that means she was Salus's mother. Peeking back out through a crack in the wall, Alice heard Tom's voice again. Fine. Just tell me quickly then, before someone sees us." Maris solemnly handed him a small piece of paper. "Tell them you came to retrieve the medicine that the Duchess entrusted to you." Tom took the paper, and his eyes widened in alarm as he read its contents. This is from a poison cellar. I thought the Duchess wasn't going to try to poison the Duke anymore. Now that he's awake, if something goes wrong, we're all dead. Maris's voice turned cold and sharp. Now is not the time for such cowardly talk. Do you understand the situation? She lowered her voice. If the Duke starts investigating his sudden illness, what are we going to do? Tom, have you forgotten? You were the one who administered the poison while he was unconscious. Her words were a clear threat. Whether he wanted to or not, Tom couldn't disobey Collion's orders. Even without that, the Duchess is still in danger of being exiled. If that happens, we're all finished. We only have one chance. The Duchess's plan has to succeed. Tom's hand, still clutching the piece of paper, trembled uncontrollably. However, it seemed he thought there might be another way. That poisoning Duke Salus wasn't their only path to survival. But the Duke has already been poisoned once, Tom pointed out, his voice laced with anxiety. Surely security will be tighter. Who would dare try to poison him again? Maris, the maid, attempted to reassure her accomplice. Don't worry, she soothed. As long as you can deliver it, Dr. Helkin will oversee everything and handle the rest. Left with no other choice, Tom finally relented. All right, he conceded, resignation heavy in his tone. When do I need to deliver it? Maris informed him, in 2, maybe 3 days, there will be a banquet. Lord Eden will be visiting then. This ominous news paralyzed Alice. Shock gripped her, her mouth agape, a cold sweat slicking her skin. What did I just hear? She thought, her mind reeling. Meanwhile, Duke Salus Dairan, the subject of Maris and Tom's clandestine conversation, stood before the Emperor. The Emperor, seated upon his throne, frowned and addressed him with a hint of displeasure. You wish to visit the Crown Prince's palace? Salus replied, Yes, your majesty. After my miraculous escape from death, I was suddenly reminded of the Crown Prince, who also lies in a coma. Though it may be a small gesture, I wish to visit him and offer my positive energy. I humbly request your permission. The Emperor's expression flickered, a shadow of apprehension crossing his features. Though reluctant, he saw no way to refuse Salus Dairan's request. Gesturing towards him, he declared, Since the Duke is so sincere, how can I refuse? I grant your request. Salus bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. The Emperor's palace was magnificent, its splendor amplified by the sunlight glinting off its ornate surfaces. Numerous guards stood vigilant at the gates. With the Emperor's permission granted, Duke Salus, followed closely by Dr. Helkin, trailed behind their guide. As they walked, Dr. Helkin mused to himself, tight security outside, yet so somber and empty within. A sense of unease settled over Salus. It seemed the Emperor had truly abandoned the Crown Prince. Upon entering the Crown Prince's chambers, Salus saw him lying motionless upon the bed, like a beautiful prince locked in an enchanted slumber. Knowing his services were no longer required, the guide quickly excused himself. I shall take my leave. Watching the guide's retreating figure until the door closed behind him, Salus wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, a troubling thought surfacing. To leave the comatose Crown Prince in the care of strangers. Even his servants seemed to neglect him. Turning to Dr. Helkin, he instructed, quickly, diagnose the Crown Prince's condition. Dr. Helkin responded with a curt, yes, and immediately set to work. Salus watched Helkin's every move intently, his brow furrowed in concern. The Empire had 3 princes in total. The first prince, Krakino van Penium, son of the late Empress. The second prince, Arsen Penium, son of the current Empress. And the third prince, Anvin Penium, the result of a one-night encounter between the Emperor and a chambermaid. Among them, the first prince possessed the most outstanding abilities. However, 2 years prior, he had suddenly fallen into a coma after being poisoned. The second prince was known for his arrogance and recklessness, bearing no resemblance to his benevolent mother, the current empress. Furthermore, he held little esteem among the nobility. The third prince was considered a stain on the royal family, his existence kept hidden from the public eye. Therefore, in this power struggle, the first prince is an indispensable factor. More precisely, no one can replace his current position. Dr. Helkin finished his diagnosis, and Duke Salus Dairan spoke. What is the Crown Prince's condition? Dr. Helkin reported honestly, not daring to make a single mistake. The Crown Prince appears to have been poisoned with a neurotoxin derived from the Rarapo plant. It's found in the royal palace west of the desert. This poison isn't immediately fatal, but it induces coma and hallucinations. Duke Salus pondered, instantly recognizing the poison that even the royal physician or any other doctor in the empire couldn't identify. It seems the title of genius poison maker isn't just for show, he thought. It would be quite useful for the Duke's business. Lost in thought, Salas was oblivious to the fact that his intense gaze on Dr. Helkin was frightening the man. Shivering despite the lack of cold, Helkin thought, why is he looking at me like that? Does he not believe me? He blurted out, wanting to prove his innocence. I swear it's true. There's not a single lie. Dr. Helkin's sudden outburst startled Salas slightly. I didn't say anything. Can you save him or not? Dr. Helkin looked towards First Prince Krakino van Penium. The Crown Prince has been poisoned for too long, causing severe organ damage. The antidote can only be obtained from that desert kingdom, and it will take a considerable amount of time to prepare. By the time the antidote arrives, I fear his condition will worsen. Even if I simultaneously prepare the antidote and treat him with his current state, it's difficult to say if he will awaken. Salas's voice was heavy. So, the Crown Prince cannot be saved. The image of Alice, his fiancée, suddenly flashed through Salas's mind. Unless a miracle happens like it did for me before. It might be different, but using divine power is too dangerous for Alice. Having accomplished his objective, Duke Salas requested permission from the Emperor to return home. I beg leave to depart. Outside, a crimson sunset enveloped the sky. The next day, the sun rose brightly as it always did. Lying in her soft bed, Alice opened her eyes and groaned. Ugh, the sun is already so high. Her exhaustion and helplessness were evident. I couldn't sleep after hearing those words. Tears welled up in her eyes. I still haven't seen the Duke or Lady Miatin, and Helkin has also disappeared. If I suddenly become wary of someone, I'll definitely put myself in danger. She sat up abruptly, feeling a wave of dizziness and pain. The servants are having their meal, so I can approach the Duke without being noticed. She resolved to go see Duke Salas Dairan. He had also risen early, legs crossed in the aristocratic manner. He sat in a chair as if awaiting Alice's arrival, having been informed beforehand. He said, "You had something to tell me." Alice sat opposite him and spoke obediently, "Yes. I apologize for disturbing you so early in the morning." Salas replied, "It's all right. I'm always happy to see you." Alice quickly got to the point, frankly telling Salas, "First, I'm not saying this because I like you or want to stay in the mansion. It's purely out of conscience." Her words caused a pang of pain in Salas's chest, his lips pressing together tightly. But he still responded to Alice, a confession of conscience. "All right, speak freely." It seemed he wouldn't tease or make things difficult for her, which put Alice at ease. She even unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Then, summoning all her courage, Alice told Salas Dairan that her aunt was plotting to poison him again. But for several seconds, he remained silent, leaving Alice feeling somewhat deflated. The Duke crossed his arms and gravely told Alice, "Poison, I see." Seeing Salas Dairan's handsome face devoid of any expression of surprise, Alice was taken aback. Why is he so calm? She wondered. Alice furrowed her brow in confusion, her eyes darkening slightly. Does he already know? She thought. No, if he knew, he wouldn't be so indifferent. She continued, "I overheard their plan to poison you at the banquet in 2 days. The poison will be with Dr. Helkin. I heard this directly from my aunt's close maid, so it's very reliable." The Duke's expression finally shifted. Alice confessed to him earnestly, like a student reciting a lesson to her teacher. Her name is Maris, and the servant in charge of procuring the poison is called Tom. Salas nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand," he said. Alice then asked, "Don't you believe me?" Salas quickly reassured her, "Of course I do. I believe everything you say." Alice pressed him, "Is that all?" Salas seemed startled, fumbling for an appropriate response. "And, thank you for letting me know." Alice said, "No, that's not what I mean. I thought you would ask me more questions." As if on cue, Duke Salas asked, "I do have something to ask you." Alice nodded firmly. "Yes." Salas studied her. "Have you ever thought about what you want?" His sudden question left Alice momentarily speechless. She inwardly lamented, "I stayed up all night worrying, and he doesn't seem the least bit concerned. Has he lost his nerve?" Despite having been poisoned before, he seemed remarkably unfazed. Observing Alice's expression, Salas confirmed his suspicion. "I guess she hasn't figured it out yet." He expressed concern for Alice. "You look very tired today. Is something wrong?" Alice felt ignored, her frustration mounting. I couldn't sleep because of you. She blurted out. He doesn't even seem to care, while I've been agonizing over it. How foolish of me. She abruptly stood up from her chair, startling Salis. Alice, he exclaimed. She replied, a hint of sadness in her eyes. I don't feel well. Salis was taken aback. What? Before he could react, Alice turned to leave. I'm going back to my room. Salis reached out in alarm. Wait, Alice. But she quickly delivered a parting shot that left him questioning himself. Oh, I forgot to answer you. I just want to be a priest. Goodbye. The door slammed shut, the air in the room seeming to freeze for a moment. He frowned worriedly. Is she angry? Later, he sought someone to confide in. With a mixture of worry, sadness, and perhaps a touch of melodrama, Salis recounted the events. That's what happened. Alice has never looked at me with such a cold stare. Well, this is just great. The honored recipient of Duke Salis's confidences was his steward, Adop, who remained silent after hearing this. Thanks to the Duke, Adop finally understood why Lady Alice seemed upset when he'd encountered her in the hallway. The Duke wasn't exactly skilled in these matters. How to explain it? In the end, Steward Adop could only tell Salis, it seems it was your reaction, Your Grace. The lady is quite saddened by your indifference to the gravity of the plot. Hearing Adop's words, Duke Salis paused and thought. However, he then said to Adop, but I knew about it beforehand. I set the stage for Lady Colleen to play her hand. Steward Adop patiently explained. Even so, Lady Alice wouldn't know that. She must have misunderstood, thinking Your Grace didn't value her words. Salis suddenly realized something. He'd been so preoccupied with his own machinations that he hadn't considered Alice's perspective. He hadn't recognized her feelings. He quickly took up a pen and wrote a letter to Alice. I sincerely apologize for my uncaring attitude earlier. I never intended to dismiss your warning. Please forgive my thoughtlessness, Salis. Then he instructed Steward Adop, deliver this to Lady Alice, along with her favorite sweets. Though a seemingly unconscious act on Salis's part, it left Adop utterly stunned. A personal apology from a Duke. Salis, Your Grace, are you still there? Didn't you hear me? Steward Adop, like an obedient puppy, responded to his master. He respectfully accepted the letter. In the 10 years I've served you, I've never witnessed such a strange phenomenon. Just moments ago, you claimed to have no feelings for the lady. Having accepted his task, Adop returned to the main topic of his meeting with Duke Salis Dairan. Your Grace, was your visit to the royal palace fruitful? Salis Dairan replied, no. The physician claims the crown prince is beyond saving. Adop said, I was the one who suggested we wait and see, but can that man be trusted? Salis told him, don't worry. His family is in my hands. His frail daughter and his wife, falsely accused of murdering a nobleman. Lady Colleen promised to clear her name if I were successfully eliminated. Who knows if she'll keep her word? But the situation has changed. He swore he wasn't lying about the poison afflicting the crown prince. This physician is quite capable. He added confidently, so I've decided to employ him in the Dairan family's monster hunts. Monster hunts. Just as the name suggested, it was the act of capturing the monsters that rampaged across the empire. Monster hunting was incredibly dangerous, but highly profitable. Their hides, teeth, and magic stones fetch a high price, and they can only be killed by imbuing swords with magic. However, the paralytic agents available on the market are largely ineffective, leading to increasing casualties. But with Helkin researching paralytics, we'll see greater success. And those successes will soon add to the Dairan family coffers. Seeing Duke Salis's satisfied smile, Steward Adop breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad to see him pleased. Salis suddenly remembered something. Now that I think about it, as I was leaving the Crown Prince's palace, I ran into the Empress. Duke Salis had encountered Lariella Penium, the current Empress of the Empire. She had greeted him first. It's been a while, Duke Dairan. But that's not the main issue right now. Focus on the matter at hand. Salis, his mind made up, directed his steward, Adop. Inform Sienna the plan will proceed in 2 days. Ensure there are no mistakes. Adop bowed his head. Yes, Your Grace. 2 days later, amidst a banquet table laden with exquisite delicacies, Lady Colleen's voice rang out, brimming with apparent cheer. Eden, you've lost so much weight since I last saw you. This is the chef's specialty. You must try it. Eden Dairan, Salis's half-brother, feigned concern. Mother, you look thinner too. Caring for my brother is important, but you must also look after your own health. If you fall ill, who will manage the duchy? Their saccharine exchange continued, as if they were the only two in the room. Alice watched them, her discomfort growing. Why am I even here? She raised her glass of water to her lips, casting an irritated glance at Eden. What does he think he's talking about? As her gaze shifted to Salus, she nearly choked on her water. He had promised to take her warnings seriously. Seeing him smile cheerfully, Alice fumed inwardly. You seem awfully amused. Eden, with feigned solicitude, turned his attention back to Salus. Brother, seeing you in good health puts my mind at ease. Salus chuckled. Is that so? I heard you hadn't visited me once during my illness. Eden stammered, frustrated. I was preoccupied with my studies at the academy. Lady Colleen swiftly intervened, defending her son. Salus, Eden consistently ranks highest in his studies. He dedicates himself day and night, hoping to contribute to the future of our duchy. Salus raised his glass of red wine, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. I understand. For the future of the duchy, I see I should be more understanding. Congratulations on your excellent results. Eden, relieved, replied, Thank you for your understanding. Meanwhile, Sienna Melton, seated beside Alice, observed Salus's every word and gesture, feeling slightly overwhelmed. He was so difficult to read. She turned to Alice with concern. Lady Alice, are you feeling unwell? You seem a bit pale. Her cousin's words finally alerted Salus to the fact that his fiancée seemed different today. Before he could speak, however, Lady Colleen interjected with a barbed comment. It's rather inconsiderate to sit apart on such an important day, Alice. Are you feeling overwhelmed? Alice forced a smile. Oh no, I'm fine. Colleen, taken aback by Alice's unexpected defiance, clenched her fists, her hands trembling with suppressed rage. Seeing his mother's reaction, Eden jumped to her defense. It's a shame I haven't had a chance to speak properly with my sister-in-law before. I heard from Mother that things have been more lively around here since you announced your intention to become a priest. Elsewhere, Maris slowly pushed a cart laden with dishes down the hallway. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, causing her to stop abruptly. It was Woken. She looked at him, flustered. This is the dessert for dinner. She glanced nervously around. Hurry before someone comes. Woken reached inside his coat. He pulled out a mysterious vial. The scene shifted back to the dining hall, where everyone was now seated. Alice needled Eden. Oh my, young master, are you playing dumb? Before, everyone praised my divine power, but now they're all rejoicing that the Duke has awakened thanks to my prayers. Her words left him stunned. Feigning an innocent, frail demeanor, she continued, Moreover, that day was truly significant, marking the Duke's recovery from his coma. Yet, young master, you dismiss it as mere frivolous excitement. Miatin chimed in, treating the person who saved the Duke's life with such an attitude, who would believe you're truly happy for him. As Eden began to protest, No, that's not what I meant, Salus cut him off sharply enough. Secretly, Eden preened, thinking, I'm just a petty old woman. Beloved brother, keep supporting me like this. He hadn't expected Salus to side with Alice, sternly warning him, she was my wife before she became my savior. Remember to show her respect. Eden was taken aback, seething with resentment. You begrudgingly agreed? Yes, brother. Lady Colleen, meanwhile, continued to sip her wine, offering no defense of her son. Only after setting down her glass did she speak, a saccharine smile on her face. I prepared a special dessert to bring it in. A table laden with desserts was wheeled into the hall. So many delicacies, Colleen declared. I prepared them myself, just for you. A sense of unease settled over Alice. Prepared herself. It must be poisoned. She glanced at Salus, tried to convey her concern with her eyes, but he seemed oblivious. Worried about Mother, he asked, leaving her exasperated. He's ignored. Colleen addressed Salus. This dish is a testament to my concern for your health, my dear. He seemed surprised. I didn't realize you cared so much, Mother. Eden, however, sneered, seemingly aware of the poison. Colleen's smile turned predatory. Foolish boy, you didn't think I'd try to poison you again, did you? Alice's mind raced. I have to do something. She abruptly stood. Just as Salus was about to take a bite, a voice rang out, stopping him. Duke, you mustn't eat that. It wasn't Alice, but Woken. Alice was astonished. Woken. He knelt before Salus, his voice urgent. The dessert is poisoned. You cannot eat it. Salus's voice was calm. Poisoned. Haken confessed, "Yes, I poisoned it, but I would never dare try to kill you. Please forgive me." Colleen slammed her hand on the table. She rose to her feet, feigning outrage. "You wretched knave. You dared to poison the food. Get him out of here." She acted as if she had nothing to do with it. The two servants hesitated, remaining motionless. Colleen snapped, "What are you standing there for?" Salas stood up and addressed Haken. "Is that all you have to say?" Colleen interjected loudly. "The Duke doesn't need to listen to this nonsense." Salas glanced at her, his voice sharp. "A lowly servant concocting such a scheme. I need to investigate who is behind this, don't I? Who is supporting you?" Haken hesitated, but immediately afterward pointed directly at her. "It was the Lady Colleen who ordered me." Lady Colleen denied it instantly. "Silence. How dare you accuse me?" Haken, however, had anticipated this and had prepared evidence. "It's not an accusation. I have proof recorded in this stone." As he pulled the stone out, it began to play a recording. "The day Eden returns, a banquet will be held. Put this poison in Salas's dessert. It will be his last meal, so make it spectacular. And if you fail again, your wife and children will pay the price. Remember that." Alice gasped as she heard the recording. It was undeniably Lady Colleen's voice. Lady Colleen, now unable to deny the truth, ground her teeth in fury. Haken, emboldened, huddled slightly behind Salas. Not only that, but the Duke's sudden stroke and coma were also orchestrated by Lady Colleen. "I still have the letters at home requesting the paralytic poison, written in her own hand. If you compare them to Lady Colleen's handwriting, they'll certainly match." Unable to contain her rage any longer, she grabbed a knife from the table and screamed, "How dare you? You'll die." Haken recoiled in fear, but her attempt was thwarted. Salas swiftly seized her wrist and forced her hand down onto the table. He feigned weakness. "I'm still recovering, so I can't control my strength." He leaned closer to her, a chillingly satisfied smile playing on his lips. "Why would you do something so foolish?" The realization dawned on Lady Colleen that she had been a pawn in his game all along. You knew all along. This was all part of your plan." Salas addressed her coldly. "If you hadn't been so reckless, I wouldn't have needed to threaten your life. It seems I must sever these family ties myself." Eden, passing by, cried out in a trembling voice, "Mother." Salas then called out, "David." The response was immediate. "Yes, my lord." Looking at the men who entered, the room erupted in shocked murmurs. "This man, he's the Lord Commander. Has he already assembled the knights?" Only Sienna Melton remained calmly seated. Alice was stunned. "That's the captain of the knights, David Val Laren." Salas spoke. "These are the ones who conspired to assassinate me. I will personally interrogate them. Take them to the dungeons." "Yes, sir." David ordered the other knights. "Quickly, apprehend them." Suddenly, they stopped astonished. That's a member of the Royal Guard. At that moment, a contingent of the Royal Guard entered the hall. At their head was Hysis. "We are here to take the prisoners under the Emperor's direct order." Seeing Salas, she too was taken aback. "This man is Lord Hysis Wilson, commander of the First Order of the Royal Knights, and the most powerful wielder of dark magic. A cold-blooded man who will mercilessly kill anyone who stands in his way. A truly ruthless individual." In the original novel, Lady Colleen only appeared after the Duke's mansion was destroyed. Now, a flicker of confusion crossed Salas's face. "Prisoners," Hysis confirmed. "Indeed. His Majesty has ordered the arrest of Lady Colleen and young Master Eden for conspiring to assassinate the Duke." David, hearing this, angrily protested, "No, they are dangerous criminals who attempted to poison the Duke." Salas stopped him. Salas calmly inquired, "Were there charges?" He then gravely explained, manipulating Academy results, illicit solicitation, and bribery. While at the Academy, the two of them bribed instructors to secure favorable outcomes. As this matter significantly impacts the National Academy's reputation, His Majesty has demanded a thorough investigation. Salas posed another question. "What if I refuse to cooperate until the internal investigation within the Duke's territory is complete?" Hysis presented him with a document. "I apologize, but His Majesty has issued a decree explicitly forbidding any protective actions towards the accused." A faint smile touched Salas's lips as he accepted the document. "It seems His Majesty is determined to apprehend them by any means necessary." How curious. This bribery incident was quietly suppressed, and now it suddenly resurfaces. Hysis seemed unconcerned with Salus's observation, simply stating, "I am merely carrying out His Majesty's orders." Salus placed the document on the table, granting permission for the arrests. "I'm surprised His Majesty is so interested in this affair of state. Take the prisoners." With that, Lady Colleen was handed over to Hysis. At that moment, Hysis's attention shifted. He murmured, his gaze falling upon Alice. A smile played on his lips as he inquired, "Is that the Duke's rumored fiancée?" Alice, startled, froze in place. She instinctively took a step back, suspicion swirling within her. "He knows me," she thought, a chill running down her spine. "He's the one person I wanted to avoid." Salus moved to stand before her. Shielding her slightly, he said softly, "I hadn't realized rumors about the Duchess had spread so far." Hysis explained, "The marriage of the Empire's most esteemed ducal family was arranged rather hastily, leading to much speculation in the capital about the future Duchess Dyra." Hysis offered a small bow. "My master expressed interest, so I naturally became curious as well. I apologize if this has caused you any discomfort, Your Grace." Salus crossed his arms, his expression serious. "I will speak with His Majesty directly, so you needn't concern yourself." Hysis nodded. "Very well. We shall take our leave." With that, the royal guard departed. As they left, those remaining turned to Alice with concern. "Are you all right? Alice, my lady, are you unwell?" Her face was pale. Hysis's words echoed in her mind. His master expressed interest. Salus likely assumed it was the Emperor, but it was someone else entirely. If I told Salus everything, would he believe me? That this is the world of a book, and I know everything, so he should trust me. Doubt gnawed at her. He'd think I was mad, no matter who he is. Her continued pallor deepened Salus's worry. "This is bad. Someone fetch a physician." Alice spoke up. "I'm fine, Salus. Just a bit shaken." He was about to press the matter further when Tessiri entered hurriedly. "Your Grace." Salus turned towards the voice. Alice's thoughts raced. That's Tessiri, his close aide, a commoner from Jaimin who rose to become his trusted confidant. He certainly gathered a capable individual to his side. "There are only 4 days left until the full moon. Now that you've regained your power, could you perhaps let me go?" Alice spoke softly. "I just need a little rest, and I'll be fine. You two can continue your discussion." Though uneasy, Salus could only reluctantly agree. "If you feel unwell, be sure to tell the steward." She nodded obediently. "Yes." Watching Melton lead her away, a nagging question lingered in his mind, unspoken. He'd seen her expression. It wasn't merely shock. Alice had claimed surprise, but fear was closer to the truth. What was she afraid of? Beside him, Tessiri finally spoke. "My lord, according to our investigation, the Royal Knights were also mobilized and arrested Marquis Velkin for accepting bribes from Lady Colleen. His Majesty anticipated our plan and acted preemptively. At this rate, the Emperor will likely hold a swift trial and reduce Lady Colleen's sentence without a proper investigation. Even so, there's nothing we can do. It's the Emperor's decree." Salus mused aloud, "But haven't we gathered evidence for this very scenario? We'll present it to the Emperor tomorrow. Surely he can't ignore such clear proof." He was about to continue when Tessiri spoke. "Indeed, according to imperial law, serious crimes involving the attempted murder of the head of a noble family," Salus finished her sentence, "are punishable by the head of that family without trial." Despite his confident words, a seed of doubt had been planted. The more he considered it, the stranger it seemed. He glanced at the item Hysis had given him, questioning silently. Was this truly orchestrated by the Emperor? It seemed unlikely. Neither the Emperor nor his advisors were capable of such meticulous planning. No, there was one other possibility. The current Empress of Pentum, Lariella Pentum. She was so flawless. She was considered the sole beacon of light in the decaying imperial family. To shine so brightly in such a chaotic environment, her intellect couldn't be ordinary. Her very perfection was suspicious. But the Empress had shown no overt interest in this affair. The one who loathed Marquis Velkin, the Emperor's advisor, most was the Empress. However, she didn't participate in politics, and, unlike the Emperor, had never shown any hostility towards him. A memory surfaced. Come to think of it, he had recently encountered her outside the Crown Prince's palace. Lariella, upon seeing him, had politely said, "It's a pleasure to see Duke Durat awake and well. I heard you just had an audience with the Emperor." Then, with a downcast gaze, She continued, "You must be disappointed, unable to continue your duties while you were in a coma. I know His Majesty's decrees are misguided, but I haven't been able to persuade him." He'd remained silent, and Lariella had taken the blame upon herself. "I apologize, Duke." He'd replied, "You needn't apologize, Your Majesty." She'd offered a faint smile. "Now that you've safely recovered, I'll ask His Majesty to annul your betrothal." Recalling the exchange, he questioned himself. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it. Now, he wondered about her bringing up the betrothal first. Was it an act of goodwill or something more calculated? Seeing Salis lost in thought, Tessiri, at his side, inquired, "Your Grace, what troubles your mind?" Salis mused internally, "I'm still not certain. I'll have to continue observing." Aloud, he instructed, "It's nothing. We'll be going to the Imperial Palace early tomorrow morning. See that everything is prepared." A few days later, Salis sat, poring over the documents in his hands. He thought to himself, with this much evidence, even His Majesty will have to concede and hand over the culprits. Recalling Hysis's words, his contemplation deepened. On the one hand, he's taken an interest in Alice, and now, even the Empress. He remembered her gentle words, "I shall ask His Majesty to annul your betrothal." He had refused. "There's no need, Your Majesty." His refusal had startled her. He had reiterated firmly, "I apologize, but I will not divorce my wife." She had smiled, surprised, and said, "How unexpected. I assumed you would request an annulment immediately." "It seems the Duchess is a good person, quite contrary to the rumors. I would very much like to meet this Duchess." Lost in thought, Salis set the documents aside and sat in silence. Even the Empress, who usually pays no mind to rumors, has taken an interest in Alice. After my audience with the Emperor, I should also have a conversation with the Empress. Meanwhile, at the ducal estate, a servant stared at Alice in shock. "You're going to the temple again, madam." Alice fabricated a reason. "Yes, my heart feels heavy. I intend to visit briefly to pray." Inwardly, she chuckled. "A lie. I've asked Brian to expedite the priest ordination process today, so that by the time Salis returns, I'll already be a priest. It's cowardly, but I have no other choice. Salis, I thought he was oblivious, but he's sharper than I expected. And Hysis, he wasn't supposed to appear until later in the story, but he's already here, and he even knows about me. The plot is diverging more and more. I have to leave the Duke's territory before things get any more complicated. Even though I'm involved in this matter, I never thought the Duke would survive." She still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Salis's body hasn't fully healed, and I feel so guilty. Still, as a priest, I can use holy magic to heal. This is the perfect time to leave while he's away. Suddenly, Eileen rushed in. "Madam." Alice asked Eileen, "What is it?" She announced, "There are visitors from the Imperial Palace, madam." Alice went down to meet them. As she descended, one of them greeted her, "Greetings, Duchess." She introduced herself to Alice. "I am Baroness Marina Hastel, Chief Lady-in-Waiting to Her Majesty, the Empress." Alice thought to herself, "Chief Lady-in-Waiting, so she's very close to the Empress." Marina continued, "Her Majesty wishes to see you." Alice was taken aback. "Me?" she asked. Marina confirmed, "Yes, Her Majesty has requested I escort you to the palace. Please come with me. Her Majesty eagerly awaits you." Alice mused. Her tone is gentle, but it sounds almost like a command from the Empress. Apprehension prickled at her. She followed them to the Empress's chambers, a space filled with beautiful flowers and light refreshments laid out in waiting. As she arrived, Lariella greeted her with a warm smile. "I'm so glad to finally meet you, Duchess." She responded immediately, thanking the Empress for the invitation. Inwardly, Alice thought, she possesses such a delicate and refined beauty, truly deserving of the title Lily of the Empire. Despite her age, the Empress's noble and ethereal appearance showed no signs of fading, easily rivaling the proud rose, Sienna. Even more beautiful than described in the novel, Alice mused, a flicker of apprehension in her heart. But I can't face this woman without feeling anxious. She's the final villain of the story, after all. The Empress uses her beauty and position to manipulate entire governments, Alice recalled, controlling them like pawns in her own game. Even Hysis, whom I met yesterday, is one of her secret lovers. What's more, she's murdered countless people to put her son on the throne. The first victims were the late Empress and the first prince, followed by Carlos, who refused to support the second prince. She's also been quietly eliminating the third prince's factions and even purging loyalists of the Pentam Empire. But it's not just for her son's benefit. Her ultimate goal is to make him a puppet emperor, so she can rule from behind the scenes. The Empress is the type of person who will eliminate any obstacle without hesitation. One wrong step, and I could pay with my life. Just then, Lariella addressed her. The Duchess is truly beautiful. Alice politely replied, compared to your Majesty's beauty, I am far inferior. You flatter me. The Empress continued, such a lovely and adorable young woman, capable of saving another's life. Truly, something the Duke couldn't let go. Alice wondered, has the rumor of me saving the Duke reached the Empress already? It wasn't entirely like that. Your Majesty, she stammered. I must thank the blessings of God. He heard my most sincere prayers. Lariella set down her teacup. Her voice was soft, but each word carried a sharp emphasis. Prayers. Wasn't it the Duchess's divine power that saved the Duke? Alice froze. Yes, Your Majesty, she replied numbly. Lariella continued. The Duke, unconscious for 6 months, suddenly recovered shortly after your arrival. Furthermore, I've heard some interesting information from the temple. The Duchess Dairat wishes to become a priestess, and she possesses divine power. So, the Duchess using divine power to save the Duke is more believable than a miracle from prayer, wouldn't you say? She said with a faint smile. Flustered, Alice explained, Your Majesty, I do possess divine power, but not enough to save a life. Such a miracle is only within the capabilities of the Pope. I was skeptical at first, Lariella admitted, but the Duke insisted on defending you. I will not divorce the Duchess. She is the daughter-in-law Lady Colleen brought to me. Only a fool would be so adamant. So, I became certain that you possess a power that cannot be ignored. Alice fell silent. Her hands clenched her skirt. Why did your Majesty summon me? She asked nervously. The Empress smiled. To help you become a priestess, as you desire. Stunned, Alice asked, in return, how should I repay you? After a long silence, Lariella laughed. Lady Alice, your sharp wit only makes me like you more. I will make you Pope. In that position, support the second prince's ascension to the throne. Alice was even more astonished by this offer. Meanwhile, the Emperor carefully read the evidence Carlos had presented. Having finished, he declared, if the Duke has gone this far, there's no other choice. Tomorrow, I will deliver the prisoner to your estate. Salus, meanwhile, was formulating his own plan. He had to do something to divert the Emperor's attention from Alice. Your Majesty, Salus began, regarding the Duchess. But the Emperor cut him off with a cough. Duke, isn't this for your own good? I trust you'll handle it appropriately. Salus felt a flicker of doubt. Was the Emperor truly uninterested in Alice? Stepping outside, he remained lost in thought. If not the Emperor, then who? Edolf rushed towards him, breathless. Duke, he gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Duke, the Empress has taken the Duchess. Edolf blurted out. I fear something might happen, so I rushed here to inform you. Carlos was taken aback. Meanwhile, Alice was equally surprised by Lariella's invitation. Pope, she questioned. Lariella calmly replied, isn't the position of Pope reserved for the one who receives the most blessings from God? Divine power is the measure of that. Because you possess the divine power to resurrect the dead, you are worthy of this position. Alice was skeptical. Did the Empress even know what she was saying? The Pentium Empire worshipped the sun god Helios as its state religion, but the temple and politics were separate. The Emperor of Pentium was forbidden from interfering in the Pope's decisions. This was the temple's prerogative. A Pope chosen this way wouldn't be bound to the Emperor. To Alice, the Empress's actions were a blatant disregard for this law. As the Empress of the Empire, how dare she interfere? More importantly, Brian had suppressed news of her intention to become a priest. This meant the Empress had someone within the temple, and certainly not a mere low-ranking priest. The Empress had the power to elevate her to Pope. If that happened, she would become a pawn in the Empress's game, living a life far different from the one she desired. This couldn't happen. She had to refuse. But the Empress already knew her plans. Should she simply turn and leave quietly? Lariella continued to smile at her. Alice was bewildered. What should she do now? Suddenly, a loud noise caught their attention. A pair of feet strode confidently towards them. It was none other than Salus, ignoring the servants' pleas to stop. Please halt, they cried, but he continued his advance. Alice was shocked to Forgive me, Your Majesty, Salus said, offering a polite explanation. I was reckless and disrespectful. Even the palace guards fiercely tried to stop me, so I was incredibly worried about her. When the guards resolutely blocked my way, I began to suspect something. What kind of conversation could warrant such tight security? So, when I finally got inside, I admitted my fault, though I still deserve punishment for my earlier disrespect. Hearing this, she simply smiled faintly. The worried servant said, How can that be? Your Majesty. I'll escort him out immediately. But the Empress stopped them. Wait, she commanded. You may leave us. Then, turning to Salus, she said, Duke Salus, I won't punish you. Please, raise your head. Salus thanked her, expressing gratitude for her generosity. Alice, meanwhile, was still trying to process what was happening. Salus went to Alice's side, gently taking her hand in his. Are you all right, my love? He asked tenderly, stroking her cheek. You're rather sensitive, so this must have been a shock. You're quite pale. Although Alice knew he was putting on an act, and a rather convincing one at that, she still felt incredibly embarrassed. Let's stop here for a moment, she stammered. He held her hand. Unsure of his intentions, she thought to herself, just play along with him so we can leave quickly. So she forced a small smile. I'm a little surprised. Observing their intimacy, Empress Lariella sighed. This is the first time I've seen the Duke like this. I apologize for the unexpected disturbance. Salus feigned concern for Alice. If there's nothing else important to discuss, he said, and seeing as my wife isn't feeling well, we'll take our leave. Alice, too, feigned weariness, though inwardly she was relieved. Once we're home, I can figure this out. She curtsied politely to Lariella. Your Majesty, we ask for your permission to leave. The Empress addressed, I'd like to see you more often. Alice hesitated, unsure how to respond. Well, that is. The Empress cut her off, not giving her a chance to finish. Alice politely declined. I'm afraid I'm not nearly accomplished enough to enjoy such conversations with your Majesty. The Empress gave a thin smile, her voice soft but laced with a warning. That's a pity. I thought I made a new friend after all this time. Alice's hands trembled as she replied, I apologize. Salus, at her side, noticed her distress. Moments later, they were outside. As soon as they were out, Alice breathed a sigh of relief. I'm alive. Salus called to her. Alice. What did the Empress say? He asked, his voice laced with concern. You're very pale. You can't tell me it was nothing. Alice was surprised by his attitude. He's worried, but she couldn't bring herself to tell him the truth. She recalled the Empress's words, as Pope, support the second prince's claim to the throne. She feared that if she spoke, he wouldn't believe her. There was no proof to back up the Empress's shocking pronouncements, words that warranted immediate execution, considering the image she so carefully cultivated. No one would believe her. So, after a moment of hesitation, she said, Duke Salus, you said you would listen to what I wanted. He didn't understand, but he replied, that's right. Alice clasped her hands together, pleading with him. Can you get me out of this empire? Her request puzzled him. What would make you want to leave? Though she longed to tell him the truth, that she wanted to avoid the Empress, Alice feigned exhaustion. I'm quite tired now. Could we discuss this later? Seeing her fatigue, Salus readily agreed. Of course. As they reached the gate, Alice stared ahead in surprise. Beyond the carriage waited not only the coachman, but also Salus's guards and his steward, Edolf. She realized then that Edolf must have informed Salus of her whereabouts. A strained smile touched her lips as she passed the steward. Salus took her hand, his touch gentle. Alice, he said, let's go home. The words sent a pang of sadness through her. I don't want to be the Duchess anymore, she thought. Today has only strengthened my resolve. Yet, she answered softly, yes, let's. By the time they arrived back at the ducal estate, dusk had begun to settle. I'll go up to my room, Alice announced. Rest well, Salus replied. The thought of the Empress's inevitable next contact and the need to formulate a plan weighed heavily on Alice, intensifying her weariness. Salus watched her retreat, silence hanging heavy in the air. His mind raced with suspicion. What is the Empress trying to achieve? It's clear the Emperor isn't behind this, he mused. The master Hysis referred to must be the Empress. I need to investigate her thoroughly. His thoughts then turned to Alice. But why is Alice so terrified of her? The Podori barony is far from the capital, and Alice hasn't even made her official debut. How could she have any information about the imperial family? Even when Baroness Corellian interrogated her, she handled it with ease, he recalled. He remembered her dismissive murmur, clinging to his side. That kind of interrogation is nothing. What could possibly frighten her so much? A wave of helplessness washed over him. I want to demand answers, but I'm afraid she'll disappear. If it concerns Alice, I must tread carefully. Turning to his aide, he instructed, Tazirai, we need to investigate the Empress. Tazirai looked surprised. The Empress, Your Grace. Salus's voice was firm. Yes, find out who she meets with regularly, even those she sees in secret. Investigate everything thoroughly. Though confused, Tazirai agreed. Yes, Your Grace, he replied. Early the next morning, Alice awoke with the first light of dawn. Sitting up and stretching, she murmured to herself, I must have dozed off. Gazing out the window at the soft rays of sunlight filtering through, she remarked, it's already dawn. I can't just sit here, she declared, pulling back the curtains. She then began rummaging through her drawers, searching for something specific. Finally, she located a quill and parchment. Early morning is the perfect time to think, she mused. If I write everything down and organize it, there might be some hope, she thought, a small chuckle escaping her lips. She began to jot down the recent events. Salus's awakening, Baroness Carelian's impending exile, not at the hands of Lady Melton, but of the Duke himself, and a shadowy empress, attempting to draw her into her schemes she had refused. She outlined two possibilities. 1. The Empress would summon her again. 2. The worst-case scenario, the Empress would eliminate her. Finishing her notes, a wave of despair washed over her. Hope? What hope? Exhaustion settled deep in her bones. Even the temple, my only sanctuary, is no longer safe, she realized. It's crawling with the Empress's spies. There's only one place left untouched by her influence. Her thoughts settled on the Diora estate, or more specifically, on Salus's side. After all, Alice mused, a flicker of excitement in her eyes, our fates are intertwined, aren't they? In life or death, we're bound together. Her hand clenched. Things had come to this, and Salus couldn't be allowed to die. She would dedicate herself to his recovery, to healing him, and together they would defeat the Empress. But how could she tell Salus that Lariella was the true villain? The Empress's mask wouldn't fall until the very end of the story. The sheer frustration of it almost brought Alice to tears. According to the plot, once the third prince and Sienna returned victorious from their monster subjugation quest, the Empress, consumed by fear, would hastily attempt to assassinate the prince. It was then that Hysis, the Empress's agent, would produce evidence against her, finally revealing her as the mastermind behind everything. But that was so far off. The nearest event connected to the Empress's crimes was Duchess Rosetta's death at the royal hunting competition. Her death by arrow would be deemed a tragic, unavoidable accident. Later, the trial would expose the Empress's hand in the incident. In the original novel, the main characters didn't participate in the hunt. The news of Rosetta's death was merely a newspaper article Baroness Carelian happened to read. But now, if Salus were to participate and witness the scene firsthand, it could become a devastating blow against the Empress. A brilliant idea. Excitement bubbled up inside Alice. After all her agonizing, a glimmer of hope had finally appeared. Just then, the lights in her room flickered and died. At first, she thought the fuel had simply run out. But then, the window creaked open. Terror seized her. Alice dove under the table. A cloaked figure slipped through the window and slowly advanced into the room. Someone was coming. Was that a knife? Panic clawed at her throat. Was this an assassin sent by the Empress? Alice clapped a hand over her mouth. Her mind screamed, after just one meeting, she's targeting me already. I have to use this to my advantage. They probably thought she was still in bed. When the knife plunged into the bedding, she would make her escape. The blade flashed, poised to strike. It plunged into the covers. Alice bolted. Now, she ran for her life. The figure, startled, cried out, no. As Alice neared the door, it swung open, stopping her dead in her tracks. Another cloaked figure stood in the doorway, a knife glinting in their hand. A cruel smile twisted their lips. Where do you think you're going? Alice's mind raced. Resistance seemed futile. Just stay quiet. But she wasn't about to surrender that easily. Help! She screamed. The figure behind her snarled, shut up. They lunged, their blade aimed at her back. Alice somehow dodged the attack, sweat slicking her skin. Mother, help me. She stumbled back, hitting the edge of the table. The attacker closed in for the kill. Alice's hand closed around a perfume bottle. She hurled the bottle, then another, and another, a barrage of glass and scented liquid aimed at the attacker's face. Stay back, she shrieked. I can't die. No, I won't die. The figure flinched, raising their arms defensively against the onslaught. You damn, they spat, their voice choked with rage. He's going berserk. He wants to get you right here, right now. The masked figure shrieked. Just shut up and die already. The words had barely left his lips when a vase slammed into his head. The sound of shattering pottery filled the air. The masked man stood frozen, a single grunt escaping him. Alice, momentarily paralyzed with fear, stammered, Is he still? The blow, though delivered with a vase, had drawn blood. This only seemed to enrage the attacker further. You're dead meat, little girl, he roared. Panic seized Alice. Her face, drained of color, was a mask of terror. I made him even angrier, she thought in despair. Facing him, she fought to regain her composure. Think, Alice, think. Stall until someone comes. Suddenly, inspiration struck, the divine power. They said I could use it to attack. Focusing all her will, she began to invoke it. Oh, great Helios, grant me your strength. Light erupted from her, momentarily blinding the masked assailant. What the magic? He sputtered, watching her with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Are your wounds all healed already? As if to mock her desperate plea, the god Helios appeared, his voice echoing with an unsettling mirth. If you die like this and ascend to heaven, you'll meet me there. Eh ha ha ha. Alice stared, stunned into silence. The masked man, emboldened, raised his knife high. Wouldn't it have been easier to just stay quiet from the beginning? He sneered. What a waste of effort. Utterly defeated, Alice's eyes welled with tears. Resigned to her fate, she braced for the end. Just as the masked figure lunged, a shout ripped through the air. Both Alice and her attacker turned towards the sound. A sword, dripping with fresh blood, flashed into view. Salus appeared, radiating an almost heroic aura. How dare you set foot here, you vile vermin? The masked man trembled, sweat beading on his brow. Why, your grace, he stammered. Relief washed over Alice. Her path to death seemed to be lengthening with Salus's arrival. Seizing her opportunity, Alice shoved the distracted attacker from behind and scrambled to Salus's side. Salus, she cried. He looked at her with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, she breathed. Just then, a tremendous explosion rocked the building, sending vibrations through the floor. All three of them turned towards the source of the commotion. Servants and the steward rushed past, shouting and attempting to extinguish flames. Robbers! They've broken into the underground vault. Alice gasped. Robbers? No, they're assassins. They're trying to make it look like an accident. Salus pulled her protectively behind him, a gesture that made her blush. A group of assassins emerged, brandishing knives. How many of them are there? Alice whispered, her voice laced with anxiety. Salus, remarkably calm, scoffed. Is that all you've got for a robbery? He turned to Alice. Close your eyes, he murmured. Yes, she replied obediently, squeezing them shut. Salus leveled his sword at the assassins, the air thick with tension. With a cold precision, he attacked. The bright flash of his blade carved deadly arcs through the air. The screams of the assassins filled the room, growing louder and more frantic. Alice, terrified, kept her eyes tightly closed, unable to bear witness. Alice turned away, her eyes flickering open involuntarily. She clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. The agonizing cries of the dying men echoed around her, a chorus of pain that sent shivers down her spine. She squeezed her eyes shut, pressing her hands tightly against her ears. A moment later, Salus's voice cut through the horror, a distant call of her name. Then, closer, clearer, Alice. The sound jolted her, and her eyes flew open. She turned hesitantly, her voice a trembling whisper. Why, yes. Salus's voice was laced with concern. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, Alice rushed to assure him. She saw the blood splattered across him, yet he seemed unfazed. She hurried to stand before him, her gaze fixed on his face, anxiety etched in her features. There's blood on your face, she breathed. Salus gave a small laugh. This. Seeing the distress in her eyes, he quickly added, It's not mine. But Alice's face only paled further, her gaze growing vacant. Suddenly, her legs gave way, and she collapsed with a soft moan. Salus swiftly caught her, holding her close. Alice, he cried, his voice sharp with fear. Just then, the royal guards burst into the vault. Your Grace, my lady, are you all right? They called out, then stopped short, staring at the carnage. Bodies lay scattered across the floor, slick with blood. David stared, dumbfounded. So many. Salus's voice was urgent. David, one of them is still alive. Take him, to the dungeons and summon Edop. Alice trembled in Salus's arms, unconscious. A moment later, a cup of herbal tea was placed on a nearby table. Alice sat motionless in a chair. The butler's voice was gentle. "This is an herbal tea to soothe the mind and body, my lady." Alice stared at the steaming cup. "This," she thought, then lifted it to her lips and took a slow sip. The horrific scene replayed in her mind. "This is the first time I've seen so much blood that witnessed such death," she murmured. "It's another stark reminder that this world is nothing like the one I left behind." She glanced around, searching for Salus. Where did he go? I hope he wasn't hurt. She took another sip of tea, then sighed. I could still smell the blood. A sound made her turn. It was Salus, emerging in a disarmingly alluring nightrobe. "Feeling better?" he asked. The sight of him sent a blush creeping up Alice's neck. Her jaw dropped. "Oh my." The butler bowed quickly. "I'll take my leave now." "Yes, you may go," Salus replied. Relief washed over Alice. "He's all right. Just want to clean up," she thought. Salus sat down opposite her, the sunlight catching his features, enhancing his already striking appearance. Alice, struggling to maintain her composure, stammered, "Thank you for saving me, Your Grace. If you hadn't been there, I would be dead." "Of course," Salus replied. "I promised to protect you, didn't I? But more importantly to those robbers, they were assassins. Highly trained assassins." Alice's grip tightened around her teacup, her expression troubled. His face grew serious. "Who would want you dead, Alice? Do you have any suspicions?" The question sparked a surge of anger within her. "Who?" "It's the Empress, of course. It has to be her. I want to tell Salus everything, but I'm afraid he won't understand. This morning, the Empress invited me for tea and acted all friendly, and then tonight she sends assassins after me. Who would believe that? I can barely believe it myself. It's not the right time to tell him." Having decided this, Alice answered, "I don't know who's after my life." Salus replied, "It's all right. I'll interrogate the surviving assassin." Alice felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness, she thought. I was afraid he'd ask more questions. She fell silent for a moment, gazing at him. Sitting up straighter, her gaze firm, she said, "Your Grace, there's something I need to discuss with you. You offered me sanctuary in the duchy before, didn't you? I accept your offer." He looked stunned. "Truly," she held up a finger, "but only for a year. During that time, I will use my divine power to completely heal your body. And after a year," she continued, "I ask that you grant me a divorce. I don't need money or power, only." Before she could finish, Salus, anticipating her words, interjected, "Protection for that year." "Correct." "Yes," Alice confirmed. "I agree to your terms." Alice added, "Yes, because right now there are many people who want me dead." She thought to herself, the original plot will end within the next year. He and I were never truly husband and wife, so it's only right that I return the title of Duchess. Salus fell into a thoughtful silence. Alice wondered, why is he so quiet? Does he want to extend it to 2 years? 1 year is more than enough time for his recovery. A small smile played on Salus's lips as he extended his hand towards her. "Very well," he said. "I accept your conditions. I'll be counting on you next year." Alice took his hand. "Yes, I ask for your continued support." A knock echoed at the door. David's voice called out, "Your Grace." Seeing him, Alice thought with surprise, "Oh, David, this is the first time I've gotten a good look at him." According to the novel, David will die trying to save Lady Melton. In his dying breath, he'll say, "I can finally go see my master now," and he'll die with a contented smile. Alice, caught up in her thoughts, mused, "I quite like his loyal nature. Perhaps David can be saved in the future, too." Salus, observing her enthusiastic expression, looked puzzled. He turned to David. "Report." David replied, "Your Grace, when the surviving assassin regained consciousness, he immediately took his own life. I apologize for my incompetence in failing to secure him." Hearing David's report, both Salus and Alice were taken aback. Alice thought, the lead to finding the mastermind behind this has been cut off. Folding his arms, Salus said, "It's all right. I didn't expect this to be easily resolved. See that the remains are dealt with discreetly." David responded, "Yes, Your Grace." Sitting quietly, observing their exchange, Alice was impressed. He's quite forgiving. No wonder David is so loyal. I've thoroughly investigated, but there wasn't a single person inside the warehouse. It seems this wasn't a simple robbery. The ladies' chambers have been cleaned and restored, Your Grace. Hearing this, Alice's mind conjured up images of bodies strewn across the floor, blood splattered everywhere. She imagined the metallic scent of blood assaulting her senses as she entered, causing her to shudder inwardly with a quiet dread. "To your room," Salis ordered the other guard. All right, you're dismissed. Alice recoiled, fear clinging to her. Salis turned and addressed her softly. Alice. She responded, her voice trembling, yes. I imagine that room will be rather difficult to sleep in, he suggested. I'll have another room prepared for you. Since you still seem uneasy, I'll stay in the room next door. As he spoke, Alice wrung her hands. Clearing her throat, she said, Could I perhaps sleep in this room? Just for tonight. She thought to herself, tonight, I need to stay in the safest room possible. Salis's expression remained unchanged. Here, seeing his reaction, Alice assumed he would refuse, so she quickly added, I can sleep on the sofa. It's quite spacious and comfortable. His voice held a note of reluctance. If you insist, but I will sleep on the sofa. You take the bed. Alice forced a smile, feigning politeness. How could I possibly take your Grace's bed? Please don't mind me. Salis listened impassively, his face giving nothing away. He sighed, a sound of weary resignation. I can't allow a lady to sleep on the sofa. What kind of person do you take me for? Alice persisted. I can sleep anywhere. It's fine, really. Salis abruptly stood. As you wish. As Alice stared, bewildered, he continued, if you'll excuse me for a moment. Salis scooped Alice into his arms. Her face flushed crimson with surprise. W, what are you doing? She stammered. Salis spoke matter-of-factly. I believe carrying you to the bed is more efficient than arguing with your stubbornness. Alice's voice was barely a whisper. No, please put me down. He gently placed her on the bed. There, you are down. Alice began, Your Grace, but Salis cut her off. Rest now. Alice clutched the covers, watching him, thinking, there's no point arguing further at this point. Her eyelids felt heavy now. Alice drifted off, thinking, I suppose I'll just sleep. When Salis turned back, she was already fast asleep. He smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Should I tell her she wasn't taking my bed anyway? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his own face flushed. I'm still quite awake. He walked over and sat down in a chair, lost in thought. To protect my family and my power, I've always prioritized myself. I've never felt remorse for losing someone or sacrificing another. Until I saw you standing on the precipice of danger today, I felt a surge of rage, a desire to obliterate those who dared to frighten you. Faced with that scene, the fear of losing you consumed me. My own safety was the last thing on my mind. Now I can say with certainty, my feelings for you are not simply a desire for your power. More than anything, it's your presence beside me that brings me peace. Though I resisted it, Salis finally admitted to himself, this is undoubtedly love. You have, after all, saved my heart. It would be strange if you weren't its rightful owner. A faint smile played on his lips as realization dawned. I know you lied about not knowing who is targeting you. To hire such a large number of skilled assassins, only someone within the royal family could manage that. Salis reached out and placed his hand over Alice's. But seeing you always poised to flee, ready to leave at any moment, I don't want to push you. Don't worry. His eyes glinted with a fierce protectiveness. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it gently. I swear, as God is my witness, even if it costs me my life, I will not let anyone harm a single hair on your head. Early the next morning, brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Alice bolted upright, bewildered by her own ability to sleep so soundly, especially in someone else's room. Feeling refreshed, she glanced around. The sun had long since risen high in the sky, and the room's owner had already left for work. Alice sighed. If things continued like this, how could she possibly claim this was just a professional arrangement? Are you trying to trick me or something? She muttered to herself. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Milady, it's Aileen, a voice called. The steward and I are here. May we come in? Yes, come in. As soon as Alice gave permission, the two entered. I brought you water, milady, Aileen said, preparing Alice's toiletries. Alice smiled. Thank you, Aileen. Steward, is something the matter? The steward, Adop, replied, There's something I wish to discuss with you, milady. As per the Duke's request, we have prepared a new room for you, milady. The preparations were completed overnight. It's the room that has been used by generations of duchesses. Alice looked up, surprised. That's quite an honor. Thank you. A flicker of unease crossed her mind. So it's the room the late Duchess used. She didn't dwell on it, however. Well, it's better than a room where people have died, she thought. I'll be leaving this place soon anyway. Adop handed her a letter. And this is a letter for you, milady. A letter? Alice asked, surprised. It reads, I heard there was a disturbance at the Duke's residence. This letter conveys my regards to you, milady. If you require any assistance, please inform me. Sincerely, Brian. A warmth spread through her as she remembered his smile. He must have sent this after hearing about Lady Collion's expulsion. Brian truly was a kind soul. Alice's thoughts turned inward. Right, tomorrow is the deadline for me to give my answer about becoming a priestess. I should tell them clearly that I won't be going to the temple anymore. She turned to the steward, a question on her mind. Steward, where is the Duke? His Grace is likely in his office, milady. After freshening up and dressing, she looked absolutely stunning. Good morning, Your Grace, she greeted Salis. Looking at her, Salis couldn't resist teasing. Did you sleep well last night? Alice blushed, embarrassed. Yes, thank you. Seeing that she was able to stand and concerned about her previous injury, he instructed, just go back to your room and rest until evening. I'll be back late, so don't worry about me. Alice looked at him with concern. You're so busy. Salis rubbed his temples. Yes, work is piling up, plus there's the matter concerning the Crown Prince. Confused, Alice asked, a matter concerning the Crown Prince. Seeing her bewildered expression, he replied calmly, you should know about this, Alice, because you'll be living with me. His deep blue eyes gazed at her softly. Alice blushed, flustered by his casual words. He certainly knew how to make a girl's heart race. Salis continued, his tone serious. Currently, I'm not supporting the second prince. However, the first prince is not promising, so I'm searching for a new candidate from the collateral lines. Alice gasped, astonished. The third prince isn't being considered. At this rate, you'll be wasting your time on the wrong person. Salis replied, perhaps a promising candidate will emerge during the upcoming hunting competition. I'll inform you more clearly when things are certain. Inwardly, Alice was screaming, no, we have to choose the third prince. He's the one who wins. At a loss, Alice resorted to subtle hints. Feigning curiosity, she asked, isn't there another child of the emperor? Salis understood her meaning. Are you referring to the third prince? He asked, a note of hesitation in his voice. We haven't thoroughly investigated him yet. Due to his so-called low birth, he was cast aside by the emperor and received no formal education. Therefore, he's deemed unsuitable for the throne. He shook his head regretfully. More importantly, we don't even know if the third prince is alive or dead. Alice felt a wave of frustration. Salis had clearly considered this, and his reasoning, to some extent, was sound. She recalled the rumors. The third prince was the result of a one-night encounter between the emperor and chambermaid. The emperor considered the third prince's existence a disgrace. Upon the prince's birth, he'd been abandoned in a desolate corner of the palace. Unless he reveals himself, Alice mused, no one will ever know of his existence. A plan began to form in her mind. For now, Salis won't seek him out. I need to find a way for them to meet accidentally. Pushing that thought aside for the moment, she excused herself. Your Grace, she said, I intend to visit the temple for a while. Salis was about to agree when she added, I wish to see the high priest, Brian. She continued, a touch of eagerness in her voice, to tell him directly that I won't be becoming a priestess after all. I promise to return quickly. Salis paused, his mind racing through countless reasons to accompany her, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Actually, he began, you could go alone, but coincidentally, I also have business at the temple, so let's go together. Alice, blissfully unaware of his cunning, readily agreed. Certainly. A moment later, realizing the implications, she blinked in surprise. His work ultimately was cast aside. He had successfully maneuvered himself into accompanying her. The carriage began its journey with a gentle clatter. The atmosphere inside was incredibly still. Alice watched, a touch of helplessness, as he busied himself with his paperwork. You're busy, she pointed out. You don't need to come along. His papers and ledgers occupied an entire row of the seat. Salis replied calmly, it's no problem. As I said, I have business at the temple. Alice felt a bead of sweat trickle down her temple. She was starting to fear him. He lied so smoothly, without a flicker of hesitation or change in expression. She remembered his aide's bewildered expression. The Duke is going to the temple. He'd asked, his face suggesting the world was about to end. Well, she sighed, try to rationalize his behavior. Perhaps the Duke wants to make sure I haven't changed my mind. The shock of the poisoning must have been quite traumatic for him. She fell silent, observing him intently. After a while, the carriage stopped before the Grand Temple. Salis exited first, offering her his hand. since we arrived unannounced. No one has come to greet us. Alice replied, "It's all right. I come here often, so I know the way." Just as they entered, she noticed a familiar figure with purple hair passing by. "Oh, Violet," she called out excitedly. Hearing her name, Violet turned. She curtsied respectfully. "Duchess, it's been a while." Alice beamed. "Yes, it has." Violet's gaze shifted to the man beside Alice. "Is that Duke de Ret?" she inquired. He placed a possessive hand on Alice's shoulder, drawing her closer with a proud smile. "Indeed, it is I." He turned to Alice, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "You seem close to this priestess." Alice blushed slightly. "She helped me a great deal while I was here." Violet's eyes sparkled as she observed their affectionate interaction, a touch of admiration in her gaze. Around them, whispers began to circulate. "Duke de Ret and his wife are here. They look so loving." Alice felt a blush creep up her neck as she stood awkwardly within Salus's embrace. So many eyes on them. But then again, the more widespread the rumors of their harmonious relationship, the better. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Contrary to the rumors, they look so loving," someone whispered. "Just looking at them warms my heart." Alice placed a hand on Salus's firm chest, playing along with his affectionate display, while internally cringing. Being the center of attention was truly uncomfortable, but she maintained a smile as she replied, "We're here to see High Priest Brian." Violet stepped forward. "If you're looking for him, he's at the relief center. I was just heading there myself, actually." Salus readily agreed. "All right, let's go." Alice quickly stopped him. "Please wait a moment. Your Grace, you said you had business to attend to." He seemed to remember, stammering, that." Alice cut in with a suggestion. "Perhaps we could meet again after you've taken care of your personal matters." Though he clearly wanted to say no, he ultimately conceded. Passing through the bustling kitchen, Alice finally found Brian. He greeted her warmly. "My lady, it's been a while." Brian's gentle voice was full of concern. "You mentioned you had something to tell me. Is it serious?" Alice hesitated. "No, it's just." Her heart pounded in her chest. Strange, now that she was face to face with him, she couldn't seem to speak. A sudden thought struck her. Had she caused him trouble? Seeing her hesitation, Brian seemed to understand. Not wanting to make her uncomfortable, he spoke. "You've come to confirm that you won't be becoming a priestess, haven't you?" He smiled at her. "You only wanted to become a priestess to protect yourself from Lady Colian, correct?" "I surmised as much during my visit to the Duke's residence 2 weeks ago. And since Lady Colian has been exiled, I'm sure you're safe now." Alice was stunned. He was incredibly perceptive. She didn't try to hide it, lowering her head. "I apologize for troubling you." He chuckled. "Not all, I understand." His kind smile radiated a luminous aura that nearly blinded her. "I'm glad things have settled down. I wish you and the Duke a happy life together." Alice was touched. He was truly born to be a pope, so compassionate. She looked at him hesitantly. There's something I need to discuss with you." Alice gritted her teeth, deciding to reveal the secret, unsure if he would believe her. "An envoy who has signed a pact with the palace is hiding within this temple." Brian's eyes widened in shock. His face was a mask of disbelief. "The royal palace and the temple are forbidden from interfering in each other's internal affairs. Do you realize how dangerous those words are?" Alice was tense. "Yes, which is why I swear I'm not lying." She looked down, avoiding his gaze. "I can't tell you how I discovered this, but..." She swallowed the rest of her sentence. The Queen's declaration of support for his papacy was undoubtedly meant to prevent Brian from attaining the position. Brian was sure to face many difficulties in the struggle for the throne. Furthermore, since the original storyline had diverged so drastically, there was no guarantee that Brian's future would unfold as it did in the original work. After a moment of silent contemplation, Brian gave a sad smile. "Of course, not all priests are pure." He made a discreet, secretive gesture, his voice serious. "Since you're so certain, my lady, I believe you. However, please do not mention this to anyone else. If you do, your life will be in danger." Alice clenched her fists, suppressing the anxiety churning within her. "Understood." Brian led Alice inside. "It seems I've been outside a bit too long. I should head back now." Alice smiled, about to say goodbye. "I should be going too, since I didn't come alone." Suddenly, a loud cry cut through the air. "Your Holiness!" Then a loud thud. Alice tumbled to the ground. Brian, startled, rushed to help her up. "Duchess, are you all right?" Still disoriented and clutching her aching arm, Alice mumbled, "What was that?" As her senses returned, she noticed a plainly dressed child also sitting on the ground, rubbing their head. A child. Was the child heading to the relief center? The child, startled and afraid, cried out, Scrambling over to Alice, they pleaded, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It was an accident." The child trembled, their panic intensifying. "I just wanted to see the high priest and my mother quickly. I'm sorry." Alice quickly reassured them. "It's all right. You don't need to apologize so much." She then appealed to Brian. "High priest, please help this child calm down." Brian seemed frozen, his face pale as he listened to the child's continuous apologies. I'm sorry. When he didn't respond, Alice called to him again, "High priest." He startled, as if snapping back to reality. "Ah, yes." Brian helped Alice to her feet first. As soon as she put weight on her foot, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Alice grabbed the wall, wincing. "Oh no, I think I've sprained my ankle." Brian turned to the child. "Get up now." The Duchess said it's all right. He then added gently, with a touch of concern, "But you seem quite injured. Why were you running without looking where you were going?" Apologize to the Duchess properly. Reassured by Brian's words, the child's fear seemed to melt away, replaced by a cheerful smile. Running over to Alice, the child said, "I'm truly sorry, and thank you for forgiving me." Alice, unperturbed, cautioned, "All right, just remember not to run like that again." Both Alice and Brian chuckled as they watched the child skip away. Alice, relieved, said to Brian, "The child's a bit slow, but they seem all right now." Brian looked at her with a sad, almost hesitant expression. Finally, he bowed his head gratefully. "Thank you, Duchess, for your generosity in forgiving the child." Alice beamed. "It was nothing, just a little carelessness." Brian's expression darkened as he explained, "No, many nobles wouldn't be so understanding of a commoner's carelessness." Alice now understood the child's earlier fear. It wasn't just the mistake of a child, but the mistake of a commoner. She recalled the original story. Brian, having come from humble beginnings, had likely witnessed such behavior from the nobility many times. Noticing Alice's limp, Brian thoughtfully bent down to examine her ankle. "Duchess, is your ankle injured?" To Alice's surprise, he knelt down. "Allow me to treat it." Curious, Alice asked, "How did you know?" He replied, "Because you kept touching it." Realization dawned on Alice. "Oh, I see. I thought you could read minds." He gently explained, "It's all right. I'll heal it with divine power." Divine power can only be used on others. It has no effect on the one who possesses it. Slightly embarrassed by his bright, genuine smile, Alice said, "I didn't know that. Please go ahead." Brian touched her injury, and a soothing, gentle light emanated from his hand. Alice was mesmerized, captivated by the ethereal glow. This was the power of divine magic, a warmth enveloping her ankle. Suddenly, it struck her. This was what intrigued Salus. Just a moment later, he stood up, finished. "How do you feel?" Alice, with a relieved sigh, lifted her skirt slightly for him to see. "Much better. Thank you so much." Her words were cut short as the heel of one of her shoes suddenly broke off. Was there any greater humiliation? Alice wished the earth would swallow her whole. Brian looked on, flustered. Alice stammered, scratching her cheek in embarrassment. "I must have broken it when I fell. I don't think it can be fixed." He could only nod awkwardly. "Yes." Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness that child didn't see this. They would have fainted from fright. Brian extended his hand, a smile as radiant as an angel's gracing his features. "My lady, your kindness truly shines. Allow me to escort you. Please take my hand." "Thank you." Alice was about to take Brian's hand when a cold voice, laced with the sharp tang of jealousy, cut through the air. "You would do well to retract that hand, High Priest Brian." Salus. Alice greeted him cheerfully, despite the aura of stay back or die radiating from him. He, however, maintained a glacial expression. Brian withdrew his hand and explained, "I was merely offering my assistance to the Duchess, as her heel has broken. Nothing more." Salus approached, not forgetting to deliver a warning. "Whatever your intentions, a wise man would exercise caution. There are many eyes watching." He quickly reached the pair. Salus paused, his gaze fixed on something. Brian, his gentle smile still in place, was utterly perplexed. He couldn't fathom what had captured the Duke's attention so completely. Alice, equally confused, wondered if he was angry. She quickly spoke up. "Brian was just helping me. I hurt myself." Alarmed at the mention of injury, Salus immediately checked on her. "Hurt? Where are you hurt? Alice downplayed it. I just twisted my ankle when I tripped. Brian, witnessing their affectionate exchange, felt a pang of something he couldn't quite name. Now that everything is settled, please do not worry. The Duke is here. I will take my leave. Salis watched Brian's retreating figure. Alice, looking at Salis, imagined him as a small, protective pebble guarding a precious treasure. She found the image endearing. You look like a samurai protecting his people. Are you worried I'll change my mind? He asked her solicitously, can you walk? She replied, no, I need new shoes. Salis seized the opportunity. He leaned closer and said, take my arm. Without a replacement shoe, Alice took his arm. Thank you. I apologize for the trouble. Suddenly, he swept her up into his arms, bridal style, startling her. Wait, what? She thought she was just supposed to lean on him. He acted as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Why so surprised? It's not the first time. His words triggered a forgotten memory. The events of the previous night came flooding back. He had carried her like this then, too. Mortified, Alice clapped a hand over his mouth, fearing what other unexpected words might escape him. Don't say that so loudly. What if someone hears you? Salis feigned breathlessness. Looking at her flushed face, he leaned in teasingly. Shall we go then? I think a scarf around your neck might be a good idea as well. Alice pleaded, embarrassed. Put me down, please. He replied with mock seriousness. It's hardly appropriate for a lady to walk on a broken heel, let alone barefoot. She wanted to argue, but his logic was irrefutable. Then she considered the scene they were about to make. Wait, if we go this way, we'll run into everyone. Just as she predicted, Preen, the devotees, and the townspeople all stared at them, wide-eyed. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. It's Duke Dyrot and his wife. Preen, however, was far from amused. Salis proudly carried her in his arms, parading her before everyone as if staking a claim. Alice, buried against his chest the entire time, felt her inner voice scream. She couldn't even bring herself to lift her head. Once they were out of the temple, she felt utterly drained, as if she'd expended a year's worth of energy just to hold herself together in that crowded space. You can put me down now, she murmured. He protested, I'll carry you to the carriage. Alice nearly cried. No, if the driver sees us like this, the rumors will spread throughout the entire duchy. Mortified, she could practically see the driver's perspective, the assumptions they'd make about their intimacy. Just as she feared, the driver's eyes lit up with excitement. They're so affectionate, he exclaimed. Alice burned with embarrassment. Put me down now, she insisted, struggling in Salis's arms. He looked at her, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then Salis chuckled, watching her squirm like a ruffled chick. So adorable, he mused. Glaring at him, she huffed, what's so funny? I must indulge my wife, he said, gently setting her down. If you insist, I'll obey. He seemed satisfied. At least the person I wanted to see this most has witnessed it. It dawned on Alice that he'd been putting on a show of jealousy. Confused, she asked, what were you talking about? Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, Your Grace. Alice looked up. That voice. David rushed in, breathless. Salis asked, what brings you here? David bowed his head. There's news from the royal palace, Your Grace. Lady Corian and young Master Eden are dead. The news struck them both like a physical blow. Salis stammered. What? A few days later, their bodies were transported to the manor, accompanied by 2 small knives and a letter. Lord His Sis was the one who delivered them. He explained that the culprits had used the knives to commit suicide, and for a fleeting moment, a faint, scornful smile had played on their lips. Under the twilight glow, a fire was lit. The bodies were placed upon the pyre. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Alice watched from above, a certainty growing in her heart. The one who killed them was undoubtedly the queen. Lady Corian was the type to do anything, even bargain with demons, to cling to life. And Eden wouldn't dare take his own life. Salis must not believe they committed suicide either. Indeed, watching the flames dance below, his mind raced with similar suspicions. He pieced together the clues. When his sis had handed him the letter, he'd smiled. The queen's hand in this again. I thought she would use Eden's involvement in the ducal succession dispute to swing her support back to the second prince. It seems she dealt with the culprits swiftly before they could utter any inconvenient truths. They had known too much, enough to be eliminated despite being valuable pawns. He turned, his gaze meeting Alice's. We've been watched all along. Alice must have been suspecting the same person. David gritted his teeth. Damn it, we didn't even get to question them. After a moment of contemplation, Salus called out, David, when the fire burns out, gather the ashes and scatter them far from the duchy. Even in death, they are not permitted to remain near here. His expression was colder than Alice had ever seen. As you command, your grace, David replied. He couldn't deny the satisfaction he felt. Finally, he could make those who had wronged him pay. But now he faced a greater enemy. He couldn't waste his energy on them any longer. Alice's radiant smile filled his mind. There were those he needed to protect. Salus's voice was sharp. Tazairai, what's the progress on the Queen's investigation? There was a hesitation. I haven't found anything unusual, Your Grace. Just as I suspected, Salus murmured, she wouldn't do the dirty work herself. He gave his orders. Starting tomorrow, probe Hissis's movements. Don't overlook a single action, no matter how small. Observe carefully. Understood, came the hollow reply. You didn't expect Alice, the one you brought here, would save me, did you, Lady Corian? Salus turned away decisively, leaving the raging fire behind. He thought, thank you for bringing her to me, stepmother, though your soul will likely fall into the deepest depths of hell. The next day, another wave of unrest swept through the duchy. Salus showed no mercy to the head maid or any servants involved in the poisoning. Ultimately, he banished all those who supported Lady Corian from a duchy. A new element appeared. Alice watched quietly as the man approached. From today, the deputy commander of the Knights will be in charge of my protection, Ruiston. Ruiz was one of the characters who survived until the end of the original story. The final event of the original novel, The Wave of Monsters. A battle larger than anticipated erupted on the western front of the empire. The royal family sent no reinforcements, leading to the deaths of countless background characters. Despite this, the third prince and Lady Melton successfully purged the monster horde and returned as heroes. Ruiz had also participated in that grand parade. From the day he was assigned to her, he'd been by her side like a shadow. Alice said softly, exasperated, Sir Ruiston, I think you should rest for a while. He refused, his voice toneless. Don't worry, my lady. I've rested enough. Alice's head throbbed, dealing with this block of wood. He didn't seem to understand her at all, but she wouldn't argue with him. Well, even if he's guarding me, he won't interfere with my private life, so I can finish my plan in my room. Sitting at her desk, pen in hand, she thought seriously. How can I arrange a meeting between Salus and the third prince? Remembering Salus's unwavering conviction, the third prince cannot become emperor. She pondered, since Salus has no intention of seeking out the third prince, I'll make the third prince Salus's guest. Alice rested her chin on her hand. The hunting competition was originally scheduled for next season, but it's been moved up to this season. Therefore, before Salus considers the other princes, I need to highlight the third prince's presence. If so, according to the original storyline, the third prince and Lady Melton definitely have to meet. The turning point in the third prince's life, the fateful encounter with Sienna. She had saved him. He was on the verge of death from poisoning, but luckily, Sienna saved his life. From then on, a seed of love was sown in the third prince's heart. He became determined to become crown prince to avenge Sienna and willingly became her sharpest sword. The main plot of the original story revolved around the romance of these two main characters. So if they met, they would surely fall in love. First, I have to get close to Sienna. After the last incident, I've been avoiding her, so I haven't been able to talk to her much. She chanted internally, getting close to the female lead is a death sentence. The more she thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. She felt a pang of regret. Is it too late to become friends now? She stared blankly out the window. But I'm her ally, so wanting to be close shouldn't be a problem. I have to try to know for sure. The following day, in the grand, spacious drawing room, Alice watched as maidservants brought in tea and desserts. Once finished, they bowed respectfully. Madam, everything is prepared. Alice smiled brightly. Thank you. You've all worked so hard. Radiant with anticipation, she sat gazing at the beautifully arranged table laden with tea and sweets. The preparations are perfect, she thought. Now all that's left is to wait for Sienna. A moment later, a gentle knock echoed, knock, knock. Sienna, her vibrant red hair elegantly styled in an updo, entered wearing a simple yet flattering fitted dress. She curtsied. Good afternoon, Lady Alice. Alice rose with a smile and gestured for her to join her. Greetings, Miss Sienna. Please come and sit with me. Sienna politely replied, Yes, Thank you. Thank you for accepting my invitation. Sienna seemed a little flustered. Oh no, I should be the one thanking you. Alice sat down and offered Sienna a plate of the most delectable strawberry cream cakes. Miss Maltin, please try some of these. I hope they suit your taste. Sienna hesitated, perhaps unaccustomed to Alice's sudden warmth, considering she usually avoided her. Thank you, she murmured. Alice, noticing her discomfort, asked softly, Miss Sienna, is the chair uncomfortable? Sienna stammered. Ah, my lady, Sienna began, I'm just a little surprised by your sudden invitation tea. I thought you would continue to avoid me. Her words struck Alice like an arrow, a pang of guilt resonating within her. She noticed, after all, Alice thought, I should have been more subtle. Sienna took a sip of tea, letting the bitterness linger on her tongue. My lady, she continued slowly, truthfully, that when we first met, I found it difficult to become close to you because of Lady Corian's presence. And afterward, I kept my distance because I wanted to leave the duchy quietly, she confessed. Alice sheepishly scratched her cheek. But now, that reason no longer exists, so I wanted to get to know you better. It sounds unbelievable, doesn't it? Inwardly, she thought, I figured honesty was the best policy. Perhaps it was. Sienna, taken aback by such candid words, looked at Alice with wide, sparkling eyes. Alice, mistaking her surprise for disbelief, mumbled dejectedly, is it really that preposterous? Sienna's face lit up with a radiant, genuine smile. Not at all, Lady Alice. You saved my brother's life, so I'm incredibly happy to become closer to you. Her mood blossomed, her smile infectious. Thank you for telling me this. From now on, please just call me Sienna. There's no need to be so formal. Alice's heart soared. Had she succeeded? Overwhelmed with emotion, she could barely speak. Ding. Sienna. Yes, Sienna replied, her smile as bright as an angel's. She was dazzling. Is this the smile of an angel? Alice wondered. It feels like we're closer now. A good start. Excited, Alice offered her more of the finest pastries. Try this one too. Sienna reciprocated, offering a treat to Alice. My lady, you should have some as well. By the way, Sienna asked, her gaze filled with concern, how have you been feeling lately? Alice blinked, momentarily confused. Seeing her lack of understanding, Sienna clarified, you were attacked by assassins a few days ago. Oh, Alice realized. That's what you meant. She felt a pang of guilt. I should have asked sooner. Alice waved her hand dismissively with a nervous chuckle. I'm fine. The Duke came to my rescue, so I wasn't injured at all. Sienna looked relieved. That's good to hear. And now, with Sir Lewis by your side to protect you, I feel much more at ease. That's right, Alice agreed playfully. Incredibly reassuring. Meanwhile, the aforementioned Sir Lewis stood silently nearby, not missing a single word of the two young women's conversation. As she poured more tea, Alice asked, Sienna, have you been busy lately? I haven't seen you around. Oh, Sienna replied, I've been assisting the knights at my brother's request, but now I don't have anything to do. So I've just been reading and practicing magic in my room. Alice was delighted. Oh my goodness, you can use magic. That's amazing. Sienna responded modestly, haha, I still need a lot more practice. Alice gazed at her with pure admiration. I already knew this, but hearing her say it directly means she really trusts me. Eagerly, Alice suggested, if you're free tomorrow, would you like to go out with me? Sienna seemed surprised. Go out. Alice continued, I heard there's an alleyway in Woken district that's full of bookstores. I think you'd like it. Sienna murmured, oh, Woken. The capital was divided into two main districts, the Vicente district, where the nobles resided, and the Woken district, home to the commoners. The bookstore alley in Woken district was a place the third prince frequented. As a child, he had stumbled upon a small opening while wandering around the palace. Crawling through it, he could slip out of the palace grounds, and that was how he discovered the alley of books. From childhood to adulthood, the third prince received no financial support from the royal family, so he often visited the alley to read and expand his knowledge. Alice had planned this carefully. It was the perfect place for Sienna and the third prince to meet. Sienna still hesitated, a flicker of worry in her eyes. But I've heard that Woken district isn't very safe. I'm a little concerned. Alice quickly took her hand, her voice firm. But I still want to go with you. Her eyes shone with a pleading light. With Sir Lewis and someone as magically skilled as you, what's there to be afraid of? Looking at Alice's expression, Sienna started to say something, but the words died on her lips. Her heart softened. All right, if I stay close to Lady Alice, there shouldn't be any problems. Alice beamed, sealing the deal. It's settled then. Lewis, standing nearby, listened thoughtfully, a pensive expression on his face. That night, as the moon rose, Salus stood by the window, bathed in its silvery light, which accentuated his cold demeanor and handsome features. He murmured, intently reading a letter. It read, I'm writing this because I don't want to interrupt your work. Tomorrow, I will accompany Lady Alice to Woken District. Sir Lewis and I will be together, so you don't have to worry. It was signed, Sienna. A chuckle escaped his lips. He pictured Alice, like a child, being carefully guarded by the other two. With those two rocks, they should be fine. Lewis entered. Duke Salus, the night's shift change is complete. 3 knights stood at attention, awaiting orders. Who will be on duty tonight? Evan, Dyrol, and Rios. They are all capable and trustworthy. Salus sat down at his desk. Good. Did anything happen with Lady Alice today? Lewis paused, considering. I'm not sure if I should mention this, but Lady Alice said she was having trouble sleeping and went to see the physician for some medicine. Recalling Alice's sound sleep even on the night of the assassination attempt, Salus found this hard to believe. Alice, who slept soundly even when assassins attacked, having trouble sleeping. He questioned Lewis. Was it Sienna's idea to go to Woken District? Lewis smiled. No, it was Lady Alice who suggested it. She wants to become closer to Miss Sienna. Suddenly, Salus spoke. Lewis. He looked into the distance, a small smile playing on his lips. I will also go tomorrow. I'll remain hidden, so don't worry about me. Just focus on Alice. The next morning, Lewis escorted Alice and Sienna out. The two women sat in an ordinary carriage. Alice gazed at the bustling streets with wide eyes. Wow, so this is Woken District. It's so lively and crowded. She saw a reflection of herself in the people around her, a familiar scene reminiscent of the marketplace she frequented in her past life. It feels just like the market I used to go to. Just like Suzian, everyone's jostling and hurrying. It's market day. Seeing the delight spilling from Alice's eyes, Sienna couldn't help but ask, this is a commoner street, but you seem rather excited, my lady. Alice startled, quickly composing herself. That was close, almost slipped up. Huh. Oh, yes, she responded, smoothly covering her near misstep. I used to mingle with the common folk back in my hometown, so this isn't unfamiliar. Most nobles dislike it, though. They find it dirty and noisy. Yes, Sienna agreed. Alice continued brightly. I grew up in the countryside, so I'm quite used to areas like this street. It feels like home. Sienna's surprise morphed into delight. Really? Then let's come here often. Okay, sure, Alice readily agreed. Suddenly, Sienna's curiosity piqued. By the way, your brooch is quite unique. It's shaped like a butterfly. Alice touched the brooch. Indeed, it's also the key to my plan's success. Miss Melton and the third prince will meet by chance, but without a catalyst, they won't pay each other any mind, right? A sly smile played on Alice's lips. This brooch is laced with a sleeping draft, so I can do something with him. It's not like I'm poisoning him or anything. After a long journey, the carriage finally stopped. Lewis announced, we've arrived at the book alley in the Woken District, my ladies. Wow, it's huge. I thought an alley would be tiny, but this is enormous. Both women were awestruck by the sight. Sienna exclaimed, it feels like they have every kind of book here. Exactly, Alice agreed. Alice activated her mental laser focus, searching her memories. Let's see, the bookstore the third prince frequents is called the Garden of Knowledge, right? It doesn't look much different from the other bookstores, but behind it, there's a shortcut to the palace. After searching for a while, her eyes started to swim. It's more crowded than I expected, and there are so many similar-looking shops. This is going to be difficult. Lost in thought, she bumped into someone, knocking their hat off. Knowing she was at fault, she quickly and sincerely picked it up. I'm so sorry. You dropped your hat. Looking up, she froze. Curly blonde hair, crimson eyes, considered a symbol of bad luck, and a worn navy blue cloak. This was undoubtedly the third prince. Her jaw dropped as she took in his handsome features. It's him, the forgotten prince of the empire, Anvin Penium. Seeing her staring, he prompted gently, it's all right. Thank you for picking up my hat. Still lost in thought, Alice gripped the hat so tightly that even Anvin couldn't retrieve it. I can't believe I found him so quickly. My lady, Duchess. Sienna's voice snapped her back to reality. She quickly released her grip, and Anvin finally reclaimed his hat. Sienna asked worriedly, what happened? Alice summarized the situation. I was apologizing for bumping into this gentleman. Sienna, confused, tilted her head. Huh. She finally turned to look at the man in question. Alice watched with bated breath as their eyes met. Just like in the original story, in less than 3 seconds, they both turned away, treating each other like thin air. Alice cried internally, why are my bad premonitions always right? She forced herself to press on, probing. Sienna, did you think that man was handsome? His blonde hair was pretty cool. She didn't get it, arguing, who would think that? No matter how you look at it, my cousin is more handsome. They both fell silent, sharing a look of understanding. It turned out they weren't the only ones with high standards. She remarked, "It's been a while since I've seen someone with red eyes. It's rare for people to show them so openly." Alice thought to herself, well, that's because his are fake. The third prince, Anvin Penium, naturally possessed a pair of cat's eye blue eyes, a hallmark of the royal family. However, he had altered them to red to conceal his identity. Red eyes were considered an ill omen, so people tended to avoid them. Anvin's aim was to create distance and effectively erase his presence. Sienna breathed a sigh of relief. It was a comfort that nothing serious had happened. Alice continued to watch Anvin until he disappeared into a bookstore. "There it is," she murmured, "the bookstore he frequents." Spotting a cat lounging by the entrance, she seized the opportunity. "Sienna," she said casually, "let's go into that bookstore. You're such a cute cat." "Really?" Sienna asked, intrigued. Stepping inside, Alice surmised, he must be around here somewhere. Her eyes scanned the shelves and aisles. First, she needed to separate Louis and Sienna. She felt sandwiched between them like a child in need of constant supervision. Sienna, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "My lady, there are so many magic books here." Her eyes lit up as she gathered an armful. "This is the latest release from the Magic Tower. I've been wanting to study it, but..." Alice quickly gestured towards a reading nook by the window, bathed in sunlight. "I know how much you love them," she said, "so I found the perfect reading spot for you." Sienna's eyes widened with delight. "It's so bright." Alice smiled inwardly. Sienna was taken care of. Now, what to do about Anvin? He had already selected his books and was at the counter. "How much is it all together?" he asked. The shopkeeper, all smiles, replied, "Since you're a regular, just 5 coins. Alice's heart leaped. He was about to leave. Watching him head for the door, panic swelled. "Oh no," she thought, "I'm going to lose him." Suddenly, the shopkeeper's voice rang out, "We have more newly published novels in the back. Would you be interested?" Anvin paused, a flicker of interest in his eyes. "Really?" he asked. The shopkeeper puffed up with pride. "Absolutely. We have 10 new titles, all incredibly popular." An idea sparked in Alice's mind. "New novels in the back." "Shopkeeper," she called out, "I need those new novels too." All eyes turned to her. Louis looked bewildered. The shopkeeper, equally surprised, simply stammered yes. He eyed her skeptically. A noblewoman, interested in romantic novels. Alice's mind went blank. She hadn't heard what kind of novels they were. "Homosi novels, romantic novels," she repeated incredulously. Beside her, Louis flushed crimson and turned away. The shopkeeper, however, beamed. "Excellent taste. The new arrivals are superb. In for a penny, in for a pound." Alice forced a smile. "Ah yes, those. I'd like to read all the new releases." The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed, sensing a large sale. "All of them." Throwing caution to the wind, Alice plastered on a bright smile. "Sir Louis, please assist the shopkeeper. I simply must read them. I truly adore this genre." Inwardly, her heart sank. Whatever goodwill she'd built with Louis was surely gone now. Louis glanced outside, hesitating. "But..." Alice frowned. What was he looking at? "What is it?" she asked. Louis quickly snapped to attention and followed the shopkeeper. "I'll be back shortly, my lady." Alice waved him off. "Thank you. Don't worry about me. Take your time." After cutting off the 2 tails, Alice hurried outside, needing to follow the third prince, Anvin. She ran towards the back alley, guessing he must have gone that way. Pushing herself to her limit, she silently pleaded, "Please, still be there." Finally, she spotted the familiar figure. "There he is." A sudden, threatening voice made her freeze. "Hand over everything you've got, and we'll let you go." "Nice and easy." The men laughed menacingly. Well, looks like we have another guest behind you." In the narrow alleyway, 2 robbers, Alice and Anvin, now faced each other. Alice was terrified. This is bad. Things are getting complicated. Rewinding to a few hours earlier, Kalis had been discreetly following Alice, observing Anvin, thanking her for retrieving his hat. Kalis worried, thinking, did she just bump into him by accident? He watched the 2 young women laughing delightedly. "My lady, this kitten is adorable. Let's go inside quickly." He was suspicious. Does she really just want to visit the bookstore with Sienna? He recalled, "I asked Louis to clear the way yesterday, so I'll soon know what Alice is planning." The scene shifted to Alice asking Louis to fetch a book for her. Kalis watched from afar, unable to read their lips, but it seemed Louis was saying something. "It looks like he has to leave because Alice asked him to do something." Kalis nodded, signaling his approval. Suddenly, someone carrying a heavy load bumped into Kalis. "Excuse me, let me through." Caught off guard, Kalis stumbled slightly, but caught himself against the wall. The man hurried on, apologizing. Kalis waved him off. "It's all right. Carry on with your work." In the blink of an eye, she was gone. Kalis was startled, his worry for his wife spiking. Oh no. Back in the present, the robbers, instantly recognizing Alice as wealthy nobility, ignored Anvin and advanced towards her. Well, what do we have here, pretty lady?" Alice, sweating, assessed the dangerous situation. "Should I try to escape with the third prince?" "No, we'll just get caught, and that will only anger them more." Suddenly, Anvin grabbed the robber's hand. His crimson eyes flashed with menacing intensity. "Don't touch her." The robber was taken aback. "Huh," they sneered. A scarecrow trying to play the hero. "Saving the damsel, are we?" Anvin glared at them. Alice watched the tense exchange, her heart pounding. "That's right, the third prince has a special ability. Will he use it?" The robber's accomplice lunged forward, striking Anvin with a swift blow. He crumpled to the ground, knocked out in a single hit. The robber, wearing a hat, sighed in mock disappointment. "Ah, he's down already." All he had were those creepy eyes. Alice was even more shocked. What is he doing? The robbers chuckled. "You shouldn't keep a pretty lady waiting, you know." As they approached, their words dripping with suggestive malice, Alice remained calm, removing the brooch from her collar. "So eager to hand over your valuables, are you? Forget about that. We've got a delicious little morsel right here, just waiting for us." Alice adopted the alluring demeanor of a captivating noblewoman. "Indeed. Now, who wants to escort me?" The robber in the hat, eager to lay his hands on her, lunged forward. "Looks like you're a smart one. We'll have a nice little chat." A sharp pin pierced his hand, sending a jolt of pain through his arm. He cried out. His bewildered companion asked, "What's wrong?" The injured robber cursed. "That bitch stabbed me with a hairpin. What the hell kind of strength is that?" His words began to slur, his head buzzing. After a dizzying spell, he collapsed unconscious. The blonde-haired robber rushed over, slapping him repeatedly. "Hey, wake up!" Alice, exhilarated, taunted, see the power of a week-long anesthetic. He cursed in frustration. You bitch. You played me." Alice shouted back. "If you're not convinced, come closer and see." Enraged, the robber snarled, "I won't let you get away with this." Exploding with masculine fury, he swatted the hairpin from her hand. Alice squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for a blow, utterly despairing. She knew she was trapped. Suddenly, Anvin charged, tackling the robber from behind. The third prince. Alice gasped, staring in astonishment as Anvin, battered and bruised, yet unhesitating, came to her rescue. The robber's face slammed into the ground. Anvin crumpled on top of the unconscious robber. Alice watched the scene unfold, bewildered. Did he just cast a spell? She wondered aloud. She knelt beside him, gently shaking his shoulder. "Excuse me, are you all right?" Lifting him slightly, she saw his shallow breaths and the blood flowing freely from a gash on his forehead. They must have struck each other in the fall. He needed immediate attention. She hesitated. "Wait, am I the one who should be healing him? Sienna needs to see this." Looking at his increasingly pale face, fear gnawed at her. What if I go get her and he's gone when I get back? A faint light flickered as she used her magic. "I can't leave him like this. Just stop the bleeding. Adjust the holy energy just a little." After a while, the bleeding stemmed. Alice sat back, breathless. Ugh, using magic bit by bit is more exhausting than I thought. She studied Anvin's unconscious form. He charged in without using his abilities, but one thing's clear. The third prince is definitely hiding something beneath his everyday facade. He's a fire spirit sorcerer. Playing with fire is his specialty. Spirit sorcerers are those who have formed a pact with a spirit. They can be fire, water, wind, or earth spirits. And the sorcerers who've made pacts with them can use magic far beyond ordinary spells, depending on the spirit's power. The third prince possesses this special ability. So, his ability to change his eye color is also part of that power. Moreover, ever since spirit sorcerers began to disappear from the Empire, the third prince's appearance and his abilities have attracted a tremendous amount of attention. Gazing at the unconscious prince, Alice sighed. What a powerful, carefully concealed ability. He's supposed to reveal his powers only after meeting Sienna, and even then, not for a while. Just then, Sienna and Louis rushed towards them, frantic. "Lady Alice," they cried. "My lady, are you all right?" They stared in bewilderment at the unconscious bodies scattered on the ground. What happened here?" Sienna asked anxiously. "My lady, there's a wound on your face." Alice instinctively touched her cheek. Sienna stepped protectively in front of Alice, Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Wait a minute, isn't that the red-eyed man from earlier? Is he one of those thugs who try to harm you, my lady? Alice flinched at Sienna's conclusion. Whoa, wrong direction there, Sienna. She quickly explained, no, Sienna, he saved me. There's no way I could have fought off those two alone. Sienna considered this. That's true, but my lady, are they dead? Alice faltered. No, I think they're just unconscious. Where was the sweet, compassionate Sienna? The woman before her was as cold and menacing as Kalis, radiating a chilling, murderous aura. Her next words confirmed it. Good. That makes it easier for me to tear them to shreds. Fearing actual bloodshed, Alice quickly intervened. Sienna, I want to go back and rest. Now. Upon hearing this, Sienna's demeanor transformed. The worried concern she displayed was a stark contrast to her previous coldness. Yes, she must have been truly frightened. Alice froze, the image of Kalis's furious expression flashing through her mind. They were definitely cut from the same cloth. Lewis, trembling and drenched in sweat, spoke with a fearful tremor. My lady, you vanished without a word. We were so relieved when you were found. Who knows what dangers you might have faced? Do you realize how close you came to death? This was the first time Alice had seen him so agitated and verbose. It was all her fault. I'm so sorry, Lewis, she admitted sincerely. His voice still shaky, he replied, I'm just glad you're safe. Sienna sighed and inquired, but why did you leave the bookstore without telling anyone? Alice avoided her gaze, stammering, I heard a cat crying and went outside to check on it. I lost track of time. Sienna wasn't fooled. She knew instantly that Alice was fabricating a story. Her tone turned serious. A cat, she pressed. Alice knew that further explanation would only lead to discovery. She decided to feign illness. I'm feeling dizzy, she gasped, clutching her head. Sienna immediately panicked. My lady, are you all right? Lewis quickly added, leave the cleanup to me. We need to get my lady back to the manor at once. Alice stopped them. Wait, she instructed. Bring the man who saved me to the manor as well. I'll tend to his injuries as a token of my gratitude. Inwardly, Alice was elated. Her plan had worked. She had finally orchestrated a meeting between the third prince, Anvin, and Kalis. That's all for today. If you enjoyed this, please give us a like and subscribe to receive the latest updates. Thank you for watching.